I might need those 3 minutes later. Hey guys, what's up? I've missed y'all. Gosh. Being a new mommy is so exhausting. Happy Friday, my people. Happy Friday. Oh, I need to go outside later. Oh, yeah, I really do. Happy Friday, people. I've missed you guys. I don't have the baby for like a few minutes. So I was like, let me come live. Let me come on live and just yap my gums for a bit. Did y'all see this on the screen? Fumi sent me this morning. It's from Sexy Red. She said, I F for people with carpet hair. They cool. But if you're talking ish, I'm going to call you carpet hair. Yes, for life with me. I saw the post you sent me. None against my fellow 4Z hoochies. Hey, Val. Good morning. Good morning. Well, good afternoon. It's like 1. It's 1 p.m. But she's always had long hair, though. Sexy Red. I'm going to call her Janae. That's her government name. She's always had long hair. She always had long hair. She said carpet hair. Hers nice. Hey, Sonia. Hey, Fumi. Hey, Susan. Child, I'm trying to come outside. You been up 3 a.m. Why you can't sleep? Oh, child, having a baby is exhausting. I'm like, oh my gosh. Yesterday, he was so upset yesterday because I think he was constipated. Hey, Shishi. Hey, T. I think he was constipated yesterday because I ate. Child, I wasn't even thinking. You know, like when you breastfeed, you got to be careful what you eat because what you eat goes into the milk. So I was constipated. So I think he was also like constipated. I was gassy and constipated. So, hey, Janet. So he was also gassy and constipated. Oh, my goodness. So he was miserable, you guys. Like a whole 24 hours. He was just crying and crying. Oh, Lord. Y'all. I was exhausted. But so I had to drink like some prune juice and eat more fiber. Like if you have a baby, you just had a baby, please eat a lot of fiber, lots of vegetables, lots of greens, lots of fruits, okay? Because child, you need to go to the bathroom. The baby also has to go to the bathroom. So yeah, yesterday was bad. But he's back to his normal self. Like he finally went poo-poo like around like 9 or 10. Oh, he felt so relieved. So, child, I'm so tired. But I was like, yeah. But yeah, here's Janae. I mean, like, yeah, she has long hair. They're mad at her in the comments. Like, you say, why do black women think having some hair is a flex? Girl, it is a flex because it's hard. It's really hard. But she's always had long hair, though. There was one time I was looking for her elementary school picture because she's always had long hair. She's always had long hair. You know what I mean? But it's pretty. They're saying she's being a texturist. I was like, I don't know. Is carpet hair, if you say somebody got carpet hair, does that make you a texturist? I don't know, y'all. I don't know. But go ahead, Janae. Go ahead with your pretty hair. It's giving inches. I like it. Love the inches. It's like, you know, I don't guys know this. There's this girl on TikTok, right? Maybe I should just show her TikTok. Her name is E-Kane. Is that her name, right? And so she was going off on, let me show y'all. I was going to do a video about her, but I was like, child, I'm tired. Okay. This girl right here. They say, hey, CJ. Hi, Minx. What is her page? I don't like that she puts her kids and her stuff like that. We're trying to roast you just by yourself. But this girl right here, her name is E-Kane, right? She does the weirdest things. I don't know. Just weird stuff. She's very pretty. But she acts very deranged. Ooh, nice. Nice. Yes, I do. Okay. I do.
Commence par les fruits, comme on m'a dit.
No problem. Okay. She's very pretty, but she just acts like really ratchet and dirty and ignorant. So, hey, Abby, what's up, my love, right? So I pay her no mind. But she went on a rant recently and she was talking about dark-skinned girls. Like she was talking about dark-skinned girl. I think a girl was saying some things to her. And specifically to that girl who happens to be dark-skinned, she went in. And she was like, you will never be as successful as me because I'm a light-skinned woman, and you will never reach the heights that I have reached. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Hold up. She was going in. Like, she was just like, oh, girl, you are crazy, right? So then I think I saved it. Let me go back to my profile. I think I saved it. Okay.
That's why you won't never make it nowhere, sister. On top of that, I hate to break it to you. Let me not be insecure to you, sister. Let me not try to break it down to you. But have you understand I'm a light-skinned woman? So I benefit from colorism. You're a dark-skinned woman, sister. You can never make it to the heights I make it from. Oh, can we clock that one, or is it gonna hurt y'all feelings because it's me saying it? Can we be real for once and let's clock everything? Because I'm a light-skinned woman. I say the same shit you say. You're not going to make it to the heights I make it, bitch, because you can't fuck with me. You're a dark-skinned woman. I want you to understand that. Don't come in my comments saying anything to me, ho. Cause I was supporting you because you was a black bum bitch like me. You was a black bum like me, just getting on TikTok just for the love of the game because I wanted to make a way for my kids. But now I see you just a black bum that hate on hoes. See, one thing about me, when I was trying to make a way for my kids and get off the hood, I didn't get in nobody live trying to down talk them, trying to be funny. See, I was actually making videos trying to get out the hood, and you see what I make? I make over 40,000 a month because I was never in nobody else's comments trying to hate on them like you.
Yo, sorry.
That's why you won't never make it nowhere, sister. On top of that, I hate to break it to you. Let me not be insecure to you, sister. Let me not try to break it down to you. But have you understand I'm a light-skinned woman? So I benefit from colorism. You're a dark-skinned woman, sister. You can never make it to the heights I make it from. Oh, can we clock that one, or is it gonna hurt y'all feelings because it's me saying it? Can we be real for once and let's clock everything? Because I'm a light-skinned woman. I say the same shit you say. You're not going to make it to the heights I make it, bitch, because you can't fuck with me. You're a dark-skinned woman. I want you to understand that. Don't come in my comments saying anything to me, ho. Cause I was supporting you because you was a black bum bitch like me. You was a black bum like me, just getting on TikTok just for the love of the game because I wanted to make a way for my kids. But now I see you just a black bum that hate on hoes. See, one thing about me, when I was trying to make a way for my kids and get off the hood, I didn't get in nobody live trying to down talk them, trying to be funny. See, I was actually making videos trying to get out the hood, and you see what I make? I make over 40,000 a month because I was never in nobody else's comments trying to hate on them like you.
Okay, hold on. Okay.
That's why you won't never make it nowhere.
Okay, thank you, sis. Thank you. We got it. Thank you. God bless you. God bless you, sis. We are tired. We are really tired, right? So if I'm not mistaken, right, she was on her live. This other young lady, of course, she's a black girl. She's a dark-skinned black girl, right? The other girl got on her live, and the girl was saying all kinds of stuff. I don't know. I wasn't there, right? So E-Kane got upset. So she decided to clap back. So this was her clapping back. Hey, Diana, this was her. Diana missed it. Hold on. Diana, hold on. Let's play one more time for Diana because she missed it. So that way she could get it. Yo, what I tell you, the people was upset.
That's why you won't never make it nowhere, sister. On top of that, I hate to break it to you. Let me not be insecure to you, sister. Let me not try to break it down to you. But have you understand I'm a light-skinned woman? So I benefit from colorism. Okay. You're a dark-skinned woman, sister. You can never make it to the heights I make it from. Oh, can we clock that one, or is it gonna hurt y'all feelings because it's me saying it? Can we be real for once and let's clock everything? Because I'm a light-skinned woman. I say the same shit you say. You're not gonna make it to the heights I make it, bitch, because you can't fuck with me. You're a dark-skinned woman. I want you to understand that.
Oh my Lord.
Don't come in my comments saying anything to me, ho. Cause I was supporting you because you was a black bum bitch like me. You was a black bum like me, just getting on TikTok just for the love of the game because I wanted to make a way for my kids. But now I see you just a black bum that hate on hoes. See, one thing about me, when I was trying to make a way for my kids and get off the hood, I didn't get in nobody live trying to down talk them, trying to be funny. See, I was actually making videos trying to get out the hood, and you see what I make? I make over 40,000 a month because I was never in nobody else's comments trying to hate on them like you.
Oh my God. That little girl, she's mentally unfit. Like me, when it comes to E-Kane, I just laugh. I don't think she's normal. I think something is off in her head. Okay, I really think something is off in her head. And that's what Dana, if you guys know Dana from TikTok, Dana Dane, she said the same thing. She's like, you act like, she told Fenita, you act just like E-Kane, right? So I think this is what happened, right? It didn't come out of nowhere. I mean, it's a lot, but she was on her live the other dark-skinned girl got on her live, and the girl started saying some things to her. So then E-Kane, to clap back at this girl, she made a statement about all dark-skinned girls, right? So then the ladies got upset, you know? The ladies got upset because the ladies internalized it, right? Me, honestly, I don't mean to be offensive. I laughed at this. Like, I thought it was really funny. Because I just, like, she's not mentally fit. You know, like, she's a girl, she'll sit on her TikTok and she'll just grab clippers and she'll just, like, shave the middle of her head. I'm like, there's something off with this girl. Like, she's not mentally fit. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you were actually, like, if you were a judge, a prosecutor, you couldn't prosecute this kid. She's not mentally sound. She's not mentally sound. Like, she's mentally unfit. So I'm like, sometimes I really do wish that sometimes a lot of Black women would look at who is talking before even giving it a response. Like, not everything you should give life to, because some people are just not mentally fit. And not just, I don't even think she's intelligent. And it seems like she's in a relationship with this guy who looks like a bum, actually, and he beats on her. Like, it seems like they fight on TikTok. He puts his hands on her on TikTok. She records him beating her on TikTok, and then she goes right back to him. I'm like something in here is just not right. She's off. Yeah, like, she's really off. Like, she's seriously off. So I feel like it's like, you know, okay, it's like, let's say you walk down the street, right? And you see this, like, homeless man who looks like he's been on drugs, you know what I mean? And he said, oh, you ugly, dark-skinned bitch. Like, you gonna get mad, girl, he on crack. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's on crack. You know what I'm saying? Have you ever got cussed out by a homeless person? I think I've gotten cussed out by a homeless person, right? But it's like, you can't take it to heart because you're like, man, I feel sorry for you. Like, you're not, first of all, you're not sober. Right? Second of all, does your family even want you? Like, does your family still know you're alive? Okay? You reek from like 25,000 miles away. You haven't taken a shower in like 25 days. Okay? Like, I can't even get upset at you. Like, you're just not fit. She gets beat up. He's like on her TikTok videos. Like, I don't know what his name is. But as people say, oh yeah, this guy, here he is. Like, he beats on her. This, you see, I mean, look at this. Look at this. You see, and that's the thing. It's like, look at his face. Hold on. Look at his face, okay? So it's like, for as light-skinned as she is and as pretty as she is, for this dude to be her man, I mean, sis, I ain't even gonna say nothing to you, girl. Go off. Like, I don't know. I just don't know. Child, look at this dude's face. Come on. Come on. And you know she had a household. You know she pays all the bills. Okay? So I'm like, girl, for all the light-skinnedness you claim that you got privileges for, I don't know, girl. I don't know. Exactly. Like, they're not mentally fit people. And I just wish that sometimes a lot of Black women would learn not to respond to things, right? Like, there was this white girl, she was going viral recently because she was cooking like this, like, trad housewife type of thing. And she was like, oh, all her friends are dating these broke ass ninjas, right? And people got so upset because she said the word ninja. And I'm like, y'all do realize that this girl is trying to go viral from your rage. Like, she wants y'all to be angry because a white girl said ninjas, because she didn't say the she said ninjas, right? And I'm like, maybe that's how they refer to themselves, as these broke ass white people. I don't know, what do I know, right? But I'm like, do not internalize stuff. I mean, to me, I would say De'Ara and Nick to me are like dark skin. I don't consider them to be light skin or brown, you know? Yeah, like, they're so easy to troll, and it's like, do not feed into it. Because this is how I feel, right? It's like, sometimes she's having a back and forth with the girl that does happen to be dark skinned, okay? But it's like, she clapping back at her. Why are you internalizing it? Or do you internalize it because somehow hey, Nessa, because you feel like some of the stuff she said is correct? Because why are you mad? You know what I'm saying? Because this like the thing with, like, what's her name? What's her face? With where's Janae at? Sexy Red, right? When she talk about, oh, you carpet hair, beanie neck hoes could never, right? Now, I know I don't have carpet hair, so she ain't talking to me. You know what I'm saying? I don't have carpet hair, okay? I got hair, but I don't have carpet hair. I don't have her inches, but I don't have carpet hair. So it's like if you say, oh, you carpet hair, beanie neck, hoes could never. She's not talking to me. I don't feel the need to stand up for nothing because she's not talking to me. And I'm like, I wish sometimes people would just know, do not internalize stuff, right? Like everything doesn't have to do with you. Like everything does not have to do with you. And if you start to internalize it, it's because maybe you feel like what she's saying is true, right? Because otherwise, why do we care? You know what I mean? Like everybody, like, you know, I remember one time I was watching Phaedra Parks because, you know, sometimes Phaedra Parks is going to be smart. She might not win a case, in the words of Cynthia. Remember Cynthia Bailey said, win a case. Win a case, Phaedra, because Phaedra doesn't win cases, okay? But one thing about Phaedra, once, twice in the blue moon, Phaedra going to let you know something, right? And Phaedra said, opinions are like buttholes. Everybody got one, okay? Everybody has a freaking opinion. It's like a bunch of anuses out here. Like it's like a bunch of buttholes. And you have to realize that you don't answer to fart, but you actually answer to sound logic. Okay. Just because somebody is farting doesn't mean that you have to, oh my gosh, no, ignore it. Respond to sound logic. But to see someone like E-Kane, to see what her boyfriend looks like, to see what she looks like, to see what she does on her social media, and for you to allow yourself to be upset by the goofiness that came out of her mouth, you're crazy. Who is she? She's completely irrelevant. Like outside of TikTok, she's irrelevant. Even on TikTok, she's only relevant to a certain demographic of people. It takes a certain type of person to consume her content. Like seriously, because me, the first time I saw this girl, that's like something is off for her. Something is seriously off. And I think it's kind of sad that instead of getting her the mental help that she needs, the mental treatment that she needs, and probably the medication that she needs, right? Her lack of self-awareness, her lack of like self-control, you know, her mental disability is being turned into entertainment. Because honestly, she needs a therapist. She needs a psychologist. She needs help and she needs medication. Because I have never seen that. Like one day she was like, oh, my wig doesn't sit right on my head. You guys, she went and picked up the clippers. She just picked up the clippers and then she just went like this. She just went like this. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I have never seen this. Right? And I'm like, healthy-minded people do not behave like this. Your wig can lay flat without you having to shave the middle of your head. Hey, Elaine, right? Because the last person I saw that just went out there and randomly shaved her head was Britney Spears. And when Britney did that, she was going through a mental breakdown. Okay. Okay. She just went like this. So the girls got really upset. Oh, she's a colorist. She's a this, she's a that. Like me, I don't know. She could be a colorist. She could not be a colorist. Or she just said it because she wants to be hurtful. I don't know. But one thing I will say, though, don't come at me for this. Oh, my gosh. Do not come at me for this, right? But one thing I will say, that's why I say you can't internalize everything because you don't know a person's story for real, for real. But one thing I will say is that I did feel like maybe growing up, she was bullied by dark-skinned girls, okay? Because I have seen that happen. If you are a dark-skinned girl and you go to a school that has predominantly a light-skinned population, most likely you will get bullied by light-skinned girls, right? If you are a light-skinned girl and you go to a school that's predominantly full of like dark-skinned black girls, you know, most likely you'll get bullied by dark-skinned black girls, right? So I feel like when people have been bullied, like elementary school, middle school, high school, right? And then she's very small. She's very, very thin. So I don't think that she knows how to fight or she could ever fight, okay? So I was like, maybe growing up, maybe she was bullied. You know, maybe a few dark-skinned girls bullied her, right? And she never got over that. But back then, she probably couldn't defend herself. Back then, she probably didn't have much. She didn't have much money. She didn't have much success. Because you see, she talked about, oh, I make $40,000 a year. I make $40,000 a month. I make $40,000 a month, right? That's usually scarcity mindset. That's usually poverty mindset. That's usually how you know that somebody grew up with not a lot of things. And now that they have something, don't know how to act. Right. And so when they clap back, they're going to clap back with how much money they have, how good they look, what car they drive. And when someone does that, you already know what you know. OK, sounds like it could be the case that growing up, she was bullied and she never got over that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it hurts though, T, because depending on what people did to you, it could be very hurtful. I remember one time when I was in school, when I was in high school, because I went to Fairfax High School, right? Like this girl, she was light-skinned, T. She was light-skinned. She liked to wear like Ralph Lauren. Like she was always in like the very preppy, like you would think she was like trying to be an AKA. Okay, she was very preppy. She always had like the Ralph Lauren shirts. She would have pearls. Girl, she was wearing pearls in high school. Okay, the pearls. She had pearls on. She would always have her hair in a wrap, like, you know, like the little wrap thingy, like Aaliyah type of thing, right? And then she would always wear like the khakis. But I'm like, hey, Queen, you would truly think that she was trying, like, this girl right here, I could see her becoming an AKA, right? And some of the girls got triggered. Because she came into our school, she transferred in. So some of the girls got triggered. I forgot the girl's name was like T. I forgot her name, right? A real savage. When I tell you one day she was coming out the cafeteria, right? And these girls made a circle around her and proceeded to jump her because they knew she couldn't fight. I'm telling you, like, it's giving AKA. Like, it's not giving Delta. It's not giving Zeta. It was giving like AKA, like ski. Okay? So it's like you knew the girl couldn't fight. And even me, I was so shocked. Like, it was so barbaric. It was so barbaric. You know what I mean? It was so barbaric. So I was like, what the frick is wrong with you heifers? Right? So I'm like, I could see even me, the girl who used to bully me in high school, Tiffany, her, like she looks like Ice-T. Like she had green eyes. She's light skin with green eyes too, right? So I'm like, sometimes I could see, but it wasn't violent though. But I could really see how when you get bullied by a certain type of people, it really does scar you. And I think the part that's really that you can't let go of is the fact that you didn't stand up for yourself. You know what I mean? The fact that when it was going on, you didn't know how to stand up for yourself or you didn't know how to fight back. So when you get older, you say to yourself, no one is going to bully me again. And if any of these dark-skinned hoes ever try me, I'm coming for the carpet ass, okay? I can see that. And vice versa. If you're dark-skinned too and you were bullied by a bunch of light-skinned girls, I can see how when you grow up, you're not going to like these heifers. Right? Like you stay ready. Because you haven't healed from like what happened in your childhood. You know what I'm saying? No, like it was so barbaric. It was really, really barbaric. You know what I mean? But it's like a lot of people, because I feel that's just me. I do feel like sometimes people want to have like in the Black community, I do feel like people want to have this only narrative that only dark-skinned girls get bullied by light-skinned girls. But it's not true. You also have light-skinned girls who get bullied by dark-skinned girls, right? I remember one time I was watching Tasha K, and Tasha was talking about how she used to bully her. The girl is now her best friend, but back then, Tasha used to bully her because she was like, oh, you had a great life, and you were always so pretty, and you had nice clothes, and da-da-da-da. So Tasha used to bully the girl, right? So I feel like the girl, like, to save herself, she's like, you know what, let me just be her friend so she'll stop bullying me. And now I guess, like, they're best friends, you know, because Tasha said she grew up really poor. She grew up in Florida, in like the trailer parks of Florida, or whatever she said, right? So she didn't grow up in abundance. So she goes to school, she looks at the girls that she wished she was, and she starts to bully them because she wants them to feel bad. You know, even one time I was teaching. I was like an assistant teacher in Alexandria, Virginia, right? And you had this girl too. She was somewhat dark-skinned. And she was just a menace. She really was a menace. That little girl was a menace. I think it was like what? I was like 4th grade or 5th grade. They're little people. But that little girl was a menace. And then you had this other little girl. She was kind of like light-skinned with like the pretty hair, like a bunch of hair. Her mom will always get her nails done, etc., right? And so one day I wasn't there. I took a day off. Like I didn't go there one day. The little dark-skinned girl, y'all, she ran up on that little light-skinned girl at the cafeteria. Started dog beating the crap out of her. It took like 5 or 6 teachers to remove her from the little girl, right? And I'm like, how does it take 5 to 6 adults to remove a child from another child? Like, what is wrong with you people? And not just that, when you're in the cafeteria, you should always be watching these kids because anything can happen. It's like prison. It's like child hall in prison. You gotta watch these people carefully, right? So it's like I could see both sides. You know, I could see that you do have dark-skinned girls who have truly been bullied by light-skinned girls. Like that happened to me. And you could also have light-skinned girls who've also been bullied by dark-skinned girls, you know, and a lot of people have not healed. A lot of people have not let it go. So I think you grow up and you say to yourself, next time somebody tries my ass, they're going to get it. Like, I'm just going to load off the chopper on that person. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's sad, but people don't heal though. See, when you think about it, a lot of people do not heal. People get older. Like you get older, your body changes, you know, your pocket goes up, it goes down. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, how many people actually work on themselves to say, I need to make sure I don't carry these feelings moving forward? You see what I'm saying? You see? So it's like, it can be a lot. It could be a lot. It could be a lot for a person. So a lot of people do not say to themselves, what happened in the past has to stay in the past, right? Because one thing I've also realized is that a lot of people too, one of their main motivation, right? A lot of people, one of their main motivation for being successful is to spite somebody else. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't say, oh, I want to become successful because I want to become a better version of myself. Because if you make $40,000 a month, right, you would think you would, if she really does make 40 grand a month, she has enough money for a therapist. She has enough money for a counselor. She definitely has enough money to do the healing process with the help, the guidance of a professional, right? But instead, she's not investing in any resource that could help her become a better person with the money that she's currently making, right? And that's another part of human nature, is that a lot of people just want to be successful to spite other people, right? They're not trying to become successful for themselves. Become successful so I can have access to more resources and then become the better version of myself. A lot of people become successful because they want to spite someone, because they want to get revenge from somebody, because they want to prove to someone, oh, I need to prove to you I'm successful. I got to prove to you I made it. I got to prove to you. It's like, no, do it for you. You know what I'm saying? Do it for you. Right? But it's like this young lady right here, E-Kane, you can tell that she has a chip on her shoulder, right? Because she probably had a very difficult childhood. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, but a lot of people, like you'll have people who want to lose weight just to get back at people. And I think that's the case of Fenita, right? You want to lose weight just so that you can clap back and be mean, instead of saying, like, you know, I need to lose weight because I need to be healthier. You know what I mean? I don't want to have diabetes, right? I need to lose weight because I have a big audience and I want to show these young people, like, yo, you got to take care of yourself because diabetes is real. Pre-diabetic and being pre-diabetic is real. High blood pressure is real. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of people, they want success. They want money for the wrong reasons. And you'll even see it at church. You know, it's like, it's so crazy. You will even see it at church. Like you'll go to a church or you'll see people who call themselves Christians and they're always praying for revenge. They want revenge. They want revenge. They'll be like, God, I want you to drop fire and brimstone on my enemies. God, I pray that my enemy are never successful. And it's like, but that's not even biblical. Okay, where in the Bible does it say that you have to summon fire and brimstone on the heads of your enemy? The Bible says pray for your enemy, right? You understand? It says pray for you. I had one of my older sisters. I had to like reach out to her because lately she's been acting crazy. And I'm like, what are you doing? Because this young lady, this young lady doxed her, right? She's Congolese. This young lady, she's also Congolese. She doxed her also. And she said some things that are very, very hurtful. But I'm like, I told my older sister, like, listen, this young lady, you know she crazy. Like, you know she's damaged. Like, she really is damaged. Like, it's not a joke. Now, you could say, Marlene, just because she's damaged, should she be allowed to do whatever she wants? No, absolutely not, right? But she's definitely damaged. And you know she's damaged. And when we look at her, right, quite honestly, we're blessed. We're very fortunate. Like, okay? So it's like you don't have to meet her where she's at. She's really low vibrational. But you're much older. You're married. You have a child. You say you're a Christian. You represent God, right? So when you see her behavior, you can't do what she does. You know, she's like, but Mark, I'm like, no, you're looking for revenge. And nowhere in the Bible does it say that revenge is your portion. It's God's business, right? You're not supposed to look for revenge. You have to pray for her. She's not mentally fit. Like, something is off in her head. Like, it definitely is off in her head. Okay? Something is off in her head. But I'm like, a lot of people, you guys, even in the church, you'll see people pray against their enemies. You'll see people pray for bad things to happen, people who hurt them. You'll see people pray for someone to lose their job, lose their livelihood. You'll see that even in church. And I'm like, that is so diabolical, because nowhere in the Bible does it tell you to pray against your enemies. It says to love your enemies and to pray for them. Pray for them. And whatever God decides to do about those people, that's on him. Right? But that's not your portion. Like, that's not for you to worry about. Right? But that's something I have come to appreciate about human nature, is that people do things to spite other people. People do things because they want, they want to spite other people. You know, they want to show off on other people. They want to flex on other people. And it's like all this thing, even though at first it feels good, in the long run, you're going to feel so empty because you're doing these things for the wrong reason, right? You have people who want money because growing up, they never had money. People made them feel bad about not having money. People made them feel bad about not having the best clothes, the best outfits. So now they're so obsessed with money. They're so obsessed with money, right? Because they want to make sure that, nobody can talk to me. Like, I'm not trying to be funny, right? I'm not trying to be funny. Not trying to be funny, and I ain't trying to be mean, okay? So please don't be mad at me. Okay, do not be mad at me now. But when I look at a lot of Black girls, for example, like, not just, I guess I don't watch so many white girls, but maybe I need to change that. But when I see a lot of Black girls who do like Black girl luxury, right? Like the travel vloggers, the Black girl luxury, to me, a lot of it is like this excessiveness of shopping, buying all these clothes. Like, sometimes I watched a girl, she had so much clothes, she didn't even know what to do with it. I'm like, girl, hey babe, hey Mina. I'm like, who's going to clean this? Like, there was clothes everywhere. Like, you could even tell that even herself, she was having a panic attack. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know how, like, I don't know if I can say you know how, but imagine you buy so much crap. Like, you buy so many clothes. You're buying so much, like, you have so much crap that it's like when you open the door to your closet, it's clothes everywhere. You open this other door to another bedroom, it's clothes everywhere. Then I'm like, whoa, like, there comes a point you have to ask yourself, why are you doing this? Why are you buying so much stuff? Like what exactly is wrong with your ass, right? Because there is something about not being good enough. There is something internally that is happening where you don't think that you're good enough. So for the young girl in high school or in middle school who couldn't afford certain things, or her mom would always say, no, we can't afford it. Your dad would say, you couldn't afford it, right? You're trying to satisfy that little girl from high school instead of turning the chapter like, yo, high school was high school. This is now adult life. And this right here is not sustainable. Because, y'all, when I tell y'all, she opened the thing, she sat in there for a little bit, then she just ran out. Because I'm like, even me, I'm watching her video, even I'm having a panic attack. Because I'm like, the freak. Like, this is just too much. You like, at this rate, you could probably wash clothes for an entire week. That's how much clothes she has, right? It's insane. It is insane. You know what I mean? Because I'm telling you, a lot of people do not do things for the right reason. Especially if you're Black. Because when you're Black, I guess because of everything that's happened out here, right? I think when you're Black too, you always feel like, I got to have the best clothes. I got to have the best hair. I got to have the best car. Black people do feel like we have to, if we don't look good, people are not going to take it seriously. And that makes a lot of sense because, slavery, it makes a lot of sense. But at what point also does it become like shackles, right? Like, at what point does it become slavery? Like, you're a slave to things because you want people to see you on this like pedestal. You want to be able to like have everything you never could have had. But it's like sometimes also there is beauty in simplicity. You know what I mean? Sometimes there's beauty in simplicity. Sometimes less is really more, right? But I'm like, girl, this is overwhelming. Like, even me, I was overwhelmed. Like, yeah, it gets like it's overwhelming. Right? And I'm like, and sometimes we even got to ask ourselves, like, when it comes to our shopping decisions, our purchasing decisions, we got to really ask ourselves, like, why do we behave the way that we're behaving? Right? And there's a healthy amount of shopping, and there's a point where it's like it becomes so excessive. You really need to ask yourself, why are you spending so much money? Why are you buying all this crap? Right? What are you trying to do? What are you trying to prove? And I've come to see that a lot of people do not come for me, but okay? I've come to see and I've come to realize that a lot of people, they're trying to prove stuff to people. They make the content they do, they buy the things that they do, they say the things that they do because they know there's someone watching their video and they want to prove to that person, I've made it. You know what I mean? You thought you would break me. There's one YouTuber, I wish I could say her name. I ain't gonna say her name though. But I do feel like her first husband, he really damaged her. Because I'm like, the stuff, like, I'm like, the way, I don't know. It's just, everything is just so excessive. I'm like, girl, what are you doing? Right? But I'm like, everything is so excessive. And I'm like, I really do feel like her first husband, he really broke her down. He really broke her down. And I feel like maybe growing up wherever she's from, I feel like her people didn't believe in her. Like, nobody really ever believed in her, et cetera, et cetera. So I feel like the way she does her YouTube content is because she knows they're watching. Oh, she definitely knows they're watching, right? So it's like, I'm going to make my videos in a way so that you can see that you haven't broken me. Which, okay, fine. But at what point does it become unhealthy? Right? At what point does it become toxic? Right? I understand, like, we all have a bit of vanity in us. Like, everybody, we're all vain. Like, I feel like if we were not vain, no one will take a shower, you wouldn't brush your teeth, et cetera, et cetera. But there is a healthy vanity, and then there's a point like it becomes like super, super toxic. Because at what point it's enough? At what point do you say to yourself, okay, I've done enough, right? What you think of me now doesn't matter. Like, I'm going to free myself from proving to you that I'm successful. I'm going to free myself, okay, from proving to you that I need you to approve me, right? There are some people who will never approve of you, no matter how much money you make, no matter how many fancy cars you have, no matter, they will never, because they have made up their minds to be a hater. Okay, there are people who will never give you your just due. They'll never give you your due credit. They will never, ever, ever, ever. Okay, vagaboom. All right, so you're gonna have to make peace with that, right? There are some other people, maybe like growing up, they wasn't really believing in you, but they are more likely to give you your credit once they recognize, like, like, you really, like, you did something big. You did your big one, right? But you have people who will never, ever, ever give you a compliment. They will never give you a credit. They will never say, wow, like, job well done. That will never happen. Okay, so at some point you're gonna have to free yourself from that. You know what I'm saying? Because it's low-key, high-key, it's making you toxic to yourself because you're so blinded by proving to this person that you're successful, that you're not even living for yourself. Because every decision you make, you're thinking like, okay, what is he gonna say? Is that successful enough? Is that successful enough? It's like, who the F cares? Now it's about you. Live your life for yourself. You got to live for you. You can't live for other people, right? But a lot of people pursue success because of other people, in spite of other people, right? To fight with other people, to be able to clap back at other people. I'm like, you're very toxic. You are so toxic. You know what I mean? She said, I believe that Black girls, especially dark-skinned girls, have to work extra hard, look extra put together just to get noticed or be of value. But that could be a perspective too, though, right? Because that's the thing. If you haven't healed, because I feel like a lot of dark-skinned girls have dark-skinned girl trauma, right? I feel that way. Like, you see me, I came out looking like that. So that's just me, right? Like, listen, okay? But I do feel like a lot of dark-skinned girls too, they have to learn to love themselves. Because it could be, because you're dark, people are not going to like you. It could be, I don't know, maybe not, right? But my thing is, if you're not even in love with yourself, how can you expect other people to love you, right? If in your head, you already tell yourself, I'm going to have to work extra hard. I'm going to have to look extra good at extra. You put those burdens on yourself. And I do believe that when you step out into the world, you're going to manifest what you believe. Hey, Janet, right? You're going to manifest what you believe. If that's your mindset already, that, because I'm dark-skinned, everything I have to do will be harder and harder and harder. If you speak that stuff over your life, I think it will definitely be your portion, right? Or you can decide to heal and learn to find beauty in yourself, right? You will never be light-skinned. Like you and me, I will never be light-skinned. I'm not going to look like a light-skinned girl. I don't know. You are you. And you have to get to a point where you love yourself, right? And you have to be okay with loving yourself and loving how, like, I have, this is my hair. I've made a conscious decision to love my natural hair. I've made a conscious decision to, like, love my natural skin. When's the last time I wore makeup? I don't even know, right? You understand? Like, it is what it is. You got to learn to love yourself. And, like, this is what it is. And you're not going to be beautiful to everybody. And I think that's the problem. People want everybody to find them beautiful. Everybody got to find me beautiful. Everybody has to find me attractive. That's not realistic. right? Some people will find you beautiful. Some might find you attractive. Some will find you intelligent. Some will find you nice, but not everybody going to find you like beautiful and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, to me, I personally, I don't speak hardship over my life. You know what I'm saying? And there are people who, as soon as they see that you are dark skinned, they automatically say that you're ugly. No problem. But that really has nothing to do with me. You understand me? If somebody just looks at you, hey Hope, what's up, baby? If somebody looks at you and just off the basis that you're dark skinned, they call you ugly, who really has a problem? It's not me. It's not me. Right? If my dark skin triggers you, you gotta look at yourself. It's not for me to internalize it. I don't know. I feel like it makes me sound like an asshole, but I just don't internalize shit that has nothing to do with me. Right? Like when she said, oh, you dark skinned girls, I could be like, oh, what you mean dark skin, right? But I'm like, girl, shut the fuck up. I laughed at it. I was like, you're crazy. Like, you're unhinged. Right? But you really had some dark skinned girls, like they were really hurt by what E-Kane said. But I'm like, who the fuck is she? Like on a bigger scale of things, who the fuck is she? Like she's a nobody. Like you really think when she goes outside, like outside of TikTok, you think people recognize her? You know what I'm saying? Like who's chasing up behind her? Like nobody knows this chick, yo. Like it's not, hey Bruna, it's never that deep, right? I remember one time, like way back in the day, one day we were in Atlanta. Right? We were at Lenox Mall. And Tokyo, the guy who does the hair, now Tokyo's a trans, right? But Tokyo, then he was a boy. That's why I say the boy. But Tokyo, the guy who does Cardi B's hair, then y'all forgive me. Anyways, we were at Lenox, right? And Tokyo was outside. When I tell you nobody recognized him, okay, and you could tell he wanted to be recognized, okay? Then he went inside of Sephora. Nobody recognized Tokyo. It was a freaking Lenox, okay? When I was back in New Orleans, one time I went to, what's it called? It's in Metairie. Lakeside Mall, right? Lakeside is like the biggest mall in New Orleans, right? And it was like you going through Dillard's, and then next to Dillard's there's a shoe store, like a tennis shoe store. Maybe it's like Foot Lockers or whatever, right? And Super was sitting right there. She was sitting on the couch and she was eating some ice cream. And I'm like, girl, you ain't scared? She's like, no. And I'm telling you, like nobody run up on her. She's just sitting there by herself. I'm like, because the thing about Metairie also is very white. Like it's not like you you're like in New Orleans East, so maybe if we were in New Orleans East, they probably recognize her. But Metairie is very white. You know what I'm saying? Metairie is like hella white. So Super sitting right there. She's eating ice cream. I think her people were buying some shoes at a tennis shoe store, right? Nobody ran up on her. And it's like, it makes you realize, like social media, it's like a metaverse. It's like a capsule. Like it's a separate place. But when you go outside, it doesn't mean that a lot of people are running up to you, acting crazy. I'm like, it really is not that serious. It's serious on social media, right? But when you're outside, people are not running up. Oh my gosh, sign an autograph. Womp. Please. Okay. I was like, girl. And I kept on walking. I went to I think I had to go to Sephora, right? But she was sitting right there. I remember she was like wearing like a denim, and she had like a little white shirt on, like a little purse thingy. But I'm like, the entire mall, nobody ran up on her. The girl was sitting outside right there, outside the store. No one ran up on her. So it's like when someone like E-Kane says what she says and you react to it, you've already gave her status. You gave this random heifer status. Her job on TikTok is to review wigs. Like, who the fuck cares? Like, she's not intelligent. Look the fuck. Like, she's just here to review her damn wigs. Let her review her wigs in peace, right? But the problem that I have is like when you react to what she says and it really hurts you because you believe what she's saying. And that's what you're hurt. That's why you're hurt. You believe what she's saying. Because otherwise, why are you hurt? Why does it hurt your feelings? Okay? Like, seriously, why are you hurt? Okay? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. And then I was like, hold on, wait a minute too, right? Another thing also that I have a problem with is the fact that a lot of you Black girls on social media, you love to give a platform, you love to give followers and views to a lot of these Black girls who love to act ratchet. Like the Christian Rock, the E-Kane, y'all love to give platforms to ignorant ass hood boogers, okay? You love to promote boogers, right? And then, because you think it's cute to be ignorant. Because now we live in an age in the Black community where we think to be ignorant, to be ratchet, to be uncouth, to be unclean, to be dirty, etc., it makes you real, right? Y'all have decided to make this aesthetic be the real Black girl aesthetic. No problem. But my thing is, when you give a platform, when you give credence, when you give power to ignorant ass people, uneducated ass people, when them people turn their bull crap on you, you can't turn around and start crying. Okay? You cannot turn around and start crying because an ignorant person will be ignorant. Now, it's all fun and games when they're doing it to other people, right? Until they start saying ignorant shit about your ass. Now you in your feelings. But you got to ask yourself, right? A young girl like her, what can she add to your life? Right? People are so obsessed with wig reviews and wig reviews. Grow your fucking hair. Grow your own hair. Okay? Stimulate your follicles. Okay? Learn to grow your hair. Learn to take care of your hair. This weird obsession that Black girls have with this wigs and wigs and wigs because a girl reviews wigs, because a girl can lay down the wig, because she can make the install so flawless, right? Y'all become so obsessed with these weird ass wigs, right? They're just damaging your hair. They burn out your whole front right here, just gets burned. It's a bunch of chemicals. It is so damn toxic, right? You give so much power and elevation to a girl because she knows how to put down a wig. Like, are you so for real? Right? You are hateful of intelligent Black girls. You resent Black girls who are educated. You resent Black girls who are classy. You resent Black girls who don't do all this bust down. Child, let me not even say it. Okay? All right. But then when people say, oh Lord, when people say Black girls can't grow hair, y'all in your feelings. Why are you in your feelings? Right? Y'all can grow hair so much, but you're so obsessed with wigs like this all the time. It don't make no sense. You know what I mean? You have a lot of beautiful Black girls, light skin, dark skin, in between skin, right? Who do like natural hair care videos. They show you how to take care of your natural hair. There are so many of them. And they're calm. They're sophisticated. They're very polite. They're not all like, but you choose not to support them. You always want to go support vomit. Okay? You support vomit. You support them gutter dwellers. And then when the people start acting like they gutter, now, oh my gosh, I can't believe she would say something like that. No, I believe she said it. And I'm glad she said it. So that way, now you know what she's about. I don't feel bad for y'all. Like, they're always doing that. You know what I mean? I'm like, they're always doing that. Because her entire content is pure filth. This girl can't get a job. I'm like, what can she do for you? Can she show you how to get a job? No. Can she show you how to fill up your resume? No. Can she she said, oh, I make $40,000 a month, right? Has she ever showed y'all how to make 40 grand a month? Has she ever shared her secret on how you can elevate and make more income? No. So I'm like, can she teach you how to get a man or a good man, a great man? No, she's struggling herself. She get her ass beat. Okay. Right? She got a bunch of kids. Her house is filthy. She's filthy. She can't even clean herself. She can't even clean her house. Right? So like, but you're so obsessed with wig reviews that you're willing to be part of her community because you need to know how to put a wig on your head. Is it ever that deep? You know what I'm saying? Like, is it ever that deep? Learn to grow your own hair. Learn to love yourself. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, me, Marlene, I was like, no, these wigs, they're so damaging. They are so damaging. And whatever, like, y'all think about this, right? You don't have to believe me, but I think you will believe me, right? You like, think about this for a second. Think about this for a second, right? The $200 you're going to put on a wig, right? The $300, the $400, $500. Do you know how much hair care product you could buy for $200-$300? Right? You even like the tools, the steamer you could buy for yourself, the better blow dryer you could buy for yourself, right? Even with $300, most hairstylists, they'll do like a silk press and a trim for like $150. Right? So with $300, that's 2 salon visits, right? Think about all the money you spend on all this goofy hair stuff that does nothing but damage your edges, get you to have some what's it called? The eczema, seborrheic dermatitis, whatever it's called, right? Okay, your scalp is all itchy and stuff like that, all kinds of weird things happening to your head, right? But I'm like, think about if you were to actually invest this money, okay? Think about if you were to actually invest this money into buying like, I'm going to show y'all today, but I'm here, right? And to buy like great hair serums, right? Traction alopecia. No, the other one, seborrheic dermatitis. The one that makes your scalp so like flaky. Like it's like, it just creates all these flakes on your scalp. Like it's really dirty. It's really bad, right? But I'm like, you see this? So I bought these serums. I bought this one. I also bought this one. Because I'm buying serums now for my scalp because I want to have a healthy scalp, right? I bought this one. from the ordinary. It was okay. Okay. So now I'm doing these two. They're a little different. And I also bought this one. I bought this serum, right? This was like 60 something, right? But I'm saying, like, think about if you were to actually invest that money into buying like the best natural oils for your hair, into buying the best conditioners for your hair, buying the best shampoo for your hair, what do you think will happen to your hair? Okay? You understand me? But it's like, no, we don't want to learn to love ourselves. That's the thing. It's like, we always get mad at people for how they see Black people or how they see Black women, because I think sometimes we also lack self-awareness, because it's not always a lie, right? People are so confused that, oh, people think that Black women don't have hair. Well, the majority of the time you're wearing a wig, right? The majority of the time you're wearing wigs, you're wearing braids, you're wearing somebody else's hair. So you can't be mad at people when people think that you don't have hair on your head. Like, I could see why they would feel that way. Not saying it's always right, but I'm like, it would make sense. Why? Because why are you not proud to wear your hair? You know what I mean? It is your hair. So it's like, you don't even want to love your hair because, like Ebby said, oh my gosh, it's so hard. It's so hard, right? So if you talk like that about your own hair, how can you expect people who are not Black to have appreciation for your own hair, right? But it's like, many things are hard, but we do it anyways, right? But like getting a full sew in, getting a front lace wig on, it is also hard. Them things hurt, okay? They gotta braid your hair. Then they have to stitch that thing onto your head. It's like all that is more tension on top of attention. The cornrows are tight. Then they put the thread, okay? And that's like, whoop, okay? Then they have to put glue. They put glue all around your forehead, okay? Then they gotta press it. Then they gotta put the hot comb. I'm like, all of this is hard. So it's like, choose your hard. But the thing is, at least if you learn to take care of your natural hair, even though it's not the easiest to take care of, I will be honest, right? But that's a better investment, because in the long term, your hair is going to grow. Your hair is going to thrive, right? But these wigs, these installs, these whatever, right? They damage your edges. They cause you to have traction alopecia. They cause you to have bald spots and all that kind of stuff, right? In the long term, your hair is a mess. Your scalp's a mess. Your hairline is a mess. Your hair texture is a mess. Your density is a mess. It's all a mess. It really is all a mess. But all these Black girls who have long natural hair, who have thick, beautiful natural hair, how do they do it? You know what I mean? Like, how? They're not like divinities. They're not like little fairies, right? But they made it their business to learn. And I feel like the more you learn how to take care of your Black hair, it becomes easier. You know, when you don't know what you're doing yet, it's really hard. But it's like, with time, though, it gets better. But it's your hair. And you have to learn to love your hair. You have to learn to take care of your hair. You have to learn to keep up with your hair. And you have to learn the products that work with your hair. And you have to schedule your trims every 2 to 3 months, right? But it's your hair. You have to love your hair. You can't run away from your hair. Like, hello? You know? But the more you take care of it, it gets easier, right? But it's your hair. But if that's a big part of you. And that's the part you're always hiding, you're always neglecting, you're always like destroying it. What does that say about you, though? Right? It's like we have issues every time somebody who is not Black or non-dark skinned says something. But I'm like, let's also be very honest, okay? The way you treat yourself, are you treating yourself with love? Right? The way you treat your skin, are you treating your skin with love? The way you treat your hair, are you treating yourself with love? The way you feed yourself, are you feeding yourself with love? Right? We are very abusive to ourselves, but we get upset when somebody who is non-Black or non-dark skin says something. No, let's keep it a buck. You know what I'm saying? But like, you can learn to take care of your hair, though. You know, because like that is something I have decided to do, and it has gotten easier. At first, I felt overwhelmed, like, oh my gosh, that's a lot. You know what I'm saying? But the more you do it, it does become a lot easier. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, I'm very happy. You know, but it's like, you cannot keep putting people on platforms just because they're good at gluing a wig on their heads, right? There got to be more to a person. There has to be more to a person. But for me, when I see this young woman right here, I'm not even upset about what she said, because she's ignorant. She's always been ignorant. And with her ignorance, she was giving a platform with 4 million people. The people who follow her, she didn't put a gun through their heads like, oh, you have to follow me. No, they chose to follow her. You know, she's been ignorant. So if you're always ignorant and people still still decide to give you, what's it called? Sorry, y'all. If you've always been ignorant, and in spite of your ignorance and your ratchet ways, you're able to get to 4 million followers on TikTok, why would you ever think that there's something wrong with you? Right? Because it seems like they love this stuff. So, you know, but I'm like, it's a lot. You know, I'm not saying that you should never like wear wigs or whatever, but I'm like, it's like this weird obsession with like, oh, I'm gonna follow this girl because she wears all the wigs and all the wigs. Like that's all you care about is wigs. All you care about is Chinese hair or Indian hair. Like you don't care about nothing else, you know? So people themselves, they have to ask themselves, like, why do we follow the people that we follow? And I don't think it's fair. That's me. I don't think it's fair to put everything on E-Kane. You know, the people who follow her, people who've given her a platform, they got to look internally and ask themselves, right? Why do I follow someone like E-Kane? Right? Why do you? And like, even like, oh gosh, my head hurts, you guys. Even when I was younger, like not younger, but like when I started YouTube also, like a decade ago, when I started my YouTube channel, you'll be surprised. You'll be surprised the number of dark-skinned girls who were obsessed with light-skinned biracials. You'll be very surprised because like 10 plus years ago, who was trending on this app, right? Lauren Gee, okay, with her pineapple. I remember when Shameless Maya cut her hair. Shameless Maya, who's a biracial, I think she's half black and half Filipino. When she shaved her hair, it was like 1 million views. And people were crying in the comment section. Oh my God, I can't believe it. I'm like, girl, she's biracial. That's why she's doing it. It's going to grow back. Okay? You have a lot of dark-skinned black girls who used to do like the big chop and the big chop. They will never get that type of reaction. Right? But once this biracial decided to cut her hair, you should have seen the number of dark-skinned black girls in the comments crying and weeping for her 3C or 3A curls. It was ridiculous, right? You also had It's My Ray Ray. People used to be obsessed about her hair texture too, right? A lot of, if you care to be honest, okay, if you care to be honest, a lot of dark-skinned girls do not love themselves. They want to have what these light-skinned girls have. So when you go over there, because you have lack, because you don't love yourself, because you feel like you're less than, you gonna get dragged every single time. Okay? It was who else? It was what's her name? Fran, hey. She was also really big. Y'all, there was a season here on YouTube. It was the season of the biracials. Okay, like if you were not light skinned, if you were not biracial, like in the early 2010s, like 12, 13, 14, if you were not a biracial on YouTube, like you were not going to make it. You were not going to make it. Okay, because a lot of these black, even dark skinned girls, like, girl, I don't want your 4C hair, because it was not cute to them. There's 2 girls too. There were 2 biracials in England. Okay. Like one is like slightly overweight. I forgot her name. She was really big too because she was biracial and she had like a certain type of curl texture. There was another one who was also biracial. She had like a round face like that. I could see her face. I can't remember her name. So those 2 biracials also in London. Oh yeah, they were doing big numbers, right? They're doing real big numbers. Then over here, it was Taryn Gee, Shameless Maya, It's My Ray Ray, Hey Friend, Hey. Y'all, it was none but biracials out here. And every time you will go into the comment section, it was a bunch of dark-skinned black girls. Oh my gosh, your hair's so beautiful. Oh my gosh, what is wrong with y'all? Okay? Always being so pathetic. So that's why I was like, no. Sorry, you guys, I have a headache. So that's why I'm like, no. Sometimes I don't feel bad. Like, I don't know. I'm an asshole, so you already know, right? That's why sometimes I don't feel bad when dark-skinned black girls get dragged by these light-skinned girls. Because why are you over there? Okay? Why are you over there? Who sent you there? Okay? Doing too much. Doing way too much. Even African Export, she didn't do that well. She didn't do that well. But yeah, she was beautiful. African Export was beautiful. She was like dark skinned with the like very like Barbie features. And she had like some long hair. But she wasn't getting that type of love. And that's why so many of them fell off. They stopped doing YouTube. Because someone like Shameless Maya could come with her curly Filipino Afro hair, right? She will shave her hair. And it's like she will shut down YouTube because she shaved her hair. I'm like, what's the big deal? It's gonna grow back. You find like sometimes her videos show up on my feed. I'm like, see, the hair's back. It was always going to grow back. That's why she didn't have a problem doing it. Right? Make sense? But it's like if a dark-skinned black girl does a big chop, even dark-skinned black girls do not support. Like, get the fuck, be for real. I'm like, be honest with yourself. That's just the thing, like, that triggers me, is that people don't like self-honesty, okay? Be honest with yourself. You don't even like yourself. You loathe yourself. Every time you talk about yourself, you always come up with excuses why things are hard for you. You always talk bad about how your hair is. You always say negative things about yourself, right? But then you want other people who don't look like you, oh yeah, oh my gosh, hey Nikki. No, be for real. Self-love, it starts from within. If you know to love yourself and you treat yourself with love, other people will have no other choice but to honor you in the way that you look. They were so supportive. And you know what? Oh my gosh. Darcy, you guys, all jokes aside, like, I'm going to be so for real. For as much as I can. I'm not a big fan of the person. Okay. Y'all know this because, but it is what it is. Things happen, right? But all jokes aside, before God, okay, before the Lord, and me being very honest, okay, this is one of the main reasons. I have to say it. But this is one of the main reasons why part of me, there is a nice part of me. There's a petty side of me. There's a nice side of me, right? But the nice side of me, okay, the good person of me, the mature person of me, this is one of the reasons why I am very proud of Jackie in that sense. Because you guys, the way these biracials had YouTube in the chokehold, that's why I kind of left YouTube also. Because back then, there was a program with YouTube where it's like if you reached 100,000 subscribers, you would get an iMac. That was like a goal, right? Like if you reached 100,000 subs on YouTube back in the day, you would get an iMac. And I was like, wow. So I was like, I really wanted the iMac too. I remember I used to tell the developer, like, we got to keep posting. We got to reach 100,000, right? You know what I'm saying? But it got to a point where it became very apparent that it's like, this thing right here, this whole Black community, where there's a beauty community, the hair community, the people who really get to be successful are light-skinned biracial girls. I'm like, if I wait for this YouTube stuff, I'm never going to have an iMac. So when I had the chance to go take care of Lady Lashes, I kind of went there because I'm like, you know what? This way I can buy myself the damn iMac. I don't have to wait to get the iMac, right? Someone like Jackie or like Pick Me or whatever, they stuck it out. But it wasn't easy. You know what I mean? Because everything, the biracial. I remember even like 1 year, because like when BeautyCon first came out, right? I remember like they were inviting all these people to go out there. They were happy, but they want people to go out there, whatever, right? And when it came to Jackie, they invited Jackie, but they told Jackie she had to pay for everything. I was like, what the fuck? What you mean? Like, she had to pay for her flight. She had to pay for hotel. It's like, oh, we're inviting you. Like, oh, we'll give you a free ticket, but how you get there, it's on you. Okay. Meanwhile, when it came to It's My Ray Ray, Shameless Maya, like the whole like biracial, and it's like, let me say this clear. Let me also say this, right? It's My Ray Ray, she's a sweetheart. Like Ray, she's a sweetheart. Shameless Maya, I look at her sideways. Like, she's an opportunist to me. I feel like she's changed now because now she's like in the Switzerland, whatever, in the mountains. But when she was out in LA, I really felt like she was really an opportunist and she was really a social climber because she was so obsessed with growing her platform. Like, she was just so obsessed with it. And I think that got the best of her. But, we all grow and we do better, right? But It's My Ray Ray, she's a sweetheart. It's not her fault that she's biracial, whatever she is. It's not her fault, but she really is sweet. So when it comes to It's My Ray Ray, when I talk about her, it's love. You can't help the fact that people give you what they give you, but she really is a sweetheart, and she has supported me many times. So I really do love her. She's amazing, right? But it was still that though. So BeautyCon, it was like Shameless Maya. It was It's My Ray Ray, like all the light-skinned people, biracial people. They're like, oh yeah, we'll pay for everything. And they told Jackie like she had to pay for her own way. I'm like, what the frick is this? Like, this is crazy, right? Or like when it came to ColourPop. Right? She really wanted this whole ColourPop collaboration. They didn't want to give it to her, right? But they gave it to It's My Ray Ray like twice. My Ray Ray got it twice. Pikachu, what's Pikachu's name? Chris Brown's ex-girlfriend, the little half black, half Filipino girl or Vietnamese. So Pikachu got one. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was crazy. And people were like in the comments, like, oh, give it to Jackie, give it to Jackie, give it to Jackie. Child, Color Pop was not having any of that. She was so hurt by it, right? But I'm like, these girls were, I'm telling you, like, they were very brave for sticking it out. Like, how this thing turned, like, y'all, because, you know, I see everything. I really do see everything. How this thing turned from going to super, like, biracial girls to, like, dark skin. I was like, the way there was a power shift, it was quite impressive. I'm like, how the freak did this happen? Because the black YouTube, I remember, it was all about the light skin girls. It was all about the biracial, right? For Jackie to come out on top as like the queen bee of all this beauty stuff as a dark skin girl, hats off to her. Because the way this thing was built, like, it was really, people were so obsessed with light skin, with biracial, like they could just cough 100,000. They will do like the put their hair in a pineapple, 100,000 views. They could just like do a wash day, 100,000 views. I'm like, you should have seen. And the majority of their supporters were dark-skinned women. Okay, so it's like, you got to, that's why I don't take people seriously. You have to take accountability. You don't even love yourself. You're constantly going to other places for people who don't look like you because you won't look like them, right? So then after the biracials, like the biracial and the light-skinned girls, then the next type of black girls that were actually winning on YouTube were the black girls, the dark-skinned black girls who had a white husband. Now, I ain't gonna say their names though, but if you think a little hard, you're gonna know who it is, right? So they were like, that was like the next like pecking order. Okay, so the top is biracial. Then after that, it was the light-skinned girls. And then after that, it's like the dark-skinned girls who have a white husband. And then they have biracial children. Okay, like that's how it went out here. Okay, and then at the bottom is like the full-blown black people with black husband and black children. They at the bottom of the feeding pole. Okay, like this social media you see today where so many dark-skinned girls and that's not the way that it was. Okay, so it was really giving South Africa, like how South Africa is today. That's what YouTube was giving in the early 10s. Okay, yeah, the white husbands. If you had a white husband on YouTube, there's even one girl. I ain't gonna say y'all were so stupid, but there's one girl's. Yeah, no, Ray is a sweetheart. She's really nice. She's really, really sweet. She is a sweetheart. So her, no slight to her at all. Never that, never will be. Right? But I'm like, it's not her fault. It wasn't her fault, right? But it's like the white husband thing. Having a white husband. I even asked one YouTuber if she thought I asked her. She's like, oh, because I asked her, do you think having a white husband helps you with your platform? I asked Patricia. Let me be all the way honest. I remember years ago, I sent her, no, it wasn't Tiara. It was Patricia. I sent her a message on Facebook, and I asked her, like, do you think having a white husband is helping you, like, to grow your channel? Then she responded. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response. I'm like, but you actually just did respond, though. So you actually agree. So, scared, good, move on. Okay, I'm like, what's the big deal? Like, just be honest, right? You know damn well that having I asked her, man, get the fuck out of here. Y'all just be too damn fake. Me, I will ask you a question. Like, me, I'm the type of person, you guys who don't know me, I am very stupid. Maybe I'm autistic, I don't know. But I'm the type of person, why am I going to talk about you behind your back when I can ask you directly? Right? I have another baby sis. Now, her, I'm not going to tell you who it is, but if you think hard, you might know. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I asked her because the other baby says I'm watching her content. I mean, she can bring it and no problem, but because at that point, if y'all remember too, Patricia, like there was a season where Mike was in every video and they were always doing like challenges, African accent challenge. You know, she was always using Mike. She was. That's why I think it's kind of funny now that she's trying to move like she don't need Mike. Girl, don't forget your humble beginnings, okay? But it's like part of her building her platform was that Mike was a big appeal to her channel. African accent, Jamaican accent, womp, womp, womp. That's why I started not to like him. So I'm like, okay, so the only time he does black people is when it's a stereotype. Make it make sense, right? So I sure did go, yeah, Mike was a big part of her. Can we just be real? Let's just be honest. Right? Let's just be honest. Exactly. She had Mike on everything. And now because she made it, she wants to act like she don't need Mike. And then she could be getting a divorce. She try to act like she a single woman. I'm like, girl, don't forget your humble beginnings, okay? Girl, bye. The girl, bye. Okay, so I did ask her. I was like, do you think having a white husband has helped your channel? She said, oh, I'm not going to dignify this with an answer. I'm like, but you already did, though. Because if you weren't going to dignify, you're not going to answer regardless, right? So you did answer because something triggered you. Because, yeah, it did. And I'm like, why you can't admit that? Like, why you can't admit that? Like for real, like why you can't say it to you? Like, you know, like part of my success on YouTube is the fact that I was in an interracial marriage. Boom, 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 boom. Like, why is it so hard? It's just like, I can't stand people who like get on Mounjaro or who get on Ozempic and they lose weight and they want to sit here and tell you, oh, I started walking or I was fasting. Like, girl, you've been overweight for like 4 or 5 years. You suddenly got the discipline to fast? Like, mess me with the bullshit. Oh my gosh, like I just can't stand that ish. Be honest. If you do Mounjaro, like, yeah, it's like, it's the easy way out, but girl, it is what it is. You got the money. Like, I don't understand that part. Keep it a buck. Oh, baby's coming. The baby's, Jimmy, he's crying. No, I'm saying, like, does he need me?
I believe he does.
Oh. Maverick, come say hi to your aunties. Like, what do like people laugh for? I hate that stuff. Oh my gosh, it annoys me. Maverick. Say hi to your aunties. Let the aunties see you. Uh-huh. Look at them. Say hi, auntie. Say hi, my aunties. Hi, my beautiful aunties. Y'all so cute. Y'all so beautiful. Okay. You should warm it up, though.
No, I'm good.
Oh, wow. Okay. So, y'all, here's your baby. I know. Oh, look at this. All your aunties are saying hi to you. Huh? How that make you feel? He sleeps all the time. He's always, oh, you want to start doing vlogs for your aunties and show off your good looks? Oh my goodness. No, they don't want to hear all that now. Oh, please, James. Yeah. Oh, no. Show the aunties you're a gentleman. Not a little crying baby. They ain't trying to hear all that. Okay, you guys, sorry. Amen. He's also doing vlogs. Yeah, I was like, oh, it's okay to admit it to yourself. I don't know. I don't like when people play with me. Like, it triggers me, you guys. I get really triggered. Like, if something is something, it is what it is. Now, does that mean that you married, like, oh, I want to be big on YouTube, so let me go find me a white husband? Maybe not, right? But in Patricia's case, you know, I do think that she loved her husband. You know, he just happens to be white, and it was good for content. And not just that, like I told you, Mike looks like Prince Harry. Okay, Mike favors Prince Harry, so it helps. Okay, because he's eye candy, so it's okay to say it. Why don't you? She said, I'm not gonna dignify this with an answer. I said, girl, you already did. Okay, you already did, right? And it's the same thing too for the other one. What's her name? Nikki thought, right? Same thing for the other one too. She knew it was going to help, you know, because if you remember, no, they're together. They're together. But the way she moves, like, if you ever, like, some people send me her stuff, like, if you see her post or the things she'll say, like, oh, these basketball players or these rappers asked me to come on their boat later. I'm like, why would you ever post that kind of stuff? Like, she does weird stuff. She does weird stuff. Like, some people just don't want to be in their lane. Like, you know, I don't know. I mean, I do know. I don't want to say it. Right. But it's like, to me, honestly, I think it helps. I don't know. I think it's good to be honest with your audience. You know what I'm saying? We all have privileges, right? Some of them, you get them because you're born that way. Some you get through your family. Some you get through hard work. And some you get through marriage, right? But it's like, if you're creating content, right? you cannot sit here and pretend that you being an interracial marriage is not helping your views when it really is, because you can see videos with just you, and then you can see videos where Mike is in the videos. Do the views look the same? No. Watch time the same? No. Every time Mike shows up, what happens? The views go through the roof. So obviously he helps your content. If he was black, would it have the same effect? Most likely not. Right? And it's okay to say that. Now, it doesn't mean that you're like, you are with him just because you want higher views. No, but he's helping your channel to grow, right? You see, like me, for example, let me tell you this. I made a conscious decision to not have my husband, my children on social media. I could have done that. I probably had more views if I did, right? But I feel like like social media is my place, and then you need another place where you have your own family. Like you gotta have a private life. You can't put everything on the internet, because then you might go crazy. That's like, you might go crazy. So I've always been on, I'm not putting my husband, my kids on social media. I'm not doing that. You know what I'm saying? But we're not gonna sit here and act like if you have a relationship, your views don't get better. Your views do get better. My boyfriend rates my outfit. My boyfriend rates my Fashion Nova outfit. My boyfriend does this, You know what I mean? My boyfriend does My husband does this. You start doing these things, your views will go through the roof. Okay? Let's be honest. So it's like, why you can't tell, oh, you know what, Marlene? Maybe. And I think I would have had more respect for her if she had said, you know what, maybe having a white husband in my video does help my content out, right? But I would hope that people will also see value in what I bring. That to me is a more honest answer. I'm like, you know what? I respect that. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, girl, I asked you because it's quite obvious. I ain't stupid. And it's the same thing with Nikki too, because when you look at Nikki's content, when you saw her video with Jamie, when Jamie was going off on her in the car and trying to expose her, womp, right? You could see, like back in the day too, when Nikki was watching content and deciding to be a YouTuber, she was really into vlogs, like family vlogs, et cetera. And the majority of people that she used to watch were white women, right? She was not watching black girls vlogging about their lives or their family. No, Nikki was watching a lot of white people. Right. So maybe subconsciously, that's why she marries a white man. Because if you're always watching white girls and what white girls do. Yeah. My boyfriend tag. Exactly. I never did any of those things. Right. So I'm like, when he was talking, the things he was saying, the messages he showed, I'm like, okay, she's a black girl. She's a Sudanese black girl in Australia. It's predominantly a white society, but she was consuming a lot of white girl content. Right. So for her to marry a white man, I'm like, I can see it makes a lot of sense, because if all your influences are white women and how they live and who they date and who they marry, I can see you being influenced to want a white man, right? But then you see, once she makes it, she realizes that she doesn't really want a white man because her current boyfriend is black, isn't he? Right? So it's like, okay, cool. So it's like, it was good too, though. It was good to have an interracial relationship, it made people care about the channel. And a lot of people were tuning in because she was black and he was white and their kids were biracial. So it helped your views. It really did. Now that she don't have no white man to show, does she get the same views? No. Now that he doesn't have a black woman to show, does he get views? No. Okay, cool. All right. Same thing. There was this other girl too. She's black like that. She's Jamaican. She's very, very pretty. She's in London, right? Very pretty. She used to also have a white boyfriend. Y'all, she's very, very pretty. She's Jamaican. Oh, I can see her face. I can't think of her name, right? But when she had the white boyfriend, you guys, I am telling you, like every single video she would post, because the white man was in the videos, right? Every single video she would post, I'm talking like 200,000 views, 300, 400. Like if they had a worse video, it could have been like 100,000 views, right? You guys, when the white man broke up with her, the followers, yes, yeah, her, right? Yeah, it's her. Bruna and Esther, you got it, right? When the white man left her, when she broke up with that white boy, it's like he took all the followers with him. I was like, what the heck? Her channel just died. The channel just died. Because I'm like, you see, that's all they cared about. They simply wanted to see you with the white man or see a white man with a black woman. you know? And I'm like, that had to be hard for her financially, because if you have a channel and every time you upload, you get 300,000 views, 400,000 views, 600,000 views, 300,000 views. Then you break up with the white boy. Now you have 20,000 views, 15,000 views, 5,000 views. Yeah, that's a big dip in your income, right? So then she tried to be a lesbian for a while. That didn't really work out because people are like, girl, what? They're trying to see that. We want you with a white man. Don't want you with a fellow black woman. That's not giving fantasy. Okay. So I'm like, it's okay to be honest. It's okay. Like, you know, it's okay. If you lost weight and you took Ozempic and you took Mounjaro or you took whatever kind of drug you took to lose the weight, tell the people the truth. Like, you know what, you guys, I've tried to lose weight by myself many, many times. I couldn't do it. So I gave in and I went and I got on the drugs. You know what I'm saying? That's it. You don't have to sit here and make up a story about walking or fasting or this, and that. You like because the thing is, let me tell you something. The thing about Ozempic, The thing about Ozempic, the thing about Ozempic and Mounjaro and all these drugs, even like the sleeve thing when they cut your stomach, the weight loss happens so fast that you start to look dehydrated. Right? You look dehydrated, you look emaciated. You can tell someone who's had a natural weight loss versus someone who's used like Ozempic, Mounjaro, or did VSG, right? Your face says it all, right? Your face says it all. So there's no point in lying because it gives you that, like, you look like a mummy, okay? You look like a mummy. Your skin is very, very dry, and then your neck starts to sag, okay? When you do a healthy weight loss, you're not going to look like that, okay? You're not going to look like that. Yeah, your skin looks really funny. And the thing about Ozempic, too, it gives you a certain type of head. People who take, like, these drugs, your head's bigger than the rest of your body. It's very weird, okay? It's very weird. So people look at you, and they know you're lying, but whatever. Keep lying to yourself, though, right? But I just feel like people should just keep it 100, right? If you love your subscribers, if you love yourself, if you have integrity, you should be like, yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. You know? It's okay. Yeah, it makes you look really old in the face. Like, you look dried up. You look like a raisin. You look like a raisin. You end up looking like a mummy. You're very dry, and your neck, like, it's in the neck. Like, you can see it. Like, this is not a natural weight loss. This is a chemically induced weight loss. It looks like it, and it shows it, right? Good. So it's like, why go through this? You're not the smartest person in the room. So why make it your business to deceive people? You know what I mean? I don't like deception. Keep it a buck. You know what I mean? I guess one could say the most important thing is to lose the weight. If you couldn't do it naturally, that you felt like you needed some chemicals to help you lose weight, it is what it is, right? Ultimately, you lost the weight. But I do feel like you should stand on 10 toes and tell your people, like, I took these drugs because I couldn't do it naturally, right? But now that I've lost the weight, I'm going to probably work out and do this and that to maintain, because you should rely on the drugs too, though, right? So that's that. Like, just be honest with people. I don't know why girls have such a hard time being honest. I really don't, But I'm like, that's the way it was, though. Like, that's the way YouTube was. Like, that's really how it was. It was a pecking order. So if you were dark skin at the bottom, like, girl, it gonna take forever for you to be successful, right? But the interracial couples out here, they were getting views, they were getting sponsorships, they were getting like trips and stuff like that, Yeah. And I was like, but I chose not to do that, So they're like, Marlene, I sure will ask you. Yeah. Yeah. So the other baby says, right, I'm watching her videos and she's doing some collaboration with some other girl. And I'm like, girl, where is your husband? Right. So I was talking to Esther and other people about it. Like, I'm like, is she divorced? Like, what's going on? Right. But I was like, you know what? I have her number. Why am I going to talk about her behind her back where I could just ask her? So I messaged her, did the little, like, the little weird conversation in the beginning. But then I ended up asking her, like, are you still married? Now, she didn't want to answer. I was like, well, that's all I need to know, right? But then she came back around like the next day and she responded. She's like, yeah, like, we're going through it. We're getting a separation. Da, 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 da. I was like, okay, baby. But I'm like, well, if you can't forgive, girl. because there's nothing out here, right? But I will ask you to your face. I will. I don't talk about people behind their backs. If I know how to get in touch with you, I will ask you like, oh, could you clarify this for me real quick? You know, I'm asking a question. I ain't gonna talk about you. You know, a lot of people will talk about you behind your back though. If I have your number, if I know how to get in contact with you, I will message you and I will ask you like, girl, so do you think, do you think, but that's what it was, you know, that's what it was, y'all. But it was an obsession. It really was an obsession. Bruno's like, Marlon, you're crazy. No, I'm like, you need to ask the people. Because I might want to know, like, how do I get put on? You know? Because sometimes, you guys, I'm telling you, like, sometimes it's just about, it's just about, it's about, like, what's it called? It's about, I'm not going to say this. I wasn't going to say. She said, I prefer people to talk behind my back. No, I'll ask you. Like, I'm like, oh, because, you know, I might want to know how to win. Because there's a formula. Like, there really is a formula. It's not just like, if I work really hard, you guys, all this working hard stuff is BS. You get older, you'll realize this. Like, oh, you need to work hard. You need to work hard. Work hard for what? Work hard for what? Okay? You need to work smart. There is a formula. Right? There's something that people want to see. And if you can provide the product, right, then you'll definitely get you'll definitely know how to win, right? It's a formula. So don't ever feel like, oh, I'm not working hard enough. No, you're not working smart enough. That's it. You don't have to work hard. You can work hard and be nowhere. Okay. And you can work smart and get places. And I do feel like some people knew, okay, if I do this, this, and that, it's going to blow up. And it did. Right. Makes sense. So that's why I was like, okay, that's cool. So for me, when I sit back and look at everything, I do feel like it's quite impressive that Jackie remained all black. She has a black man and and somehow in the midst of all this biracial-ish, interracial-ish, the whatever, she kind of like, she came on top, you know? But I think when I think back on it too, I feel like where her advantage was because she did have a white man. She's not biracial. She's already born, so she can't be biracial. You're not gonna go bleach your skin, okay? So when you're stuck with what you have, because that's what you have, I think where she leaned on, where other girls could not, was being outspoken. Exactly. She leaned on that because you're already born. So you can't, like Nicodemus asked Jesus, like, do I need to go back in my mother's womb? He's like, no. Like, he was like, oh, how do I be born? How do I become born again? Right? So you're already born. Can't change your complexion. You can't change your features. You can't go back and be biracial. It is what it is. You're black. Okay? You blackity black. Okay? That's that. Your hair is not going to look like these girls' hair. Your complexion not going to look, you're not biracial. Number two, you might not be attracted to a white man. So, hey, that's also something you can't take advantage of. All right. So I feel like where she had to lean on was being more outspoken. She had to speak up more, right? Because when you're considered to be the standard of beauty, right? Nobody expects you to be smart. All you got to do is be pretty, right? You're pretty. You have long hair. You know, you have those features that people want to see. You don't have to say much, right? So nobody really expects you to be intelligent. That's why I told you guys, it is not always a compliment when somebody tells you, oh, just be like Beyonce over there, right? Because what does that mean? Be pretty and shut the hell up, right? Nobody expects Beyonce to be smart. You don't expect Beyonce to come here and have a deep intellectual conversation about the conflict between Palestine and Israel. Like, she cannot. She cannot. Okay? She can't. Right? Nobody expects that from her. So, you know what? Just be pretty. Just be pretty, just smile and be quiet. And that's what she does. Right? And some women are perfectly okay living life like that. More power to them. Right? Other women, they're not going to have the luxury or even the disdain of just sitting there and just being pretty. You know, you have women like myself over here who want to say, like, I have opinions. I want to talk. I need to talk. I need to tell you how I feel. Okay. So for me, this whole be pretty and shut the hell up, it doesn't work for me, because if I have something in my heart, it needs to come out. Because if it doesn't come out, I don't have peace. I will not have peace. Right. So I do feel like for her, she had to lean more on being outspoken. She had to lean more on like speaking up her mind and saying things that were controversial, maybe even harmful. I mean, just when you speak up, there are consequences, right? So that was a risk she took. And I feel like because she took that risk, compared to most people, she was rewarded a lot more because she was more brave. Okay. So that did work out for her because it was really hard, you guys. It was really hard. It was really hard. Like it was a challenge. It really was a challenge. When I tell you, like, it felt like any biracial, any light-skinned girl who popped up with a YouTube channel, give her like maybe 6 months to a year, she would have 100,000 people, right? And a lot of times you go in the comment section because you can see people's pictures by their comment. It was so many dark-skinned Black girls in there. Oh my gosh, you're so pretty. Oh my gosh, what's your foundation shade? I'm like, why are you asking this biracial chick what's her foundation shade? What you about to do? Like, what? It was just so weird. But that's what it was. That's what it was. So like, it's cute and stuff to be like, oh, I'm dark-skinned, people don't like me. But I'm like, yeah, the first truth is to say I'm dark-skinned. I don't even like myself. Okay? Because a lot of dark-skinned girls do not love themselves. And you want to make that other people's problem. But it's like, no, first of all, it's your first problem. Like, you have to make sure that you love yourself. And you have to make sure that you say nice things about yourself, right? And you have to make sure also that you believe in yourself. Love yourself, believe in yourself. See beauty in yourself, right? See value in yourself, right? And everything that pertains to you, take care of it. And take care of it really good. And then you'll learn to like, every time you take more and more, anytime you take care of yourself, you take even more care of yourself, and you take better care of yourself, you're going to see that you're going to love it. You're going to learn to love yourself, and when you get to a place where you love yourself, I promise you're not going to respond to everything that's being said on social media, especially not on TikTok. I told them, I was like, this place is not real. TikTok is not a real place. It's a crazy place. Yeah. So she spoke up. So I'm like, that was smart. So you lean more towards the activism route, because if you go on the beauty route or the relationship route, it might not work for you, right? It might not work for you. But if you go more like towards the activism route, it will. You know what I mean? So I feel, because I was like, one day I was thinking, I was like, it's crazy how. You done? You're not done. You still want to eat? Oh, you guys, me and my little person. He's breastfeeding down here. Thank God y'all can't see it. My boobs are so big; they look like balloons. Yeah, you gotta be smart, you guys, because certain things you might not be like. Listen, especially when it comes to beauty, like physical beauty. When people have an appetite for something, you can't force them to eat something else, right? If they want to see beauty that looks a certain way, what can you do? You already look the way that you look. You're not about to force that, right? And even people who look like you would think people who look like you want to support you because like, yo, we look the same. But no, people want things they can't have, right? And so I do feel like if you look like people and people don't like themselves, they don't want to see that because you remind them of themselves. People want to see something else, right? That's why I think people love celebrities. People love famous people because they help you to dream, I guess. It's aspirational. And someone who looks like you is not aspirational. So that's that. So if in the beauty sector, like you're not what they want to see, if in the relationship sector, you're not what they want to see. So I guess you go more like the activism route, right? So, and then that works for you. The only downside to going the activism route is that once you do that, every time there's an issue, people expect you to be MLK out here. You know what I'm saying? Every time there's an issue, now you got to speak up on it. Got to speak up on that, speak up on this, speak up on that. And that part can get draining because I could see where someone will say to themselves, right? I wish I could have easy success. When you're just pretty, you post a picture and you get 300,000 likes, right? Like someone like Alex Earl. She don't have to be no activist, right? The girl Monet, McMichael, whatever her name is, she don't have to be no damn activist, right? So I do feel like that's the downside to that part. It's like, it's good to speak up, but once you start to speak up, people will expect you to speak up on every single thing. It's like, no, one person can't do that. And that's not fair. Okay, other people have to be willing to also sacrifice their bread and to speak up also. It can't just be everything on one person. That's crazy. Okay, number two, I'm sure you'd be like, you know what? Why is it that I can't just post a picture and get 300,000 likes? Why must I be an activist? Because it's draining. It really is draining, right? Because you'll see a bunch of girls out here do the bare minimum, post a picture, get 100,000 likes, get 200,000 likes, just because people love the way that they look. But I'm like, that's just genetics, though. They didn't have to work for it. So why are you obsessed with someone because of their genetics? It's genetics. They didn't work for that, right? But that's how we live out here, y'all. People love shallow people. People are very shallow. People are very, very shallow. So that was the E-Kane situation. So E-Kane, girl, get some help. You make too much money to be stupid. You got this growth serum, what's it called? Hair density serum, intense for fine thinning hair. It's by Grow Gorgeous. You guys see this? This one's really good. It smells really good also. It smells really, really good. She said it's sad that a lot of black husbands on YT are jobless. I think a lot of the white boys are also jobless. No? I don't know. Because whose husband ain't got no job? I don't know. Don't say it. Let's not get in trouble. Okay? Do not say it. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. And then they have Fenita too. Fenita has some drama. Child, Fenita was going crazy over here. Another one. She needs help. Child. Let me show y'all this. Hey, you guys. Let me see if I can find the video. Fenita is crazy. She was just going off. Because she feels like, hold on. Let me see what Dana said. Hold on.
The first thing I want to say is I like Fenita, but I have to be honest about what I'm seeing. So this ain't nothing personal. This is just what I see. So this first part I'm going to talk about is dealing with significant weight loss. If you ain't never been through it, then you ain't going to fully understand. But if you've ever lost a lot of weight and got to see the transition of going from really big to small and getting to see how people treat you, the difference in how people treat you, a lot of times for some people, they don't know how to handle that. And they will internalize how the difference of the treatment is, and it becomes hate. Like it translates into them hating people for that difference in how they treated them. The fact that you could treat them less human, you could treat them less of a person because they was bigger. And then once they lose weight, all of a sudden you're nicer to them and you treat them better. They feel some kind of way about that. And I feel like that's what has happened with Fenita. I think that transition has caused her to internalize a lot of things, and it has built up into becoming hate. And then not to mention the bullying that she also went through as a social media personality. Like the normal bullying that you get as a big person is one thing. You get double that when you're a social media personality, right? The heat that she even took when she made that statement about everybody not being pretty and everybody attacking her looks solely based really off her weight. Because one thing Fenita ain't is ugly. So if you want to sit there and call her unattractive at that time, it was based off her weight. And let's be for real. So for her to be able to see people go from saying that she was unattractive and all of these different things just because she was big to now changing up and being in her comment section and saying how attractive she is, or, you know, people making over how much better they think she looked now that she lost weight. A lot of people don't take that well. They don't take that well. And I fully understand it because it's a transition I had to go through when I lost weight as well. But I didn't internalize it because I looked at it realistically. I knew that I wasn't happy when I was bigger. I knew that I looked better when I was smaller. Therefore, I didn't hold it against other people for thinking the same thing I thought. But some people don't see it that way. And I can't say that it's wrong or right, but everybody just handled the weight loss different. One thing I gave side eye to is when she said she held back saying certain things when she was bigger. I never held back nothing, no matter what my size was. You got the same mouth, no matter what my weight is, you gonna get this mouth because that's who I am. My weight ain't got nothing to do with my thoughts, my morals, my integrity, my standards. My weight don't got nothing to do with that. My weight is my weight, but who I am is who I am. So you gonna get Dana regardless of what a scale say. One thing she said it was absolutely correct is your messages are definitely received different depending on the size you are when you give it. The bigger you are, the easier your messages are received. People don't take you as serious. People don't really care as much about what you're saying. But once you lose weight and they actually see you as a person, and if you actually become attractive when you lose the weight, they feel some kind of way about the same exact stuff you might have said when you was bigger, when they didn't feel like you was a threat. They didn't really see you as anything but just this fat girl who just running her mouth. But now that you look better and you smaller, now they actually care about what's coming out of your mouth. Now they actually putting thought into it, and the jokes ain't as funny as they used to be no more. The very last thing I'm gonna say, I swear I'm saying this with love, but she definitely done stole some of E-Kane personality. I'm sorry, Fenita. I ain't got no problem with you. Like I said, it's all love, but I gotta call a spade a spade. Some of the stuff, the faces, the stuff that's coming out your mouth is absolutely giving E-Kane core. That's what it's giving. I don't know sometimes if y'all watch people and y'all pick up stuff and y'all don't realize y'all picking up stuff, but you absolutely done picked up some stuff from E-Kane. Fenita's rants. Let's talk about it.
And you know, another thing I was thinking about is that I do feel like nowadays too, right? You guys tell me if I'm right or wrong. You tell me what you think, right? But I do feel like today, when it comes to Black women on social media, relationship between Black women influencer to her Black female audience, right? I do feel like disrespect now is part of it. For example, you have a lot of Black influencers or content creators, however you want to call them, who are very comfortable yelling at their people, call them all kinds of B's, call them hoes, call them this, you know, clapping back at them, blocking them. I just feel like rudeness, right? I feel like it's part of the culture now. It's like if you are an influencer, you feel like you're a peer and like your followers are like peasants and you can talk to them any kind of way. Because I don't see any other community doing that to people. Right. But it's like abuse or being abusive is part of the thing. And I feel like everybody tolerates it. I feel like everybody accepts it until it goes like way, way too far because there's really is no kindness. If you recall, I forgot who it was, but I did a video one time about these influencers complaining about glam light. And I was like, if you notice, like if I compare for me, hold on. If I compare a white influencer, a white woman influencer to a Black woman influencer, for example, right? I said, one thing I could see why sometimes they do better is that they apologize more. You know, I don't know if they mean all their apologies, but I do feel like a white influencer, a white woman influencer, she's more likely to apologize, okay, than a Black one. I also said when it came to like white influencers, I do feel like they will show more love and appreciation to their followers. For example, they'll have like within a given year, they'll have repeat giveaways and they'll have like good giveaways with like great presents in them. Like it's not just ratchet stuff. It's like good stuff in a giveaway, right? They'll have like Christmas giveaways, all kinds of giveaways, right? Most Black influencers, it's like, oh, see what I bought, see what I'm buying, see what I bought myself, see what it's like me. And very seldom do you see any of them do a giveaway. And when they do the giveaway, it takes them years to take the little behind to the post office and to actually mail the stuff to people, right? I do feel like a lot of white influencers too, like the female white influencers, they're more likely to respond to comments. They're more likely to respond to their DMs. They're more likely to respond to a lot of people. You know, they can't respond to everyone, but you'll see them in there, like try to respond to people. When it comes to a lot of Black girls, I feel like the only comments that get responses are the ones that are talking bad. Okay, so that's how you get their attention. You talk bad about them, you say something mean or something hateful, then they want to respond. But a whole, like you could have 100 people who said something good to you, you're not responding. But if one person says one bad thing, not only are you responding to that one comment, but you go back and forth with this person, like back to back, just responding to negativity. But it's like, why don't you focus on the people who show you love every day? You know what I'm saying? Make it make sense. Even on YouTube, if you post a video on YouTube, I do feel like if you post a video on YouTube, within like the first hour, 2-3 hours of posting a video, you should respond to some of the comments, right? Like hang out for an hour or so and just respond to comment and just show people like, you know, like, yay, I appreciate you. Thank you for watching my video. Thank you for commenting my video. You know, it makes people feel good, you know? But I do feel like insulting your audience is a thing. Calling them broke is a thing. Oh, y'all some broke people. Y'all broke. Y'all don't have money. You this, you that. And people just accept it. Like it's okay to be abusive. If I'm a Black content creator and the majority of my audience is Black people, I think that I can talk to them any kind of way because we think being disrespectful, being mean, and being abusive is the way to go. You know, I don't know. Maybe you can tell me who, but I don't really see that with them though, because I'm like, they'll do a lot of giveaways. It's a lot of giveaways. It's a lot of answering comments. They answer questions. And I'm like, but y'all, I don't know. I feel like you're always yelling at people. You call them poor. You call them broke. You know, I don't know a lot of, I don't know. Because I try to watch pretty much a little bit of everybody, but I'm like, I don't really recall any white influencer getting on the platform and calling their audience, you broke bitches, you broke hoes, you hoes couldn't afford this, you hoes don't know how to buy this. I'm like, what in the world? What is going on? You know, but over here, it's tolerated to call people broke and to call people poor and to say they can't afford this, they don't have this, you will never have this, da, 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 da. You know, because I think like when it comes to, hold on, are you hungry? You just want to play with my stuff, okay? I do feel like I think like with the white influencers, because many of them are like really aware of like they want to make money. They really want to make money. They want to have their sponsorships. You know, they want to make money, and they know the bigger my audience, the more I can charge. So like these girls are really about their paper. So they're, oh, I'm so sorry, I apologize. Now, do they actually mean the apology? No. But they'll do the little dance like, oh, let me apologize. Let me act like I'm sorry. And then I'm not going to post content for 2 weeks so I can act like I'm really thinking about my actions and I'm really being sorry for what I did, right? We see the game. We see the scam. They're good at scamming. But like at least they try to make you feel like you have control. You know what I mean? Like, because I don't think their apologies are real. I have never seen a white influencer apologize for something they done or they said and felt like, oh, you know, they really meant that. I'm like, no, they understand the business. And the business of influencing is to make your audience feel like they have power. They have the control. Like they can make you come outside and apologize, right? Whereas like when it comes to a lot of Black influencers, you know, I do feel the sense of like, I don't care about you bitches. Even when it comes to Black hairstylists, it's not even just Black influencers. I don't care. You know what I mean? You pay a deposit, they ain't gonna show up. You pay a deposit, they're gonna cancel the day before, the night before, 2 hours before, or you show up at their house, they can't be bothered to come outside. Okay. So it's like, oh, I don't care. I can always get more business. Right? I don't care how I treat you. I can always get more business. I don't care how I treat you. I can always get more followers. It's like, why would you ever think like that? Why would you think like that? You know what I'm saying? Like, why are you being so mean to people? But I just feel like it's tolerated. You know? Every time you see Ari outside, she's calling people broke. You broke this, you broke this, you so broke, you brokety broke. I'm like, girl, like, what is wrong with you, though? Like, what is wrong with you? You know, Fenita calling them girls broke. You broke bitches could never. You broke bitches don't have friends. You broke hoes, you know? And I'm like, I think it's the culture. You know, I really think it's a culture nowadays. It's like, oh, if I'm a Black influencer, I can talk to people any kind of way I see fit. And what they gonna do? You know, it's like, that's crazy to me. It's like, y'all crazy. Hold on, let me see if I can find a video. Hold on.
Has the luxury of being able to have white fucking.
Oh boy, let the games begin.
Hold on, let me see. Where's the video? I will find that video. She was just going off. Sir. Little man. I will find this video. She was just going off. I guess she does so many rants, so it's hard to tell which one it is. Hold on.
Okay, what the heck is going on with Fenita and Alex Earl? So everybody's been talking about the fact that there seems to be some drama brewing between Fenita and Alex.
No, I need to find this one.
Since I woke up to tea.
Fenita comparing herself.
Since I woke up to tea about the pay gaps and the pay disparities among Black creators and white creators.
Okay, so all this discourse I'm seeing online about Fenita is sad to me because, and before I start, like, I know what you're gonna say, like, what is this white, doing? Just spare me some time, I'll give you this rhyme. And I'm native and white, but anyways, I've been following Fenita literally since she had like, I don't even know, 20,000, 10,000 followers.
Watch live and local news.
Here, let me see if we can watch it here. Hold on, because sometimes
It was Vegas, baby, and every single time I went all in on Fenita.
Some fat girls are mean girls. The only reason why they are nice, they are polite to people and respectful is because they are fat. Hey beautiful people, how you all doing today? It's your girl Destiny here and welcome to my channel. Hope you guys are doing fantastic and great. So there's a drama that is going on TikTok and I'm going to break it down. It's very elaborate and we're going to break it down because this involves a Black female content creator being cancelled by the entire internet. And I'm going to get to why, what happened, and how everything is just like backfiring against them. We are talking about the popular influencer content creator Fenita. Okay, so there's a lot of backstory here which I'm going to break it down for you guys. Like, just chill, I'm going to break it down for you guys. Okay, so apparently what's going on now is that on TikTok everybody's campaigning for Fenita to be cancelled, and this is stemming up from what she said about pay balance between a Black creator and a white creator. And I did a video about that and we talked about it, and we talked about how Black creators are not paid like their counterpart, the white creator. And for me personally, that was a stand. But that was what spiraled this whole thing that has gotten everybody talking. So Fenita has been on a rant since last week, just calling people.
hold on. Let me do this.
From this,
what is your hot take? This is gonna sound really mean, but I promise I'm not a mean girl, even though some people think I am. I don't think everyone's beautiful. And I think we need to stop lying.
to this.
That was a year ago. I done got skinny since that happened. Right? You ain't got no choice but to see me now.
How I'm speaking to y'all and my hostility and everything. Well, it's because I hate y'all.
You're real. Because if you could get 50K for a brand deal, we both know I deserve it.
Fenita, I'm sorry you've been hurt by people in your past, but punching down on the people who have supported you through controversy after controversy, it's deeply out of touch and very revealing of your own character.
A person to get up here and say I couldn't say what I wanted to say when I was fat, but now that I'm skinny, I can say what I want to say. It gives very much flaw.
But yelling at your fans, yelling at the people that are paying your bills currently, that are paying your surgery, is not going to get you far.
When she lost weight, she thought she was going to be treated equally as her counterpart. She see in real time that that's not happening. Oh, baby, she do not like that.
When someone is so good at critiquing everything around them, they're even better at critiquing themselves. So
See, and this is what I said earlier, when people do things out of spite instead of doing things for the right reasons, right? Because you can lose weight, but your inside haven't changed though. Like, you can lose weight, child, but if you lose weight and you have low self-esteem, you still gonna have low self-esteem. If you lose weight and you're a hateful person, you're gonna be skinny and a hateful person. If you lose weight because you are just desperate to fit in, right? How can I say this? This lack of self-belief that you have in yourself, that vibration that you don't really believe in yourself, even though you're skinny, other people will be able to pick up on that. Like, yeah, she's skinny, but I don't know what it is. There's something about her that makes me feel like she doesn't really believe in herself, right? Makes sense? Because as you lose weight, you also have to work on whatever happened to you that made you gain the weight. Okay? Who is Clark? Clark gets paid. Who is Clark? I feel like I know who she is. I can't think of that. You know what I'm saying? Right? But it's like, the one you say her personality is not nasty. Does she have more followers or does she have less followers than Fenita? I don't know who that is. See, she has less followers. And that's my point. You want to take him?
No.
Oh, okay. You see her follower count?
I can take them, I guess. I'm sure your mom wants them. You got the things out like this?
I know.
On video?
No video. People can't see it. You're so silly. Take the pacifier. If you take him, take the pacifier. If you see her, hide it.
The reason why it's a tried and true tool.
Because it's soothing. Sorry, guys. Hold on. I was passing out the baby. But you see my point? You see this? If it's 600, let's say 600,000, right? Fenita has like, let me see. Fenita has millions. That's my point. They like to platform. Yeah. Fenita has 2.1 million. You see? 2.1 million. And your girl Clark, she's at like what, 600,000, right? So that was my point from earlier. It's like there is a thing about giving a platform, a huge platform, to ignorant, mean, bully, crass, rude, disrespectful Black girls. There's a thing for that. There's a thing for that. You know what I mean? But if you're calm, you're poised, you're this, people don't think it's like, oh, you're not real. It's like, oh, you're not really real. Because to be real Black is to be ignorant. That's the thing now. It's the thing. And everybody gravitates towards the ignorant Black girl who acts a fool, cusses people out, is very rude. Like, they just like to go over there. People don't like peace. They truly do not like peace.
Fenita, above all the other accusations people are throwing at her, is deeply insecure and has a lot of internal work to do.
Hello, I'm Salem. Welcome to my Chanel. In last year, my most streamed Spotify artist was 100 gigs. So, yeah. Things is actually about a TikToker named Fenita. And if you're like, who is that? If you've watched my videos for the last couple of months, you actually do know who that is. It's this person. I made a video a while back talking about Gen Z and beauty standards and how this TikToker, Fenita, went viral for saying something that wasn't the vibes, you know?
What is your hot take? This is gonna sound really mean, but I promise I'm not a mean girl, even though some people think I am. I don't think everyone's beautiful.
Listen,
I don't. Like, some people are ugly and that's fine. And I'm sorry, I'm tired of like, everyone's beautiful. Like,
if you haven't seen that video.
But when she said that, though, I didn't disagree with her. We need to stop lying. Okay? We need to stop lying. Like, I don't know why people do this. But I'm like, when you look at society, you see the people who are considered to be beautiful, they usually almost all look the same. Okay? So it's like, if everybody was considered beautiful, we would all have like a bunch of followers, etc. Like, we don't, okay? There is a certain look to what people call beautiful. And many people don't have that. Now, you might have a beautiful spirit, you might have a beautiful heart, but when people first meet you, who gives a flying F about your heart, your spirit, and your soul? People judge you based on what they see, right? And that's why it's like presentation matters. Like, how you look on the outside, it really does matter, especially if you want to go places, okay? But it's like, I don't find anybody beautiful. You don't find anybody beautiful. And sometimes it's not even so much that the person, like, it's like physically it's not beautiful. Sometimes their behavior might make them very ugly. Like, you're just a mean person. And it's like, so once you become, like, for example, I was looking at the game, right? If y'all don't know this, y'all like, Maureen, what the heck, right? If y'all don't know this, right? The game got Shanice pregnant. Shanice is who? Shanice is Evelyn Lozada's daughter, right?
Shanice Houston says, another trip around the sun and in my purest bathing suit yet. Oh, and happy Father's Day, Daddy. Evelyn Lozada said this about her daughter. Happy birthday to my amazing daughter, Shanice. You have always been my greatest blessing. And now you are bringing even more joy into our lives with your little one on the way. Becoming a mom at 17 was a journey we took together, and seeing you embrace motherhood fills my heart with pride and love.
Okay, y'all, we're going to talk about this on Celebrity Gossip 101. Okay, y'all.
Standing on the dance.
Okay, let me show you. So Shanice, who is Evelyn Lozada's daughter, right? She's pregnant. She's pregnant, right? So she's pregnant by the game. Okay. Now let me tell you this. When I was like in my early 20s, like you ain't like early, like 21, 22, y'all, the way I used to think the game was cute. Oh my gosh. I used to think the game was so cute. Okay. The older I have gotten, I can't stand to look at him. You understand me? Because the stuff he does, it just grinds my gear. Like, I'm like, why, Jay Sean, why do you act like this? Why does he act like this? Right? His behavior, the way he conducts himself, the way he talks, the way he, okay. So over time, he has become very unattractive to me. So sometimes you can look good as a person, but your actions, your behavior, your track record, exactly. You're just like, you're just so corny. Now you're unattractive. Okay? Yeah. Y'all, I used to think the game was cute. I was like, oh my gosh. I think it was so cute. Right? But then you get older and you keep seeing his behavior, you keep seeing his actions, like, you know, he's a hot mess. And it's like, you know what? Come to think of it, you really ain't that cute. Because like just like that, not just like that, but over time, you are now unattractive. Like, he's just weird. Does that make sense? So it's like you could be an attractive person, but your behavior, your track record, and sometimes too, you can be a very attractive person on the outside, but as soon as you open your mouth, the way your voice sounds, I'm like, oh no, I can't. The voice itself, it kills it for me, right? That's why a lot of people who are very handsome or very pretty do not want to talk, because some of them don't have the proper voice. You know what I mean? Because as long as you don't hear their voice, it's like there's something mystique. There's like a mystique about them, whatever. But once you hear that person speak, you're like, oh no. Remember one time, we were in Paris this one time, and my cousin, she brought her friend over. A boy, he was a boy, right? She brought her friend over. He was really, really cute, right? Yo, when that boy opened his mouth, you guys, my mom and I, we were like, what the fuck? Okay? Because the voice didn't match the body. Like, oh my gosh, I wish you had never spoken. Okay? So sometimes it goes like that. It's not fair, but it's life. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, they're like, you know, not everybody's going to find you beautiful. And I think the problem is in today's generation, right? They want to make everything diversity, equity, and inclusion, right? Nobody should be left behind. You have to tell people everybody's smart, everybody's beautiful, everybody's this. It's like, no, stop. Like, no, it doesn't work that way. Right. And then when these young people have a rude awakening about how life really goes, they get really shattered because they've been told everybody's beautiful, everybody matters, everybody this, everybody that. And it's like, no, that's not how life really goes. Right. There is a certain aesthetic traditionally that will make people call you beautiful. It's fucked up, it's messed up, but that's how it goes, right? And if you don't have it, most people will not consider it beautiful. But they might be like, oh, you know what? She's nice. She has a nice personality. Oh, I like her. She dresses really well, etc., etc. You know? But it's like, is it random that the majority of successful Black female entertainers are light-skinned? No. You know what I'm saying? No. Beyonce light-skinned. Nicki Minaj is light-skinned. Rihanna is light-skinned. Cardi B is light-skinned, right? Lotto, light-skinned. Like the majority, hey, boo-boo, the majority of people out here is light-skinned. You know what I'm saying? Even the girl Tyler. Okay, they intentionally, you cannot tell me that Tyler was not chosen because she's light-skinned too, right? Like there's a look out here that they want to preserve. Oh yeah, that's what it is. You know what I mean? And most of them are skinny people. Okay? Most are skinny. Being skinny is part of being called pretty. I know it's messed up, but it's the truth though, right? The moment you start to pull up bit of weight, you start to lose points. It's real. It's messed up, but that's how life goes. And the problem is we want to shelter so many people from having their feelings hurt instead of telling people these are what the rules are. And listen, you can win or you can lose. It's up to you. I ain't gonna force you to lose weight, but you have to be aware. Like the smaller you are, the better people are going to treat you. That's just how the way the world is. Right? Skinny privilege is real. That's why people go through surgery. People do the waistband for the stomach. People go take Moderna, Ozempic. People starve themselves, right? Because there is something about being smaller that people treat you better. And it's always been this way. Like it's been for centuries. So we're not going to change that in 20 days. Even Lizzo's working out because she's tired. You know what I'm saying? It's real. It's real. So I'm like, I don't know why Fenita's angry, but it's like, that's just the way the world works. When you do lose weight, people will be nicer to you, right? If you have a YouTube channel, if you don't have a lot of subscribers, nobody cares about you, right? The day you get to 1 million subscribers, everybody wants to be your friend. That's how humans are. Because human beings are people who are driven by self-interest, right? And they need to be like, for human beings to get close to you, not only do you have to satisfy their self-interest, but they have to feel like there's something I can use you for. What can I use you for? If people feel like they can use you, you're going to have a lot of friends, right? But if you have nothing that can be used, you can't be like, nobody cares about you. Even the Bible says that. And the Bible even tells you not to be poor, because it says that once you become poor, your friends will quickly depart from you. I said, even look at this. Hold on. You guys, hold on. I have to find that one. But it was like when you go poor, like your you see, look at this one. Look at this, y'all. That's even in the Bible, you guys. Just read this. It said when you really need them, they're not there. Okay, the brethren of the poor man hate him. Moreover, also his friends have departed from him. So even the Bible tells you, when you go poor, if you ever become poor, your brothers will hate you. Your brethren, like your brothers, your sisters, your cousin, like pretty much your bloodline is going to hate you because you're poor. Okay. And then it says, hey, Bridget, then it says that your friends will depart from you because you're poor. Y'all, even the Bible tells you, okay, don't be poor. There are many things you can be out here, but you can't be poor. Because if you're poor, everybody will hate your guts because you bring nothing of value, right? And it's like, and that's what I think that's where a lot of women refuse to make peace with that. Because I think a lot of guys understand that, because men understand if they don't compete and do certain things, they're not going to be valued by other men, right? When it comes to women have a tendency of like making excuses for everything instead of accepting the fact that this life out here, it is very competitive. Life is competitive, but we don't want to compete. We want to create hashtags to make everybody feel good about themselves. And you can't do that. It's not realistic. The world doesn't work that way, right? People do have privileges. Some you're born with, some you get because of your family, and some you get because you work hard to have them, right? But it's like being skinny is a huge privilege when it comes to dating, when it comes to having a job, when it comes to being an influencer, when it comes to people when it comes to many things, right? The smaller you are, more likely people will treat you better. It is a fact. The bigger you are, more likely people treat you worse. You know what I'm saying? And you can't redo the world. I think this is why a lot of young people are driving themselves to utter madness. Because you want to redesign the world. You want to remake humanity. You cannot. People ain't shit. Okay? So you're going to have to make peace with them. They're very shallow. They're very self-serving. They have a short attention span. Like, that's just human beings. Okay? And politicians understand humanity very well. That's how they keep playing people against people to keep getting reelected. Right? So it's like the sooner you make peace about who people truly are, what this world really is about, I think you'll have more peace within yourself. Yeah, but that's human nature, because people are constantly trying to go up. I don't think it's a normal thing for people to want to go down. I think when most people go down because they're depressed, they gave up, they're going through a hard time. But I think like humanity, people are programmed to want to move up. You look at human history, all we've done is like evolve, like technology got better. Okay, fire got better, wheels got better, housing got better, right? That's who we are as humans. That's how we're different than the other mammals, the animals, right? We have a tendency to desire evolution. Like we want progress. We want to do better. But to do better, it requires competition. You cannot be stagnant or make everybody feel good and say we're going to evolve as a people. No, we're not. No, we're not, right? So it's like people have to make peace with that. So it's like you can either compete or not compete. But no, if you don't compete, then nobody's going to feel bad for you. But even me, I'm overweight, but I'm fully aware that when you are skinnier or when you're skinny, people treat you better. It is a part of life. Now, the thing I also do feel like is that I think a lot of women don't want to see other women lose weight because it makes them feel like they're being left behind. It makes them feel like she's doing something I don't know how to do. It makes you feel like there's something that you're missing out on, right? So when you see a lot of women leave you, the bigger people group, and you see them hoes trying to be skinny, I can see how it make you feel a certain way because like now you know she's about to have a better life and it makes you feel some type of way. And I wish that a lot more women would own those feelings, right? I am getting jealous of the fact that because you're losing weight, because you have lost weight, you're probably going to make better friends. Your dating life will be better. You'll have more opportunities. You'll probably wear better clothes. Heck, we might no longer be friends, right? Makes sense? And I think that's the part because people don't want to be left behind. So they make it seem like, oh, no, you don't have to lose weight. No, you do need to lose weight. If you want to win, you got to lose weight. That's just how it goes. And same thing goes for making money. You make a lot of money, people treat you better, right? If you have a lot of money, you can get away with murder. Like you really can, right? So if you're rich, you're skinny, and you look good, oh, you can get away with so much. Look at the Kardashians. So it's like, it's real. But when people don't like you, they take an issue with you saying what's real. Otherwise, deep down inside, I think we all know what the real tea is. We know what it is. But we just don't want to hear certain people say it. That's what I've come to realize, right? Sometimes people know the message is right, but they just don't like the messenger. So that's the problem, right? Don't like the messenger. Like if you say it, it's a problem. But if someone they truly love and respected said the same thing that you did, they will take it in. Because they put that person on a higher pedestal, right? You don't like your ass. So anything you say gonna make them mad, right? But it's like, if you're someone that they like and you say that and you even say mean things, oh, they gloss over that. And if anything, they'll even defend you and defend why you had to be mean to the other person. Because people are fake. People are hella fake, right? People are really fake. So that's how it goes. So I'm like, y'all, hold on.
Go ahead and watch it. It's really good and I like it. And if you don't watch it, I'll cry myself to sleep tonight. A lot of videos that were tagged #Fenita controversy or Fenita drama kept popping up on my For You page. And I knew the name sounded familiar, so I searched her up and I was like, oh my gosh, it's the girl that I briefly mentioned in my video. Except, wow, she lost a lot of weight. She seems happier and that's honestly all that matters. I am so proud of her. Gee, I sure hope that she's not now using this newfound skinniness as a weapon against her audience and isn't calling them poor and ugly.
And also, brokies, before y'all get mad at me, I make more money than you do.
And your Section 8 housing apartments?
That was a year ago. I done got skinny since that happened. Like,
yes, you stupid, ugly bitch. I backed into her because I was facing the front and I didn't know she was behind me. I don't have eyes in the back of my head like your big ass. So shut the fuck up, you ugly, stupid whore. I don't want your ugly ass on my team. Goodbye.
Oh, so that actually did happen. This change in her personality and attitude and content didn't happen overnight. This has been brewing from when I made that video, and all of that has just boiled up into the surface. A lot of people are heavily criticizing Fenita. I don't want to add fuel to the fire, okay? I don't want to add too much spicy bulldog sauce to the ramen, you know what I mean? Because then it'll be too spicy. The problem is that in many of these rants, she actually made very valid points. She was treated poorly when she was bigger. Now that she's thinner, people are a lot kinder to her. Not only that, she says that as a creator of color, she doesn't get paid as well as her white counterpart. How she feels is valid, but the way that she's going about it is probably the worst I have seen anyone go about these topics. If you want to bring awareness to the fact that creators of color don't get paid as much as white content creators, I don't think calling your fan base poor is going to get your point across. If you want to bring awareness to how plus-sized people are treated poorly compared to skinny people, I don't think calling your followers ugly, stupid whore is going to do anything. In this video, I don't really want to give her criticism, but I want to give context to why she feels the way that she feels, because anyone from afar can see that there are valid points to be made here, but the resentment and hurt from her past is being extremely misplaced into areas and onto people who have nothing to do with it. I totally understand all of this, but I mostly want to talk about how to not let that bitterness really consume you. Not only as a content creator, but also as just a human being overall. The thing that's crazy is that Fenita has become just like the influencers she used to heavily criticize. Fenita really went from being body shamed to becoming a body shamer. You know what they say? You either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. If I was a villain, I would want to be Venom. Anyways, that being said, we have a lot to discuss in today's video, and I would love for you to stick around. Get into some comfy clothing, get into bed with me, drink water, because I know many of you guys are dehydrated right now. How did someone go from this to this?
Because y'all get a little money and forget about your fucking roots.
And also, brokies, before y'all get mad at me, I make more money than you do. Remember, your girlfriend is on your road.
I hate it. I don't want to change the channel. So basically, Fenita is a TikToker, and her type of content is very slice of life focused content where she's just talking to the camera. She goes on comedic rants. She makes funny videos, and a lot of her content almost seems as if you're talking to your best friend through FaceTime. And many people agree that her content is very relatable, funny, and that she seemed like a really down-to-earth person, which explains why she has over 2 million followers on TikTok. Growing up in Alabama.
And you see, and this right here, because you see, it seems like the stuff she was saying, like, oh, you make all this money, then you forget about your people, whatever, right? I do believe, like, Fenita, when she was bigger, she understood the assignment. And you'd be like, Marlene, what do you mean by that? You know, when you're a big girl, people expect you to be nice, because, I don't know how to say this and not sound like effed up. But when you're big, you are expected to be a doormat. Because you don't have enough privilege. You don't have enough, you don't have enough in the bank, okay, to be like, So usually big people, big girls they're usually nicer, they're friendlier, like they do too much. They overcompensate because they know I'm big. A lot of people probably don't like me, right? So I have to make myself likable. There you go. I have to make myself likable. Otherwise, I'm not going to have any friends, because who wants to have, and I'm being honest, especially if you're in school, if you're in middle school, you're in high school, college might be a little bit different, but middle school, high school, like who wants to hang out with a big girl? Let's be honest, right? If you have a group of girls, they're all like pretty like regular size for high school people, right? Do they want to have that big girl in the friend group? No. But if she's really nice though, if she pays for everything and she's very accommodating and she's very friendly and she'll give you a ride, blah, 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 blah. Okay, sure. She don't look good in the group, but we'll have her in the group because she's useful. Like I said, human beings are driven by self-interest, right? And if there's something about you that they can take advantage of, they don't have a problem having you around, okay? But when there's nothing they can suck out of you, they don't want you around them. Right. So I do believe like initially when Fenita comes on, she understands like I'm a big girl. Right. And so if I do want to build a following, I have to play into that stereotype that people have of big girls. They're nicer. They're friendlier. They have boy problems. They have low self-esteem issues, because that's what people want. Because once you behave that way, people know what to expect and people know how to handle you. Right. That's one thing too about human people. Right? Human beings also don't like things that are unpredictable. So that's why if you notice carefully, even when it comes to America, when it comes to like, especially Hollywood in America, right? Everybody's a stereotype. Like, right? Like Latinos are cartels, the drug cartels, the jefe, the narcos, right? Black people are low-level criminals. Okay. Italians is the mob. White people save the day. Arabs are terrorists. Okay. Like they put everybody in a lane. Okay. The Chinese people, they smuggling something. Okay, the Japanese, they up to no good, right? But it's like when you look at Hollywood, especially Netflix, you'll see that every ethnic group has a stereotype, right? Because once you know, because the thing is, when a person acts a stereotype, you know what to expect. And once you know what to expect, you know how to deal with it, right? You know how to mitigate it. You know how to get more out of it. But when you come up in a way that people don't really know, like, okay, you're Black, but you're not acting like the stereotype, it makes people feel uncomfortable because they don't know what to expect from you. And when people don't know what to expect from you, they start to feel unsafe. Hopefully that makes sense, right? So I feel like for Fenita, being a dark-skinned, overweight Black girl on social media who's trying to build a following, she understood she had to be a character, which is a very submissive, very docile, very friendly, humble type of Black girl who talks about loyalty and not turning your back on people and who's very friendly and who smiles a lot. But that's not who she really wanted to be. It's just that she couldn't afford to be that Black girl because she's too heavy for that. Okay? So, you know what I mean? And that's why sometimes people do feel like when it comes to girls who are overweight, you know, they'll tend to be a bit more promiscuous, or they'll tend to like sleep more with random dudes because, you know, they can't really have the guys that they truly want because nobody sticks around. They'll sleep with you, but they ain't gonna stick around. People don't want to say it though, but it's like, child, listen. I don't think
Fenita has shared many times how she used to struggle financially growing up, having to dumpster dive for food. She attended college, and there she would change her major many times. In 2019, struggling with her mental health, her friends encouraged Fenita to get onto TikTok and be herself. She then started to create videos, marking the start of her journey on TikTok, which completely made her blow up, starting her own podcast, getting invited to many events, and becoming a spokesperson on talking about the wealth disparities between Black and white content creators, as well as bringing up important conversations surrounding being plus-sized online. On January 8th, Fenita would go onto TikTok to tell her audience that she wanted to transform her body and go on a weight loss journey via a gastric sleeve bypass. Over the next few months, Fenita started to shed light on the treatment she received on social media following her significant weight loss, how she noticed she was being treated way better after weight loss. But one TikTok that really made her visible to the TikTok audience was this particular TikTok that I previously mentioned in a video a long time ago.
What is your hot take? This is gonna sound really mean, but I promise I'm not a mean girl, even though some people think I am. I don't think everyone's beautiful. Listen, I don't.
Wait, tell me.
And I think we need to stop lying. I think we need to stop. Like, some people are ugly, and that's fine. Like, some people are, and that's okay. Like, not everybody's meant to be like attractive. Like, some people aren't aesthetically pleasing to look at, and that's just a fact.
Following this viral TikTok clip, Fenita received many people staging the video criticizing her, as well as people criticizing her in the comments. And some comments and videos went as far to body shame her, call her ugly, and many other very negative and toxic comments and commentary were coming her way like crazy, in which many other people who did support Fenita came out to say that they were proving her point. So even though this garnered a lot of backlash, her fan base still stood very strong. But pretty soon that sentiment with her own audience would change, as Fenita would also post things like this.
Some of y'all are acting like, oh my God, I've never seen Fenita act like this. She's using...
You see that this too, right? Where she said like not everybody is beautiful and like people got triggered. You also see when you're a woman, especially when it comes to like, if you're dealing with like a very liberal type of audience, right? When you're a woman, you have to have talking points that make everybody feel good. Okay. You have to be on this diversity, equity, inclusion stuff, right? You cannot say anything that makes people feel excluded. Okay. Because part of being, that's one thing I've understood. Part of being a woman, if you're a woman and you have a big platform on mainstream, like social media stuff, right? You got to understand the psychology here. People expect you to validate them. Like, you have to validate your audience, their insecurities. Like, it's your constant job to always affirm these people. Okay, like, girl, where is your mother? Where is your father, right? Whereas, like, when you look at men on social media and how men talk to other men, if you're a broke ass dude, they're gonna let you know. Okay, if you're not a high achiever, they're gonna let you know. If you're not you know what I mean? If you're not competitive, they're gonna let you know. Right? Like, for example, even on YouTube, right? Look at something on YouTube. This guy, who's this guy? There's this like light skin, I think he's biracial. He looks like Will Smith. He has a podcast in the UK, right? So that boy right here. There's another guy, Andrew Lieberman. Okay, he's from Stanford University, right? But I'm saying, like, when you go on YouTube, for example, you'll see a lot of men, red pill, blue pill, whatever type of pill they're taking, right? On their podcast, the conversations they're having is how to be a better man, how to be more competitive, how to make more money, how to regulate your emotions, how to not be on substance abuse. Men by nature understand that competition. Hey, goddess, right? Men understand that by their very nature of being a man, you have to compete. And if you don't compete, right, other men will not respect you. Right. So they have these really tough conversations about mental health, fitness, weight loss, sex drive, dopamine, blah, 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 blah. Right. You see, men talk very differently because competition is part of your manhood. When it comes to women on social media, it is always about ignoring what's real and living for a fantasy. Right. Because nobody should be offended by that. Everybody knows deep down inside. Right. You have people that you don't find beautiful. You know this. But because you don't like the person who's saying it, now you're going to play dumb, right? And completely lose the plot because you don't like her. So therefore you want to make what she said. Like, oh my gosh, I can't believe she would say something like that. Girl, bye. You don't find anybody beautiful. Nobody finds everybody beautiful, right? Nobody does. Even like, it's not even just people. When it comes to clothes, when it comes to food, when it comes to houses, we all have different tastes. And that's what makes people, that's what creates diversity. We have different tastes. Right? Even when it comes to a house, I might not like the decor of this house or the architecture of this house, but somebody else might love it. Wumpty wump wump. Right? But it's like she has the right to say that she doesn't find people beautiful. Not everybody is going to be beautiful to you. Now, it doesn't mean that they're less than, but aesthetically, they might not be it. Me too. I'm sure I have a lot of people who don't think I'm beautiful. Like, it makes perfect sense, right? There are a lot of people who would not want to have a nose like mine. Trust me, I get it. It's not a big deal, right? But I'm like, to me, I have noticed that this is the difference in psychology between men and women, is that men understand that their place in society is secured by how well they compete. Whereas like women, they want to feel like their place in society is secured by how they feel. And it's like, no, the world does not revolve around feelings, right? A lot of people not going to like you. They're not going to find you beautiful. They ain't going to mess with you. And that's what it is, right? And your feelings will get hurt. That's fine. But there's going to come a time where you also have to learn to like not give so much about your feelings, because can you always trust your feelings? I don't think so. You know what I'm saying? I don't think so. And I feel like you become freer once you recognize that and you accept it. You know what I'm saying? Accept it. And then once you accept it, you actually will have freedom about it. Like, you know what? Everybody's not going to find me beautiful. But as long as you think you're beautiful, as long as you feel like you put your best foot forward, right? And you represent yourself the best that you can, that's all you can really do. That's all you can do, right? But like they say, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. And not everybody who looks at you is going to find you beautiful. Now, that doesn't mean that they should treat you all kinds of ways, though. But you got to make peace about that. You know what I'm saying? Make peace about it.
X, Y, and Z's mannerisms. She's acting like them. No, ma'am, no ham, no turkey. This is how I've always acted. When you're a fat, dark-skinned black girl with a loud mouth and confidence on the internet, people fucking hate you because of what you look like, not because of what you say. And when I was on the internet, when I was fat, y'all bullied me relentless. I was a big body, nasty, white back, ugly, fat bitch. Huh? So don't act like all this anger is coming out of nowhere. I never have to change my cadence. I've always talked like this. You just didn't hear me because I was fat. Oh, yes, I was fat. Y'all couldn't hear me. Y'all couldn't see me. But now, look at me. You ain't got no choice but to see me now.
And see, and the problem that I have with her, that's what Dana said. The only issue I have with her, she should have kept the same energy, because she switched up on the people. She came in as the obese, friendly black girl who didn't mind being talked to like whatever, because she's trying to build that platform and save her money. Once she starts to build her platform and she's making more money from the creator fund, that now she can afford the surgery that she's always been yearning for, and she gets the surgery. Now she's like, oh, this is me. Girl, you should have been there from the jump. Right? Because me honestly, I don't care if you nasty, if you cuss, if you do, that's you. Do you go through your journey? Like, you have the right to be an asshole. You got a right to be an asshole. You got a right to be a jerk. You have the right to be ignorant. I just want to engage with your frequency, right? Everybody has the right to ruin their life. Go ahead and ruin your life. Like, I'm not going to try to stop you, right? But my issue is stand on business. If this is who you were, always that type of person, you should have been that type of girl from the beginning. But you understood you couldn't build a platform being that type of girl from the beginning at the size that you were. So you sold a fake bill of goods to people to get them to support you, to get them to watch your views, so that you could have money from the creator fund to be able to afford the surgery, right? So that's why for me, I don't have respect for it. If you mean from the jump and that's always who you've been, and they've known this about you, and they still chose to hang around and support you and watch the videos, then they can't act surprised. But when you present yourself one way to build a platform, and then once you get the platform the size of the platform that you want, then you flip the script on people, yeah, they have the right to come after you because you played them. Be consistent.
Now, it's pretty obvious watching those videos that Fenita is angry and has a lot of resentment and hurt, and rightfully so. The internet was very harsh towards her when that video on TikTok went viral, and it clearly really affected her mental health, and she felt like in order to be heard in her feelings.
But at the same time, too, though, even if the internet was mad, my thing is, you chose to say it, right? So I hate when people want to blame other people for the stuff they said. Like me, I say a whole lot of stuff. If later it comes back that I said it and people get mad at me, you got to stand on it. So either you apologize or you just keep moving on from it, right? But ultimately, you chose to get up there and say what you said, knowing that you're on TikTok. Knowing that TikTok is a very liberal, very woke, very Gen Z, millennial, what do people call Gen Z alpha, right? TikTok is a very different place. So when you are on TikTok, you make content from TikTok, you got big because of TikTok, you should know the etiquette and the rules of TikTok, right? Like on TikTok, you're like, yes, 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 yes. You say yes to everything. Right? So you can't be a TikTok content creator and not know the rules, the do's, the don'ts, the etiquette of TikTok. You should not have said this on TikTok. because it's very offensive. On TikTok, you have to say things like, oh yeah, I think everybody's beautiful. Your size doesn't matter. You know, what matters is like what your soul is. You know, like, love wins, love always wins. Like that's the kind of stuff you say on TikTok. Because on TikTok, you have to make it seem like everybody can win, everybody can be included. You know, you don't see color, like those liberal talking points. Like that's what you do on TikTok. Okay, you give those type of platitudes on TikTok, right? Because it's that type of place. People on TikTok are emotionally fragile. They're they're emotionally weak. And they constantly need validation. They need to be reaffirmed. You know, that's how they are up there over there on TikTok. So when you know this, because she's really big on there, you should have known not to say that on TikTok. But you did it anyways. So the backlash came. So I'm like, okay. You know, but that's what TikTok is.
Feelings of hurt and anger, she had to lose the weight in order to be taken seriously. I think that is something we can all agree on. However, the comments on many of Fenita's videos and people who were duetting her TikToks are saying the way she's going about it is completely wrong, and she's giving that angry energy to the wrong people as well, and that it's hard to sympathize with Fenita when in the very next breath she'll upload videos calling her own fan base ugly and poor, which is insanely hypocritical, as well as other videos straight up saying that she hates her own fan base.
First things first, I want y'all to know something about the way that I'm talking to y'all and about how I'm speaking to y'all and my hostility and everything. Well, it's because I fucking hate y'all. What? You can't say that you hate us. I absolutely can.
This led to an expose of someone releasing DMs Fenita sent them when a situation transpired at a club where Fenita backed up into a waitress, causing the waitress to get hurt. When receiving this criticism, this was Fenita's response.
Yes, you stupid, ugly bitch. I backed into her because I was facing the front and I didn't know she was behind me. I don't have eyes in the back of my head like your big ass. So shut the fuck up, you ugly, stupid whore. I don't want your ugly ass on my team. Goodbye.
Yet again, calling a person ugly and poor, saying and doing the same things people would do unto her when she was plus-sized and struggling financially online.
But you know, and one thing I have learned, like especially with the whole like Israel-Palestine conflict, one thing I have learned is that you can be oppressed in one storyline, and a different storyline, you can become the oppressor, right? So in this story, you are fully oppressed. People treat you badly, horribly, right? Then you overcome that. But then a different story, like the sequel to the story, now you are the oppressor. Because I feel like sometimes people who have been abused, mistreated, oppressed, you know, traumatized, you know, because they've been through it, they know exactly how to do it to other people, right? Like who better to build a concentration camp than somebody who has lived in a concentration camp? Makes sense, right? If you've lived in a concentration camp, you know, you probably like, oh, next time, if I were to ever have a concentration camp, let me tell you how we'll make it even better. Okay? You know what I'm trying to say? So it's like, because you've been hurt, because you've been oppressed, because you've been traumatized, right? You know how to do it to another person. And you probably know how to do it even better, right? So next time when it's your turn to either have mercy on someone or it's your turn to oppress someone, most likely you'll choose to be the oppressor. I think that's the nuance people don't want to admit sometimes. Just because you were oppressed does not mean that you can't also be an oppressor, right? Because you look at the people of the state of Israel, right? They claim that they are from the Holocaust. They survived the Holocaust. They survived Auschwitz. But I see how they treat other people. You're like, what the heck? It doesn't make sense, because you would think if you survive something like that, you of all people should know how it feels to treat another human being like that. Right? You think they care? No, they're doing exactly what was done to them, to these Palestinians. Because when you don't heal, you are bound to repeat the mistakes of your oppressor. Because that's the only way you know how to deal with people. You are handled with violence, so you handle other people with violence to get them to subjugate to you. Okay? So that's that. So I'm like, that's the same thing with her. Alex Earl, she was upset because she said that Alex Earl makes a lot of money. Meanwhile, she has the same follower. Like, they don't, because Alex has 6, she has like 2, right? But they have the same engagement, the same views. So she feels like if we go views for views, engagement for engagement, if Alex is making $50,000 a post, she should also make $50,000 a post, right? Because that's her simple mind. She has a very simple mind. Okay, and that's how TikTok is, because on TikTok people feel like TikTok is a very socialist, Marxist type of app. Okay, well, if it's good for her, I should also get the same. That's how they feel out there. right? It's the same thing. Like when I said the whole thing about Kelly Rowland and people got upset at me like, oh, but Marlene, that I'm like, no, Kelly is not equal to Beyonce. They lost their marbles, right? And I'm like, no. And I will say it again. She is not equal to Beyonce, right? But when you talk to a female audience, you have to have your gloves on, your this on, and be like, oh, no, we're all equal. We all matter. No. As sisters, yes, Kelly can say Beyonce is my sister. No problem. Beyonce can say Kelly is my sister. I will not argue those facts, right? And I even said, I personally think that Kelly is prettier than Beyonce, but it's like, they're both like super, super pretty. So be very mindful when I say that too, though, right? Beyonce is very, very pretty. Kelly is also very, very pretty. It's just that to me, Kelly is very, very prettier. But Beyonce is really gorgeous too, right? Cool, right? But when it comes to their careers, they're not equal, right? And people want to make Kelly just as relevant as Beyonce. Like, no, she's not. No, she's not. Okay? No, she's not. When one person is worth 500 million and her sister is worth 12 million, they're not equal. Like, what the freak? And that's the thing you can't say when you're dealing with a socialist audience, because socialists think we're all equal. We're not all equal. In the eyes of God, no problem. But in the eyes of society, no, we're not. Right? When you look at all the work Beyonce has done, you look at all the albums Beyonce has done, you look at like everything Beyonce's done career-wise, no, Kelly does not come close to Beyonce. She does not. Okay? So if they shush her off the red carpet, then so be it. She's not a Beyonce person. Then they want to compare her to Heidi Klum. I'm like, oh, because Heidi is white and you're black. Girl, shut up. Heidi Klum is worth $160 million. Like, it's like, stop being Delulu. Stop being Delulu. Like Heidi Klum. Okay, girl, do you know how many Vogue covers that lady has? The Vogue covers she has. The Victoria's Secret, the husband she has married from Joe Ben Simone to Seal, right? You and your little husband Tim over there. Girl, no, you are not the same. You're not the same. And I get it. Like a lot of white girls are not going to clap back because nobody wants to be called a racist. But you cannot compare Kelly Rowland to Heidi Klum. Are you insane? I'm like, what is wrong with people? You go on Heidi Klum's page, she has like 300 million followers. Okay, Kelly has like what, 8 million followers. Oh, wumpty wump wump, and she can barely get 100,000 likes per picture. Like, go sit down somewhere. Okay, no, she does really well for herself, but that's it. That's that. Because Kelly chose not to compete. I'm like, what the heck? So it's like that's the same thing, right? But that's how people are. Oh well, Alex Earl has this, so I should have that too. Girl, no. You are not the same type of content creator. You don't have the same type of audience. You don't create the same type of content. It's not just about how many views you have, right? What kind of content you make, what kind of content she makes, it's not the same. But because you want to, oh, but she's black and I'm white and whatever, like, no. Like, girl, like, oh, what? No, stop it. Stop the madness. Like, you're insane.
People started to get really annoyed at what she was doing, which started this whole cancel train against Fenita.
Fenita, I'm sorry you've been hurt by people in your past, but punching down at the people who have supported you through controversy after controversy, it's deeply out of touch and very revealing of your own character.
A person to get up here and say, I couldn't say what I wanted to say when I was fat, but now that I'm skinny, I can say what I want to say, it gives very much flaw. When someone is so good at critiquing everything around them, they're even better at critiquing themselves. Fenita, above all the other accusations people are throwing at her, is deeply insecure and has a lot of internal work to do.
But yelling at your fans, yelling at the people that are paying your bills currently, that are paying your surgery, it's not going to get you far.
When she lost weight, she thought she was going to be treated equally as her counterpart. She see in real time that that's not happening. Oh, baby, she do not like that.
With all of this backlash going on.
And it's not even enough to lose weight as your counterparts. You have to start moving like your counterparts, right? Losing weight might be one of the infinity stones, but there are more infinity stones that you have to get. And that's the same thing I said about Taraji P. Henson, right? I'm like, you're sitting here crying about how much they're not paying you and how much Hollywood is not embracing you. But the reality is, Taraji, if you want to be a Hollywood starlet, you have to study the blueprint of what it takes to be a Hollywood starlet. It is not enough. And I wish a lot of black girls would understand this, right? I wish so many black girls would understand this. Like I said before, it is not about working hard. Nobody cares about how hard you work, okay? You have to work smart, okay? Number two, you have to study the people who came before you and be like, okay, why is she successful? Why is she making this money? Stop thinking that because you're black, people just gonna give you money. Oh, but I'm black and she's white. Nobody cares about your tears. Like, nobody cares, okay? No one cares. You understand? My thing is when for someone like from what's her name? Taraji P. Henson, right? You compare Taraji P. Henson to Sofia Vergara. Okay. Can you say that Sofia Vergara is a better actress than Taraji? I don't think so. Okay. But my thing is, like Sophia, she understood the fantasy. Okay? She understood the fantasy, right? She might be a good actress, she might be a mediocre actress, I don't know. But it's like, it's her, she's gorgeous. Then she has a husband. The husband is also gorgeous. See, this right here, it gives aspirational. Because most women want to have a man. Okay? Most women want to have a man. Now, you might say, oh, I'm a black woman. I don't need no ninja. Yeah, sure, whatever, right? Your cultural understanding versus what the world wants, you have to know, and you got to pick smart. Because in the world, most women want to have a man. Okay? Like, what's her name? Angelina Jolie. She was on the same thing. I want to be an independent woman and do all this weird stuff. They told her, you better fix it. Okay, so even though she was white, she was not winning off the bat. She was weird. She was dirty, do all kinds of weird stuff. Then her PR people cleaned her ass up, gave her a husband, Brad Pitt. Okay, gave her a little family. Okay, they put her ass with the United Nations. Now she's out here being an ambassador for the UN, right? It's not just about being a strong actress. Your entire life needs to be aspirational, and you need to have a man. And I know y'all might be mad at me for saying it, but I said it, right? You understand? On social media, on Instagram, sometimes you might feel like, oh, if I'm a strong, independent woman and I don't have a man, people are going to like me. Yeah, sure, whatever, right? That's social media. Social media is fake. People be lying, okay? In the real world out here, most women who are very successful, that people love and like they want to be like them, they have a husband. They have a husband, okay? All these Hollywood starlet people, they're all married. Okay, Reese Witherspoon, she been with her husband. Okay, Sarah Jessica Parker, she got a husband. All these rich white women in Hollywood, they all have a husband. And when they divorce the husband, they go find another husband. Okay, all right. You have Gwen Stefani and her pretty ass. She got a husband. Okay, they're all married. They're all married. They even if they divorce, they marry. Julia Roberts, she divorces, she gets a new husband. She always has a husband. Okay, so it's like that's part of it. Because most women at their core want to be in a relationship. I don't care what they say. They just say that because somebody broke their heart or they're bitter or they don't know how to get what they want, okay? But most women at their core, they want to be in a relationship. They do. So your job as a Hollywood person, as a Hollywood starlet, is to embody everything these women wish they had or they could have one day, right? And that's how you get to make more money. But if you think they're going to pay you more just because you're a great actress or because you deliver great on the screen, you're crazy. You're really crazy. You are crazy. You are really crazy. But yeah, Sofia Vergara, her husband is very fine. I mean, they're divorcing now, but girl, that's a fine man right there. That man is really handsome. Okay? So it's like, you're like, damn, she hot. Her husband is hot. They probably having all kinds of caliente sex, okay? And sensation de sexual, okay? All right? So it's like, girl. Okay? But Taraji, every time we see you, you're all by yourself. Strong black woman. You pay all your bills yourself. You do everything by yourself. You always by yourself. Girl, nobody wants that. I'm not trying to be funny, but nobody wants that. And if you want to be a successful Hollywood starlet, you cannot just be relevant to black people. You got to be relevant to the bigger culture at large. And what does the bigger culture demand from you? They want to see you with a fine-ass man on your arm. Angela Bassett, she got a husband. Okay, I wonder why. And you see how much Angela Bassett makes? She's like the highest black woman paid. Like she makes like $250,000 per episode for 911 or whatever, right? But Angela Bassett always had a husband. Okay, Angela Bassett always had a husband. And do you see Angela Bassett out here crying about, oh, they don't pay me well? No, you don't. No, you don't. Okay, Quinta Brunson, she got a husband. Okay, do you see her go from platform to platform crying about not being paid right? No. Okay, it's part of it. The gowns, the husband, the house, the children. You guys, it's everything. And you see it here on YouTube also. If you are a YouTube content creator, if you focus just on you, you could do very well. But if you are like a family vlog, you show your husband, you show your kids and all that kind of stuff, your channel does even bigger because people love family stuff. You know what I mean? People love family stuff. They love to see a husband and wife. They love to see husband, wife, and children. Like, they really love that type of content because it makes them think about one day when I have my family, this is what I also would like to have. You know, like, it's real. It's real because nobody wants to be alone. That's number one. And most people want to have a family. You know, most people do. So it's like, yeah, it's not just about being a great Hollywood actress, but you also, outside, when you're not acting, you have to make people want to have your life. You know what I'm saying? It's true, you guys. It's very true. She can get whatever she wants, as long as he's very attractive. Okay? But I'm like, you'll see. I'm like, what? Tell me, what's her name? Jennifer Aniston, right? From Brad Pitt to her latest husband. But I'm like, Jennifer Aniston and Brad Pitt, y'all don't remember how big they were? They started giving, they had like a little name, Brad Jen. They had a little nickname they gave them people, right? But it changed their careers. That relationship changed their careers. Like, you've seen so many Hollywood couples, like, when they come together, they become even bigger. And the roles get bigger. The money gets bigger because of their relationship, right? But you didn't, like Jennifer Aniston, when she was married to Brangelina, yeah. You know what I'm saying? But when Jennifer was married to Brad Pitt, she was all over the place. Once they had a divorce, people didn't want her as much. So then it was like Angelina. She's getting all the roles. She was with the UN, feeding the children of Africa, doing all that kind of stuff, right? You never saw Taraji have those opportunities. So I'm like, say what you want, but having a husband, it really matters out here. For your brand, it does. You know, or like what T said, when you have Alex Earl and she's dating a football player, like, it's aspirational. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, okay, these boys got money. And not just that, a football player, he works out, his body's hot, he has muscle, you know what I mean? So like all of that is like, okay, like, she's dating a football player. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's real. You know? Hold on, you guys. Jimmy, should I get him? Oh my goodness. So, you know what I mean? So I'm like, that's that though. Yeah, I'm listening because it's like people are holding him. So I'm making sure like he's not.
Fenita decided to make an apology. And, girl.
But first, I want to start off by saying that my uncle literally died in April. Then I had to go get a life-changing surgery. I had to go get a tummy tuck. I had to go get a boob job. Y'all, I just got back from Miami last week. Then I broke up with my boyfriend.
In all seriousness, condolences to her uncle. But why is sis acting as if getting a tummy tuck and a boob job is on the same level of emotional distress as a family member dying? She really pulled the excuse that guys give when they cheat. Men will cheat and leave their wives of 10 years that they have 5 beautiful children with because they missed their 5th grade hamster named Scrappy. Like, it's giving very much that. Which then led to her making a second apology that went like this.
Hi. I don't really like being vulnerable and telling y'all my business, but for the sake of everything, I'm here to talk. I'm not here to give an apology to my haters though. But what I will do is apologize to my poor bitches that fuck with me. So I don't want y'all to think I'm gonna lead this because I'm not. I make more money than you do. I'm not, guys. I'm not this evil, wicked, sinister bully that everybody wants me to be. Yes, you stupid, ugly. You know, one of my life goals is to become a billionaire so I can build an apartment complex to house the unhoused. Section 8 housing apartments. I don't feel bad about being angry. I feel bad about reacting the way that y'all always wanted me to react. They don't want to see me happy-go-lucky and having fun and buying my friends Prada bags and taking them on trips. So I thought I was doing the right thing by being the reader and coming on here to defend fat people and defend myself and finally unleash the hell that I've been receiving for 4 years. And that's not what I should have done. That's not who I am. Well, it's because I fucking hate y'all. And all my friends are like, Nita, this isn't you. Like, you're sweet. Yes, you stupid, ugly. You're not like this. You're not evil. You're not mean. Well, it's because I fucking hate y'all. We know they're mad because I'm taking over the world and I'm going to be the star that they never want to see happen.
Go from from 0 to 72 miles per hour on Stormrunner. Climb 210 feet on Candymonium. Fly first class.
It's time to put the phone down. Part 2. Is the social media industry unfair, or are you just not marketable? Well, it's both. Now, the controversy surrounding Fenita has died down a lot since like 2 weeks ago, and she has kind of gone back.
Hold on, and then let's see this one. This is her. This is this one apologizing.
If y'all want to eat me up, y'all don't want to fuck with me after this, please understand I'm going to be okay still. Amen. I'm going to be okay. I appreciate y'all for coming this far. But understand me when I say sometimes I'm ignorant when people make jokes about me getting punched. Sorry. That's a horrible apology, I know. I know, sisters. I know.
Why is it? Hold on, let me see the full apology that she was doing.
Because when I know I'm wrong, I take accountability. Only I can. Understand that. I apologize to my supporters and my supporters only. Dark-skinned girlies. Like I said, it's us. I apologize for your feelings. I shouldn't have said that. It was wrong as hell. I'm going to say about 6 more times that it's all y'all getting out of me, sisters. I'm letting you know now. I'm letting you know now. About 6 more times the bitch got out of me. What's the right apology do y'all want me to say? What kind of words do y'all want me to say? I already said it won't happen again. I already said I was wrong as hell. I took accountability and said I probably have offended my dark-skinned supporters, which I never meant to do.
And the funny thing is, the funny thing about this whole, like, I took accountability. People think taking accountability is just saying I'm sorry. I think that's so funny to me. Like, oh, I took accountability. You think just because you said you're sorry, it means you took accountability? Like, girl, what? Accountability also, I don't think it's just like, I don't think it just starts and ends with an apology. If you take accountability, first of all, you got to give an apology that actually like shows that you actually understand how you went left and how you feel bad about going left. Number 2, I think it also involves change behavior. Right? I think it involves change behavior. You can apologize today and do the same thing tomorrow. But just because you say you're sorry doesn't mean that you took accountability. Are you going to change for what you did? Right? So first you apologize, change behavior, and there has to be some type of restoration. If we're talking about accountability, we take account of, right? So people, there has to be some type of restitution, but I'm getting sick and tired of people thinking like if they apologize or give you a dry ass apology, that means, oh, you took accountability. Accountability, real accountability should also involve change behavior. Like if we come back 3 months from now, 6 months from now, a year from now, 2 years from now, I'm like, wow, she has really changed. She has really grown. Why? Because she took accountability. Girl, she just shaves her hair. She just does weird things. Nothing happened to her hair. It's not a disease. It's not alopecia. She just likes to grab clippers and then she just like does weird things to her hair. So this is self-inflicted. And the front of her, like, if you look right here, like, so in the front right here, that's the glue. That's the damage from the glue because of the lace fronts, right? But her actual head, she does this to herself. So she's not sick. She does this to herself, right? So,
What more do y'all want me to do? Get on here crying and sobbing? Please fuck with me still. That ain't never been my style. I know how to take accountability when I'm wrong, and I apologize to my dark-skinned supporters only. I didn't never mean to hurt y'all. Because without y'all, I wouldn't even be in this position in the first place. Understand that. It's me and y'all. Up and I feel when I eat somebody up, when I feel disrespected, I don't never want y'all to think I'm generalizing all of y'all. My supporters got me here. Y'all haters got me here as well. Tomatoes, throw tomatoes if you want to, because most of y'all probably ain't even watched me until this debacle. Y'all too push me into further heights that I can go. I apologize. Only to my dark-skinned supporters. What's the right apology do y'all want me to say? What kind of words do y'all want me to say? I already said it won't happen again. I already said I was wrong as hell. I took accountability and said I probably have offended my dark-skinned supporters, which I never meant to do. What more do y'all want me to do? Get on here crying and sobbing? Please fuck with me still. That ain't never been my style. I know how to take accountability when I'm wrong, and I apologize to my dark-skinned supporters only. I didn't never mean to hurt y'all. Because without y'all, I wouldn't even be in this position in the first place. Understand that. It's me and y'all. Up and I when I feel disrespected, I don't never want y'all to think I'm generalizing all of y'all. Yeah. My supporters got me here. Y'all haters got me here as well. Tomatoes, throw tomatoes if you want to, because most of y'all probably ain't even watched me until this debacle. Y'all too push me into further heights that I can go. I apologize. Only to my dark skin support. What's the right apology do y'all want me to say? What kind of words do y'all want me to say? I already said it won't happen again. I already said I was wrong as hell. I took a
making regular content as if nothing happened. However, one of the main things that really stuck with people who were watching Fenita's videos was how quick she was to turn on the same exact people who were there to support her. Once she got a little bit of money and got skinny, she started to become the very thing she hated and criticized, especially because Fenita herself comes from a background of poverty, of being plus sized. And she herself has talked about this time and time again. But the approach she takes when talking about these topics that matter to her is getting drowned out by the fact that she's also calling her fan base poor and ugly and telling them that she hates them altogether, which distracts from the points that she's trying to make in a lot of these videos. And the thing that's crazy is in a lot of these videos, she actually does make valid points. If you just get past the fact that she's calling you poor, ugly, and accusing you of being jealous of her if you give her any sort of criticism in any sort of way. One of the points that Fenita brought up during these Do I Even Call Them videos is bringing up the inequality of pay in creators of color versus white creators. Now, again, Fenita's not wrong. There is a pay gap that we do see when it comes to influencers of color and white influencers. There is a lot of internalized racism when it comes to brands where they kind of don't want people of color representing them, or creators of color for some reason are deemed as less brand friendly, which is a very valid point. However, she brought up this point by attacking another fellow TikToker by the name of Alex Earl. Alex Earl is a lifestyle, makeup, get ready with me type content creator with almost 7 million followers. She's kind of considered an it girl when it comes to micro fashion trends such as nails or makeup. She also even has her own school scholarship. In one of Fenita's TikTok video rants, she tries to bring awareness to the pay gap that creators of color face versus white creators, which is a conversation that is an absolute necessity in the social media world right now. However, the way Fenita goes about it is by dragging Alex Earl into the situation.
But Alex Earl comes to the podium. What is Alex and what is me? Me and Alex engage me pretty much the same damn shit. And I'm more entertaining, and I have a podcast, and I'm funny. Alex is funny to white people, or is she even funny? And this is not a drag, Alex. I'm not trying to drag you. I'm just keeping it real. Because if you could get $50K for a brand deal, we both know I deserve it.
This new nail color I just got, I'm obsessed. It's like a cotton candy chrome. I use these 2 shades from Essie, so I did the Mademoiselle for the bottom 2 coats.
Not only is Alex Earl's and Fenita's content completely different, the reason why Alex Earl...
But one thing I wanted to, hold on you guys, let me come back on the screen. One thing I wanted to say, right? I'm like, you cannot feel entitled to people's money, okay? These brands who are paying Alex Earl 50 grand a post, I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. What do I know? It's not my money. But it's like, you can't force a brand to pay you 50K. It's their money. You can't feel entitled to somebody else's money. You cannot feel entitled to somebody else's brand's money, right? If somebody wants to give Alex Earl 50K, it's their money. You can't say, well, since you gave Alex 50K, you also have to give me 50K. No, that's not how life works. That is not how life works. I am very sorry, right? Even in a company, you can have people who have the same job title and they don't have the same pay because they might not have the same years of experience or whatever, right? It is what it is. Or one is a woman, one's a man. I don't know. You understand? But I'm like, that's not the real world. You cannot feel entitled. Oh, well, because she has 50K, so my rate is also going to be 50K. No, you are not entitled to anybody's money. That's number one. Number two, right? You also have to ask yourself, what value do you add? Because when you do simple math, you can be like, well, I get 1 million views on all my videos. Alex also get 1 million views per video. No problem, right? But the people who are watching you, are they buying? Right? It's like, even like if you ever see the girls who are always naked on Instagram, they have lots of views, they have lots of likes, but the majority of their audience is like these perverted dudes, okay, who can't get no action, right? So if you're selling products, you know, even though she might have high engagement, but you look at her audience, that's not who you're trying to sell to, right? So that's that. What kind of value do you add? And I'm sure a lot of the brands who have worked with Alex Earl, when they pay her and when she posts, they see traction on their website, right? When you reach out to an influencer to promote your product, I would assume that most brands are trying to make money. Okay, who can we go to that if we pay you this amount of money, we can probably triple, quadruple, or like quintuple our sales, right? And I'm sure when it comes to Alex Earl, people are still paying her because the girl actually delivers value. For what you pay her, you probably gonna make way more money on the back end because the people who follow her are trying to look like her. They want to dress like her. They want to be her. Blah 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 blah. So that's a very ripe audience who's gonna buy, even if they got to pay with Afterpay, right? You, Fenita, what value do you add? Like if somebody tells you to promote their product, how many of your followers are actually gonna want to buy? Because people follow you for drama. Your drama, your rants, whatever you're doing over there, okay? When it comes to Alex, people follow her because they want to be her. Everything she puts on her body, they want to go buy. So even you, if you also had a business, like, would you invest in yourself or would you invest in Alex Earl? I'm like, it's so simple. I don't know why people don't understand that. Conversion matters. You know, you got to be able to convert. You got to be able to make people go on the website. You got to be able to get people to sign up for email or text message updates, right? Like these companies are not just throwing money out to throw money out. They want something in return. And I think a lot of people who create content sometimes, they don't put themselves in the shoes of a business. Okay, I know what I am. I know what I like. Sure, no problem. But sometimes think of yourself as a business owner, right? If you were a business owner and you were to pay yourself for an ad, right? How would you do it so that people actually want to go on the website? But you got to add value. And a lot of content creators do not add value. So there's no point in people wasting their money on you because they're not going to get their money back. They'll barely get any visits on their website. So why would they give you money? You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, I don't think it's impossible to be like Alex Earl, to have the money that she makes, whatever, but you have to be willing to study what she does. Like, what is it about her that people like? What is it about her engagement, her content? And if that's what you want, you're going to have to change your content. Going to have to change your content. Going to have to change how you talk to people, talk at people. You cannot continue to call your followers hoes and bitches and broke bitches and Section 8 bitches. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's crazy. That is crazy. And my thing is, if I go on your page, if I have a business, I go on your page and I see that you're calling your followers hoes and bitches and broke bitches and Section 8 bitches, I don't want to work with you. Because I don't want my product next to your face as you're calling people broke bitches and dumb bitches. Like, no, that makes no sense. So if you want to have a platform where advertisers can come to you and pay you great money to advertise their product, then you need to be advertiser friendly. You know what I'm saying? Like, start there. I'm like, because otherwise that's crazy.
Gets $50,000 sponsorships. Well, it's not only because she has like 4 more million followers than Fenita, but the type of content that Alex Earl makes is something that's considered sponsor friendly. Fenita is what we call a content creator, a personality type. Meanwhile, Alex Earl is an influencer. Her content is product based, which means also money based. If you want to make money on social media, you have to make this sort of type of content where product placement seems genuine. And if your content is always about like, this is the lipstick I bought today, guys, let's try it out. This is my Pixel phone, guys. Do you like it? This is my smoothie. I'm gonna try it today. Like, you know, if you make content that's product based, then a brand will want to work with you more and pay you more because it's going to come off as authentic. It won't be a surprise to the audience. Whereas if a comedy TikToker who isn't product based at all would out of nowhere have a collab with, let's say, Rare Beauty or something, it wouldn't come across as authentic. It would come across as obviously sponsored. And that's something that brands want to avoid. So that's why brands work with more influencer type content creators rather than personality type content creators. It's a lot harder to make money as a personality type of influencer than it is to be a beauty-based influencer, because the product that you're selling is yourself. You're not selling your makeup skills. You're not selling your fashion skills where fashion brands or makeup brands can sponsor you. You're selling your personality, and that's really hard to sell. And it's really hard for brands to buy that. Now, is it a coincidence that the majority of these types of TikTokers who do make crazy money like this, who are in the product-based world or makeup world or the clean girl aesthetic world, are also white? Yes, there is kind of a correlation to that. As a creator of color, you kind of get the short end of the stick when it comes to criticism. Everything you do is seen as problematic, or that you have this hidden agenda to be evil, to be purposely harmful. So I don't blame Fenita for feeling angry over this. I understand the point that Fenita was trying to make. However, I think Alex Earl was not the best comparison. If anything, I would compare her more to a Brittany Broski, who is also a comedic personality type, who also has a podcast. However, she has never told her fans that they were ugly, made fun of them for being poor, living in Section 8, or called them whores, which helps her marketability. The fact that she's still making money off of TikTok, even with these ramblings, getting 3 to 2 million views per video, means she's still getting paid even throughout this controversy. And Fenita still makes good money. I mean, good enough to buy a Versace bathrobe or brag about buying her friends, yes, multiple friends Prada bags.
They don't want to see me happy-go-lucky and having fun and buying my friends Prada bags and taking them on trips.
She makes good enough money to...
Another thing too, like I have to say this. Hold on, let me get back on the screen here. When people say they don't want, who is the they? They don't want to see me happy. They don't. I think a lot of people, I guess it's over here on this side, but I think on this side over here, people always feel like, oh, if you don't have haters, you're not winning. Like these invisible haters, they don't want to see me make. Nobody cares. I'm like, no one cares how you live your life. I don't think we're like, oh my gosh, I can't wait for her to have a bad day today. Like a lot of people, they have these invisible haters, and that's how they're able to like have personal drive and motivation, because they feel like there's somebody out there who wants something bad to happen to them. There's someone who doesn't want them to win. I'm like, the majority of us do not have haters. Like, stop the madness. Okay. A lot of people are not thinking about you. You're the one who turns on your phone, you record yourself, and you post on social media trying to trigger people because you're bored and you need some attention, right? But most people are not thinking about you. And if you were to not post ever again, they probably would not even be looking for you. Okay, so I'm like, stop with this whole if you don't have haters, you're not popping. Oh, you have all these haters out here who hate me. They don't want to see me glow up. They don't want to see me grind. Like, who are these day people? Who are these people? Okay, no one's thinking about you. Like, set yourself free. Like, you know what I'm saying? Do things because you actually want to do them, and trust and believe the majority of people, they're not thinking about you, or some people are actually rooting for you. But stop with this whole my haters. Who are these day hater people? Like, who are these people? They're non-existent. Okay? It's like, oh, the devil's after me. I'm like, why? Like, what's so special about you? Like, no, you just keep making bad decisions. You know? But a lot of people love to blame the devil for everything. Oh, the enemy. Oh, it's Satan, or the devil, or the witches. It's like, child, please, okay? You just keep making dumb-ass decisions, okay? But I promise you, the devil does not care about you, okay? He has bigger targets. You're not one of them, okay? Like, if I'm the devil and I could go after someone that has 300 million followers, why would I come after you? What can you do for me, okay? It makes no sense. But a lot of time, you are your own hater. But nobody's out here hating on you like, oh, I can't. No. Stop the madness. You're insane. No one cares.
Get both a tummy tuck and boob job, which are extremely expensive procedures. She makes good enough money to the point where she can call other people poor and make fun of them for it. Like, sure, you don't make Alex Earl money, maybe because Alex Earl has like 5 more million followers than you, but I digress. But you still make amazing money with amazing opportunities that so many other people don't have. But I don't blame Fenita in having this negative perspective in multiple areas of her life. She feels as though the internet owes her something, owes her more money, owes her more fame, owes her more love, due to the fact that she
but she's a socialist. And so my point is, even for that too, I was like, I want to say, when I look at people like Fenita too, I kind of laugh, because when you think about TikTok in itself, the way the app works, right? It has made it so much easier for people to have millions of followers in like 6 months, in 3 months, in 1 year, in 2 years, right? The stuff it used to, like on YouTube, most people who reach 1 million followers on YouTube, on average, it takes about 10 years of work. Okay, 10 years or even more of solid work, posting, not short form content. You have to do long form content. Okay, you have to record yourself, edit, put the music, upload, wump, do a thumbnail. You know what I'm saying? Like, YouTube is so much harder, right? And it's like on average, it took about people 10 years to get to 1 million subscribers on YouTube, right? TikTok, you can do a little dance. You can do something stupid. You have 1 billion views, 60 million views, 13 million views, right? Just doing stupid shit. Right? And so you get millions of followers. Fenita has 2.3 million. You understand? You look at most Black girls on YouTube, right? Patricia, Peak, Jackie, I don't know who else is out there. But most Black girls, like dark-skinned Black girls on YouTube, it took them like over 10 years to get 1 million. So see how ungrateful you are, because you're so busy trying to start these race wars, or you're so busy trying to compare yourself to these white women instead of being grateful. Be grateful. Right? Because if you had started YouTube 10 years ago, you probably still be at 200,000 subscribers. But TikTok in itself, it makes it a lot easier for so many people to have millions of followers. And guess what? When you have, oh, of course, but I would say go on TikTok. Because if you blow up on TikTok, the people just follow you on YouTube. Like the number of YouTubers now who have millions, you guys, I'm like, it's so crazy. I never even thought this day would come. The number of people who have millions of subscribers on YouTube off the strength of their TikTok channel, it's insane. You have people on TikTok, on YouTube, who only post shorts. They only post shorts. Listen to me, right? And just with their shorts alone, they have over 1 million subs. Let me see if I can show you one girl. Hold on. Right? And I'm like, it was not this for us though. Is that honey? What's that girl's name? I will find her. Hold on. Oh, Darcy. Okay. No, it's not her. I wasn't looking for her. Oh my goodness. But it's like so many of them, like just off of TikTok. If you're like, I'm telling you, if your TikTok blows up, people follow you everywhere on Instagram, on YouTube. TikTok is like New York City. You know how they used to say that the adage is like, oh, if you can make it in New York City, if you can make it in New York, you can make it anywhere. It's like TikTok. If you can make it on TikTok, every social platform you go on is going to prosper. Like my fitness channel, my YouTube fitness channel, it has like 67,000 subscribers. I was like, what the heck? Do you know how hard I had to work on this channel to get 60,000 people? Okay, but that's the power of TikTok. You might not make a lot of money as YouTube, but the exposure and the ability to build your other social media platform is insane. It's insane. So I'm like, sometimes instead of just sitting here worrying about what this white girl got going on, what this white girl got popping, right? Like you got to also stay in your lane sometimes, right? And look at like all the black girls who came before you, who have way better content, who are way classier, who are way more educated, who are way more poised, who have put years, like decades in the game, right? Do you know what they had to do to get to 2 million, whatever? Right? And you don't even take it for granted. Like you don't even appreciate that because TikTok made it so easy for y'all. You know what I'm saying? It made it so easy. So you're sitting here crying about how you don't get a $50,000 sponsorship, right? Meanwhile, look at your life. And like that's the part that grinds my gears. Like it's like the lack of gratitude. It's so gross to me. It is so gross. Like, oh well, I want to focus on what this white girl got going on. Alex L is not your problem. And stop counting people's money. Worry about yourself and worry about your content. Worry about your page. And most importantly, I will say to anybody, right? Worry about the relationship that you have with your people. If you take great care of your followers, if you're nice to your followers, if you are kind to your followers, if you take care of your followers, they will take care of you right back. Right? You have a lot of people, they don't have crazy follower count, but their engagement is so strong because they respond to comments, they're nice to people, they answer DMs, they do giveaways, right? So there are girls who don't have a lot of followers, but they have strong engagement because they're really nice. And they come outside and they take care of people. And then you have people who have a huge following and their engagement sucks because they're not nice to people. Right? Because like the real power and the real strength of an influencer or a content creator is how well your people respond to you. It's not how much you get paid. Because if you have strong engagement, if your people F with you hard, it doesn't matter how many followers you have. These brands are going to recognize that. Like, yo, like she has strong engagement. You know, she's very responsive. They're also very responsive. They follow her everywhere or whatever, right? So it's like this obsession with the money thing. And that's how people will see that you're only here because you want to do it for money. You're not here for the right reason. Right? Because if you create content, if you are a content creator, if you want to be an influencer and you're doing it for the right reason, the first thing that will come, your main priority is going to be what is my relationship with my audience, right? Your audience comes first. The money comes second, but the money is not first, right? Because if you take great care of your followers, I'm telling you, they will take great care of you. But if you abuse them, you talk to them like you're crazy, you insult these people every single day, they're going to tune out. They don't have to be here. They can go watch somebody else who's way nicer, way friendlier, and honestly makes better content, right? So that's the first thing you got to prioritize is like, yo, the fact that people are supporting my content because time is valuable and time is something that you cannot get back. So when people come on your stuff, they engage with your stuff, they leave comments, they share your stuff. You got to show love to these people. Right? And I'm like, mind you, so how many of your followers even make 50 grand a year? And you're over here crying about not making 50 grand a post. Like, it's like this weird dissonance. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't, like, yeah, I'm like, you can't do stuff like that. Right? But for me, I'm like, if you want to, I believe in creating content. I believe in building your own platform. And I would definitely say start on TikTok, because if you blow up on TikTok, your YouTube, your Instagram, you will see a huge engagement all over the place. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. Give me 1 second, you guys, right? You know, it's like when I get on TikTok, because I'm like, I'm going to start posting soon, because I have to wait until my 6-week appointment. Then I get back to the Stairmaster. But I have discovered some new girls on TikTok, and yes, they're white. They have lots of following. But I'm like, oh, here goes this white girl again. Reality of it is, listen, in America, you have a bigger white population. Okay, it's like 200 million white people. So listen, all right, it's 200 million white people to 46 million black people. So guess what? White people are gonna stay winning because they have a bigger population. But when you find a TikToker and she's doing really well, you know, you should ask yourself, besides being white, what else is she doing that's making people connect to her content? Right? Because like T said, you have a lot of white girls too who are struggling and their content is not hitting. But when you do find a white girl who has content that's doing really well, you should also study that. Now, I'm not saying you'll get the same result as her because she is white, but you probably gonna get better results than if you keep doing what you're doing. Let me show y'all this girl quickly. Hold on. I was gonna do a video about that for you. Hold on. You okay? Okay, come on, little man. Give me a second, you guys. Hold on. Let me show you. Okay, this girl right here. Let me
TikTok earnings up.
This is the only Korean serum that you need to.
Hold on.
It's like it's time for a little TikTok earnings update. So, if you did not know, I made it a goal to start posting 3 or more times a day. I started that on March 4th. It is now March 16th, so it has been 14 days, exactly 2 weeks. And this is what I've made in the last 2 weeks on TikTok. Let me preface this by saying I have just strictly been super, super active on this app. I have not been pushing products down people's throats to try to buy from TikTok Shop. I will never do that. If you see me promoting a product, it's because I actually really love the product. And it's not because I'm just trying to make $1. I could care less about making a bunch of money up front. I'd rather keep my name valid than to try to sell you some products that I really don't even care about. So, with that being said, I just had to preface that and put that out there. So, I have tried it. I like it. Or I would not be posting it. With that being said, I've made a total of $5,512 since March 4th on TikTok, which kind of crazy, but it's not as much as most of these people are making. I started out with 60,000 followers, and now I'm at 105,000 followers, and that has just happened in the last 11 days. So in the past 11 days, I have gained 45,000 new friends on here. From the TikTok shop itself, I have made $3,004. And let me go ahead and say, I could make way more on TikTok shop, but I will never put y'all on something I don't like. And I will never put y'all on something unless I absolutely have tried it and it is top tier on my list. That's why y'all don't see me post much, because not a lot is top tier on my list. The beta program, which is just posting videos you get paid for views, I have made $2,152.99. My Amazon storefront, which I don't promote much at all, I have made $355, which is not much, but I also don't promote it a lot because I'm still trying to get Amazon storefront figured out and get my page exactly how I want it before I start promoting it. But the link is in my bio if y'all want to check that out. But that is how much I've made off TikTok since I actively started posting, which was March 4th. Time for a little TikTok earnings update. So, if you did not know, I made it a goal to start posting 3 or more times a day. I started that on March 4th.
So as you see it here, so you guys, right? So she's saying she started posting 2 to 3 times a day on TikTok. So she's like, okay, that's the goal. And I'm like, most people, before you start the black versus white thing, it's like, look at your TikTok, not even just TikTok, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, right? And be honest. Are you consistent? Are you consistent? Okay, let's keep going.
It is now March 16th, so it has been 14 days,
2 weeks.
exactly 2 weeks. And this is what I've made in the last 2 weeks on TikTok. Let me preface this by saying I have just strictly been super, super active on this app. I have not been pushing products down people's throats to try to buy from TikTok Shop. I will.
Okay. And don't, just because a brand is willing to pay you or you can make money off of something, do not, every video you're pushing a product, push a product, right? Because that tires people out. Okay. People don't want to come on your page and every day be told to buy something. All right. So I think that's also great advice. Be consistent, post multiple times a day. Don't constantly harass people to buy stuff. Okay. He said, girl, please.
Will never do that. If you see me promoting a product, it's because I actually really love the product. And it's not because I'm just trying to make $1. I could care less about making a bunch of money up front. I'd rather keep my name valid than to try to sell you some products that I really don't even care about. So, with that being said, I just had to preface that and put that out there. So I have tried it. I like it. Or I would not be posting it. With that being said, I've made a total of $5,512 since March 4th on TikTok, which...
So she made $5,000 in 2 weeks by posting 3 times a day. Okay.
Kind of crazy, but it's not as much as most of these people are making. I started out with 60,000 followers, and now I'm at 105,000 followers, and that has just happened in the last...
So she gained 40,000.
This life is really time for a little TikTok earnings update. That being said, I've made a total of $5,512 since March 4th on TikTok, which kind of crazy, but it's not as much as most of these people are making. I started out with 60,000 followers, and now I'm at 105,000 followers, and that has just happened in the last 11 days. So in the past...
So she got 45,000 people in 11 days. Okay.
11 days, I have gained 45,000 new friends on here. From the TikTok shop itself, I have made $3,004. And let me go ahead and say, I could make way more.
And so if you don't know this, like when you're on TikTok also, Mark, I'm telling you, like, I know you're trying to make fun, but I'm serious, Mark. If you are consistent, like the algorithm picks you up. But you can't post today and then disappear for a whole month. Then you come back 30 days later, you post like twice and you're gone for 6 months. You know, you can't do stuff like this. Like you are, like I think social media, if you want to make it, you have to be a slave to the algorithm. Like the more you feed the algorithm, the nicer it's going to be towards you. So she's talking about TikTok shop. On TikTok shop too, if you use products from a TikTok shop and you recommend those products and people buy them, you get commission also. Okay, so anytime you buy something or you want to buy something like beauty stuff, home stuff, whatever, always look on TikTok shop to see if it's not there. If it's on TikTok shop, you should buy it directly from the TikTok shop, and then you make a video about it. And if it's really good and it goes well and people buy from the video, you get commission. So she does recommend products from TikTok shop. So that's why she's made $3,000 from her commissions from TikTok shop. Okay.
On TikTok shop, but I will never put y'all on something I don't like. And I will never put y'all on something unless I absolutely have tried it and it is top tier on my list. That's why y'all don't see me post much, because not a lot is top tier on my list. The beta program, which is just posting videos you get paid for views, I have made $2,152.99. My Amazon storefront, which I don't promote much at all, I have made $355, which is not much, but I also don't promote.
The TikTok beta program, you got to have a thing like, I want to say you have to have like over 100,000 people. I don't know. Let me see. But you have to make long form. Like it has to be longer than a minute. Let me see. I think it's like you got to make your videos have to be longer than a minute nowadays. Yeah. Yeah. But if you look into it, you can learn more about it though. But your videos have to be longer than a minute for the beta program.
A lot because I'm still trying to get Amazon storefront figured out and get my page exactly how I want it before I start promoting it. But the link is in my bio if y'all want to check that out. But that is how much I've made off TikTok then.
Hold on, I think she's talking about
This lighting is really bad, but this is going to be a TikTok update. That being said, I started consistently posting and trying to make TikTok my full-time job Saturday of last week.
Okay.
It's Saturday of this week, so it's been a full week. It's been 7 days. In the last 7 days, I have gained a little over 18,000 followers, which is so crazy. 18,000 followers in 7 days is, I'm blown away at that part. I was hesitant to share like how much I've made, but I'm fully transparent and I am an open book, so I'm just going to go ahead and tell y'all, no, it is not a crazy amount of money. It is not life-changing. It's not as much as some of these creators make on here, but I'm very thankful. Very thankful. Is it something crazy? Absolutely not. Is it something to be thankful for? Absolutely. In the last 6 days, I have made $1,287 on TikTok. I will say I am in the creative beta program, and I also do like TikTok shop links on the bottom of my videos, and I have made 512 of that has came from TikTok shop. And then the difference was just like 700 and something came from the beta program. So in total, I have made $1,287 total this week. And for a stay-at-home mama that does nothing but just raise her, let me back up. A stay-at-home mama that does nothing, that shouldn't even be in the same sentence. A stay-at-home mom that does not go clock in 9 to 5. That's what I should have said. A stay-at-home mom that does not go clock in 9 to 5 at a corporate job or something, that is good. That is something to be proud of. But I will say, with that being said, if you want to make money in this app, you got to clock in. Anyway, so we're just going to keep going, and I am so thankful for all of my new 18,000 followers. That is so crazy to me. That's the part I'm most excited about, is 18,000 new followers. Forget about the money situation on it. 18,000 in 7 days. Crazy. This lighting is really bad.
So now she has like 500. That's, I guess, since March. I don't know when she started, but that's 575,000 followers now that she has. So by posting 3 times a day. So I'm like, I don't know. To me, I really do feel like if it comes to, like she said, you got to clock in. Even me, I say consistency is everything. You really have to clock in. But I do feel like if you do clock in, you're going to see some great results. Now, if you compare yourself to other people, you will never feel like you're good enough, or you'll never feel like you're making enough money, as opposed to thinking about where I'm coming from and what I currently have built for myself. I need to be really happy for myself, right? Because some people right now, they could make $1,000 in 6 days. That's pretty great. You know, I think sometimes with social media too, like it makes you feel like you got to be making like $1 million every day or $100,000 a month, right? But some people need $1,000. It's $1,000 in 6 days. So like in a month you can make $5,000. That is not bad. That really is not bad, right? That's not bad. You got to be really grateful. You can do that from your house, you know, from your home. You post when you want. You make your own time. You make your own schedule. You can take care of your kids, and you can still make $5,000 a month. Yeah, that's pretty good. For a start, it's really good. And of course, with everything, the more you keep doing it, the more you keep getting consistent, it's only going to go up from there, right? But imagine being able to make like $1,200 in 6 days, just posting content on freaking TikTok, right? So me, I'm a strong advocate of create your platform, start posting your content, okay? Post your content and take tips from people. Now, I'm not saying you're going to have the same success that they have, but I do feel like it's a great starting point. You know what I mean? Sometimes you got to be grateful for what you have. Like you've come a long way. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I feel like everybody's destiny is not the same. Alex, she got her own destiny going on, and you gonna cuss her out, be mad at her, call her all kinds of names. It's not gonna change what you got going on over here, right? That's her destiny. It was meant to happen for her like that. It is what it is, right? You focus on what you have. Fenita, you also came a long way. There's so many people who would love to have what you have. Like, you have 2 million followers. You claim you make all this money every month. You have your own podcast. You were able to get the surgery you wanted. You have collaborations with makeup companies. Like, there are so many people who would love to have that. But instead of being in the moment and recognizing how far you've come, you allow yourself to be robbed of your joy because you want to compare yourself to Alex Earl. Don't worry about that, girl. Worry about yourself. Be proud of yourself and be proud of how far you came. Right? How many people, like Fenita in her family, how many people when they were her age had all this going on? Right? That's like, it's pretty impressive. But instead of being happy for yourself, being grateful, you know, giving yourself credit, you know what I'm saying? No, you want to compare yourself to this girl. Of course you're going to be miserable. You will always be miserable. Imagine me trying to compare myself to Beyonce. Girl, it's giving like self-deletion. Okay? Everybody has their destiny, and your job is to make the most for your destiny, right? But today, Alex might be making more than you. But if you keep going and you do it with a beautiful heart and a nice spirit, you never know. 5 years from now, you might be way bigger than Alex Earl, right? Life is not like, life doesn't happen in a day. It's a marathon, right? So as you run this race, you know, always have a positive attitude about it, right? And don't hate on anybody. Everybody's favor is different. Everybody's timing is different. And everybody's pay is different, you know? But I'm just saying, like, be happy for what you have and be happy for how far you came. Like, even like, yo, you know, YouTube pays people on the 21st, right? YouTube pays you on the 21st of every month. That's when you get paid, right? My direct deposit hit yesterday. Okay. So, you know, like, last month I was doing like all these lives back to back, right? So the channel went from making, like, I was making a penny. Okay, I mean, that's just me not even doing. I didn't care though. But I'm just saying, like, my channel was making a penny. Okay, there was a day I made like 4 cents, right? But it's like, oh, let me just be consistent and let me just do all these lives, whatever. And so for the month of May, I made $330 or whatever, right? Now it's not like millions, but just to be able to just sit there and run my gums and make like 300, I was like, oh, that's kind of cute, right? So just be happy. I'm saying, like, always be happy. Be happy, be grateful, be full of joy. People who come outside and they spend time with you and they watch videos with you and they're part of your life. Like, always be grateful, right? Because I feel like the more gratitude, the more you practice gratitude, you're only going to have increase, right? But everything starts small. Before you can make 1,000, you gotta make 100. You gotta make $100, right? Before you can make 5,000, you have to learn how to make 1,000. Even learn how to make 500. Before you make 10 grand, you gotta learn how to make like $2,000, $3,000, right? But it's like, always be happy. Every little increment that you take, every little step forward that you take, any type of progress that you've made, be proud of yourself. Be proud, because you could have been dead. It could have been worse. Like, you know, you could not have had this at all, right? So be very happy. Like, always be grateful. And don't worry about what somebody else got going on. More power to them, right? Focus on what you have. You know, focus on what you have and how you can make it better. How can I make my videos better? How can I make my TikTok better? How can I have a better relationship with my audience? Like, how can I be there for them a bit more, right? That, I think, like, to me, that's what matters more. And once you get that right, don't worry about it. The money will come, and money in ways that you can't even imagine, right? Because it's not just TikTok. There's YouTube pays people money. Like, child, it's so much money. Like, one day I got a message from Instagram that they were doing like some type of bonus and you could make like 30,000 in a month. But I'm like, there's money all around us. There's money all around us. The only thing is we have to know how to be tuned in to know how to get it. But it's like, we're surrounded by money. We are truly surrounded by money. So open your heart, open your mind, and with everything, practice gratitude. So I discovered this girl like this week because people kept making videos about her. Is that her? I think so. Like, okay, so like the girls were all making videos like, oh, I want to be like Kylie Pitts. Yeah, hold on. That's how I discovered her, because all the girls like, yeah, I'm gonna be like Kylie Pitts. Hold on. Let me show y'all this. I don't think so. Just start posting. I don't think so. Because if you decide to be consistent and in the same niche, eventually the algorithm will know that that's what you're doing, right? But I would say, like me, I would definitely say start on TikTok. But this is how I discovered this girl. Hold on.
Prepare to be sick of me. Prepare right now to be
So once the girl discovered how much money she was making, everybody started making everybody started saying like they want to start making content like her too.
Prepare to be sick of me. Prepare right now to be sick of me.
Hi, besties.
Prepare to be sick of me. Prepare right.
Oh, she bought her E-Kane in cash. I know that's right. Oh, wow. Y'all, she's making all kinds of money now. But one girl was saying that she's really good at like okay, hold on.
No, give credit where credit is due. I just watched some of her videos. Kylie Pitts is only famous because of her Southern accent. No, give credit where credit is due. I just watched some of her videos. She's a good content creator and her voiceovers are super relatable and she's funny. Kylie Pitts is only famous because of her Southern accent. No, give credit where credit is due.
Oh no, she made another video about her. She said something. Hold on, I think I watched this one.
Let's talk about Kylie Pitts part 2. That video blew up and I did not expect it to. I was cooking dinner last night, scrolling FYP, and a video came up about Kylie Pitts. She bought a new E-Kane or something. I was like, okay, cool. Then a couple more videos later, 2 different creators were like, she got famous overnight because of her Southern charm. She got famous just because she has a Southern accent. If I had a Southern accent, I'd be famous too. Wrong. All I had to do was go to her page and watch like 2 of her videos. She's creative. She's talented. She's a storyteller. Her content, those vlogs, as somebody who's dabbled in vlog, take time and effort. Reducing somebody to an accent is shameful. It's giving jealousy. Like, give credit where credit is due. And I know she didn't get famous overnight. She's been posting consistently for a while. Girl puts in the work. But I'm going to say this too. People who want to grow on this app, if they spent more time being themselves, talking about things that matter to them, focusing on themselves rather than comparing themselves, trying to be somebody they're not, showing jealousy, would go so much further. And that's why Kylie has the following she has. She is herself, unapologetically. Let's talk about Kylie Pitts part 2. That video blew up and I did not expect it to. I was cooking dinner last night, scrolling FYP, and a video came up about Kylie Pitts. She bought a new E-Kane or something. I was like, okay, cool. Then a couple more videos later, 2 different creators were like, she got famous overnight because of her Southern charm. She got famous just because she has a Southern accent. If I had a Southern accent, I'd be famous too. Wrong. All I had to do was go to her page and watch like 2 of her videos. She's creative. She's talented. She's a storyteller. Her content, those vlogs, as somebody who's dabbled in vlog, tell you I would rather pay my house.
Okay, hold on, sorry, you guys. She's talking a little too much. So you see, and for me, when I discovered her this week. Okay. Yeah, the E-Kane is that it's a big old SUV truck. It is huge. It's like the car the president rides in. You see in all the Secret Service movies. That's a E-Kane. That big old black SUV. Okay. So for me, when I discovered her, like I was like, okay, the girl's like, oh, she's a great storyteller. Because I always feel like I said, you guys, don't put the money first. Okay. Your job, if you decide to become a content creator, an influencer, your job is to say to yourself, how do I become the best content creator out there? So I was like, okay, you say she's a great storyteller. So I started watching her videos to see how she tells her story to make these like, short form vlogs or whatever, right? Because you can always learn from someone. And I'm not going to deny the fact that being white plays a part in it, having a Southern accent play, because it's part of her Southern charm, right? But it's like, I always feel like there's always something you can learn from someone, even if they do have inherent privileges, you can learn. But I'm like, consistency, and I've said this to y'all before, I said that's something I struggle with. That's something that Kelly Rowland struggles with, right? Consistency. I have said, I don't think Beyonce is the best. I really don't. I don't think Beyonce is the best dancer. I think Ciara dances better than Beyonce. Right? I don't think Beyonce has the best voice. I think Kiki Wyatt has a better voice than Beyonce. Okay. There's a lot of things that Beyonce is not the best at. But one thing Beyonce is going to do is be consistent. Okay. So when you are not even the best, your consistency will make you the winner. Okay. Because you're consistent. And Beyonce has been consistent for over 3 decades. So it's like she wins. She wins. Not because she's the best, but because she shows up. And when she shows up hard. She shows up ready to win, to compete, to look good, to be the best. So it is what it is. Ciara, you spent all your time chasing after these boys. Okay. Kiki Wyatt spent all her time having all these children. All right. Kelly, you make an album every 5-6 years. Girl, back. and myself included. Throw my ass in there too, because I'm not consistent and I know that, right? But it's like you have to give credit where credit's due. The person who is consistent, even if you are just 1%, 2%, 3% consistent every single day, right? Over a year, over 2 years, 3, 4, 5 years, you will outcompete, you will outperform the person who's only been consistent or extremely consistent or an extreme high achiever, right? By just showing up 1 month out of the year, or they show up every month, every year. Like, what? No. Consistency, you guys. It's everything. And sometimes you think it's all because of your color, because of your gender. No, you have to be honest with yourself. Are you consistent? And when you show up, do you give it all you have? And that's what Uncle Shay Shay said to Shaq, and he got upset, right? He said, I never said I make more money than you. I never said I was better than you. But one thing is for sure, though, I gave everything I had to give to football. And so where I sit today, I can be like, you know what? I don't have any regrets because I gave it my all. But you, Shaq, can you say the same? Can you say that you gave everything to your teammates, that you gave everything to your team, that you gave the very best of yourself to basketball? No, you did not. Okay. All right. Okay. So it's like, listen, and that's a privilege too. Like right now, especially when it comes to reviewing foundation, right? A lot of people, if you're dark skinned and you review foundation, you probably will do very well. So it's like, we all have inherent privileges. You got to find the privilege that works for you and milk that privilege to the bank. That's it. You know what I mean? Like white girls, they have certain privileges and they monetize that thing. If you're dark skinned and people want to see you review foundation and it works for you and you get millions of views reviewing foundation, you better milk that to the bank. You know, but ultimately you're going to have to be consistent, right? But it really starts with consistency, right? And then as you go, as you keep making content, you have to also learn how to make your content better every time. Make it better every time, right? And also, you need to talk to your audience, like respond to comments, talk to people, you know, answer your DMs, especially if you're not that big. If you're not a big influencer yet, you can respond to people. Like your stuff is not that crazy that you can't respond to people. Once you start having like 500,000 followers and millions, and okay, yeah, now it gets a little challenging. Okay. But in the beginning though, you should respond to your early subscribers, your early followers. You should be nice to them and you should respond to them. Okay. Because they'll bring you more people. So she bought a brand new Yukon. Is that what it is? Okay. Cash money. But how did she actually show the Yukon?
Prepare to be sick of me. Prepare right now to be sick of me.
So she bought a Yukon cash money and she's building a house. And the thing is, she's only 20 years old. Man, you know the thing about mean comments also a part of the mean comments help you also. They're gonna make you stronger. Okay. I told you, Dunn told you, he started off being my troll and somehow we became friends and him trolling me, but he actually made me tougher. Okay. So sometimes these mean comments, they help you to build your character because after a while you start laughing at them like, y'all crazy. Okay. So yeah. So she's 20 years old. I forgot to tell you that part. She's also 20.
Kylie Pitts and Allie from Alabama just bought their new Yukons and Tahoes from all their money they made on TikTok. But how about some credit for us that bought their Yukons 5 years ago?
Girl, that's not the point, girl. Don't do that. So it seems like she bought I don't know when she bought. I don't know much about this girl. I just discovered her, but I know she's 20 and she has a baby. She has a little boy. He's so cute. But I don't know where she said she bought her. I'll probably look it up and show y'all. Y'all can go find it for yourselves though. But yeah. So I guess she bought the Yukon. I don't know when she bought the Yukon though. So I was looking at her content and see like, okay, how does she do her content? But definitely homegirl is very consistent. You know, she's very, very consistent. You know what I mean? And I think also, I think also like what also helps a lot of time too, like I told y'all, don't do too many luxury hauls. They turn people off because she seems very natural. She doesn't put on the makeup. She doesn't have a bunch of luxury things and a bunch of unboxing of like expensive things, right? So, you know, you might want to think about that because sometimes the luxury stuff, it can turn people off. Because how many people can actually afford this stuff, right? But it seems like all her content is like her in her house. Okay. So I would definitely say, like, study her content. Like, whenever you have time, go through her stuff, watch as much stuff as you see, and then, but okay, what can I do? What can you implement? Okay, here's her. Okay, so that's her son. Yeah, he's a cutie. Okay, but I'll see when she bought the Yukon. I'll look it up later. So let's go back to this.
So much of that at the beginning of her TikTok career when she was a plus-sized individual. The way Fenita is acting truly is a result of how cruel the internet was to her. However, it still doesn't make what she's saying or how she's going about the situation right at all. Even if some of the points she's bringing up in these videos are right and valid, the way she's going about it and who she's attacking through these points isn't right either. And honestly, this is why it's so important to work on yourself internally before you change yourself externally. Final part, the inner work that comes before the outer work. I used to be 210 pounds. I have since lost a lot of weight. I know you can't really tell sometimes by the stuff that I wear because I like wearing oversized stuff because I like being comfy. But this is kind of a better picture of how I used to look versus how I look now. She was cute back then, and she's still cute, even now, okay? When it comes to really extreme weight loss transformations, I don't think people understand or talk enough about how weight loss is such a brain F. And when I tell you there is a massive difference in how the world treats you, especially when you are a person of color, and I was neurodivergent on top of all of that, it was so over. It was so over. I swear, people looked at me like they wanted to set me on fire. Like, that's how bad it was. I was in and out of the hospital for years, not knowing what was wrong with me. Turns out I had PCOS the whole time. I switched the wording. I was no longer on a weight loss journey. I was on a health journey. And that grace-filled and loving perspective helped me get to where I am today in my health journey. The way that you perceive yourself from when you were big is going to project onto other people.
You see, this is the thing girls do to like help with their feeling. Oh, I was no longer on a weight loss journey. I was on a health journey. Girl, if you're healthier, you're going to lose weight. Like, I don't know why girls do that. They're just overly sensitive. You know, things are like, I mean, it is what it is, right? Hey, Gigi, I'm like a health journey. If you're on a health journey, you're going to lose weight. So it is a weight loss journey. Like, how can you be healthier without losing weight? It makes no sense, right? But like I told you, when you speak to a very socialist, liberal audience, you do these like goofy ass wordplay, right? But it's like you got to just accept things for what they are. You know, losing weight does make you healthier. Now, you can go about it in a toxic way, but it's like if you are on a healthier journey to eat healthier, to be healthier, you are going to lose weight, right? And if your body even lets you lose the weight because it needed to go, right? It had to go. It had to go. But the healthier you eat, the healthier you become. Anything that your body does not need is going to shed. And most of the time, it's all the excess fat that you don't need. You'll get rid of it. And you might build some muscle in the process, right? But it's okay. It's okay to say weight loss.
If you look back at yourself and you're like, ugh, I was so huge and gross and ugly and fat, you're going to still feel that way once you lose the weight. You're going to keep feeling the same way about other bigger people around you. That's because a lot of people don't do the internal work before they start on the external work. Sure, you might reach your goal, but you're going to still carry that bad image you had of yourself. You're still going to be carrying the trauma, the hurt, the resentment.
Lemonade, pet, insurance. 3 words you've probably never heard used together. A drink.
Kenji, really? Sorry, my dog was playing with his squeaky toy. And when you don't do the internal work and you do reach your goal, and when people start treating you differently, you are going to feel completely gaslit by the entire world. It's important for you to be strong on the inside so that when you do achieve your goal, it's not going to affect you and you'll still be able to stay strong and true to yourself and not fall into the trap of bitterness. Or to be bitter, even in other areas of your life that has nothing to do with weight loss. There is actually a TikToker by the name of Attempted Sock also.
And my thing is, I also wonder, like, I don't know. I wonder if losing weight through surgery or chemically induced weight loss keeps you more mentally weak versus like if you actually had to work out to lose the weight. Does that make sense? Because I'm like, because if you do the VSG, if you do the stomach thing, they cut your stomach, the weight loss happens so fast. And honestly, you didn't earn it, not to be offensive, right? But you didn't earn your weight loss. You paid for your weight loss, right? So when you haven't earned something, you know, can you take pride in it? And, you know, it happens so fast. You didn't work for it. You just lay there, they cut off your stomach and it just messed up your appetite. So now you're just dropping pounds, you know, like crazy. Or when you take Ozempic, you take Mounjaro, Once again, you're using chemicals to help you lose the weight. Okay, sure. But you didn't earn it. You didn't have to work on your discipline. You didn't have to work on how you ate. No, you paid for this, right? So can you inherently take pride in something you paid for that you didn't work for, right? If you go to the gym, right? If you have to be at the gym for a whole year, for 18 months, for 2 years, where like you're on the Stairmaster, you're running, you're lifting weights and things like that, right? Are you going to be as bitter if you lose the weight? I don't think so. I don't think so. Because I do feel like part of losing your weight through exercise and fitness, especially strength training, like lifting weights, like lifting heavy weights, is that you don't have as much sagging skin. Your skin is not going to sag that much. That's why I can tell when people are full of ish, like, oh, I was walking and I was fasting. Like, girl, stop. Okay, like, we're not stupid. You can tell what chemical looks like. You can definitely tell what a chemical weight loss looks like. Okay, a chemically induced weight loss through medication, we know what it looks like. I'm telling you, like the skin just like sags, and then you start to look emaciated, like, okay, like it's giving mummy. All right. Or VSG, the same thing, because it happens so fast. So you have so much excess skin, which is what I think makes them resentful. It's the amount of saggy skin they have. It's so much skin. So it's like, okay, yeah, I was overweight, but now I lost the weight. And now you got to deal with all the skin that's still on your body. When you take your time and you go the slower route and you actually do it through fitness and exercise and changing your diet, because it takes longer to lose the weight, your skin retains a lot of firmness, right? And that's why you don't want to lose more than 2 pounds a week, okay? There's a reason why people don't want you to lose 2 pounds. People don't want you to lose more than 2 pounds. It's 1.5 to 2 pounds a week, right? When you let your weight loss happen gradually, you are preserving the elasticity in your skin. Okay, you're preserving the elasticity in your skin. And as you lose the weight slowly, especially as you do a lot of lifting, a lot of strength training, like you're lifting, I'm talking like lifting heavy. I'm not saying play with a little 10-pound, 15-pound dumbbells, right? You want to get to a place where you're messing with like 30-pound dumbbells, 40-pound dumbbells, 50, 60, 100 pounds. Like when you do like a sumo squat, you want to get to a place where you can do a sumo squat with 100 pounds. Okay, maybe 200, who knows, okay? Go off, sis, right? But the slower you lose the weight, you keep the elasticity in your skin, and then you give yourself time to build muscle. So wherever you're losing the fat, you want muscle to go in there to replace that, so you're not completely deflated, right? Because I do feel like people who lose weight through fitness, exercise, and changing their diet, I think once they get to their goal weight, they have a healthier relationship with their new body, because you have to change your mindset to lose weight through fitness, exercise, and your diet, right? Not so much when it comes to VSG or chemically induced weight loss, right? So like that could be the problem. I think if she had exercised the whole time, if she had, challenged herself to exercise, challenged herself to get into strength training, if she had got into some serious weightlifting, I think she'd have had a different mindset about herself. Okay, because to me, lifting weights, it has helped me a lot to have a stronger mindset. Because I always say, if you got to increase your gangster, like you really need to get into the gym and start lifting some heavy weights. You need to lift heavy. And the more you start lifting, the more you get into weightlifting, it really helps you. Like it helps you mentally. It helps you a whole lot. Right. So you might want to think about that, So it could be that.
Also known as Gia, who explains this very well in a TikTok video in terms of the Fenita situation.
When someone is so good at critiquing everything around them, they're even better at critiquing themselves. Fenita, above all the other accusations people are throwing at her, is deeply insecure and has a lot of internal work to do. And she always has been, but now she has nothing left to hide behind. Let me explain. When someone dislikes themselves, they don't recognize it as a state of mind, but rather they like to compartmentalize and handpick traits of themselves that they dislike the most. And then they convince themselves that when these traits are gone, they will be happy. Everything will be okay. And a lot of insecure people have this mindset as a way of coping. I did too. But the truth is, confidence and security don't come when you finally get skinny or get rich. This mindset will make you resent the traits you once had and live your life in avoidance to them. No matter how skinny, pretty, or rich you are, your insecurities are still centered. They still rule your life. So when I see podcast clips of Fenita saying that some people are just objectively not beautiful and ugly, or when she quite literally makes fun of people for being poor and in Section 8 housing, it is so clearly projecting. But hate, especially self-hate, is never sustainable.
Were people unfair to me? Yes. Did that define who I was and who I'd become? Absolutely not. And just because people were cruel to me when I was bigger doesn't mean that I should repeat that for other people. Believe it or not, being skinny doesn't cure all your problems. problems, especially if you're still a rude and terrible person. Like, okay, congratulations. Now you're a rude and terrible person in a smaller body. Nothing changed. At the end of the day, what matters is if you're healthy. Are you healthy? Not only in the body, but emotionally. And to the people who are still giving Fenita hate even after her weight loss, saying that she doesn't even look skinny or that she still looks weird, you are just feeding into the cycle. So stop doing that. In order to accept this new version of you, you must also accept the old version.
I think, for me, I think you have to know, like, you have to know why you got big in the first place, right? What made you eat? Because most people who are overweight because you're an emotional eater. So like you ate for a reason. And I'm like, if you don't treat the reason why you ate, what made you eat, it's not going to end well. It really is not going to end well. Let me see.
Out, calling things out and all that. And if you don't know, Fenita used to be a very big girl. Okay? Fenita used to be a very big girl. So here's the backstory. Fenita used to be a very big girl, and no shade to anybody that is big or we're trying to body shame anybody. No, there's a context for me bringing the fact that she's big, and then now just hold on, I'm going to explain in a couple of minutes. Just stay with me, okay? You want to just stay with me, okay? So apparently Fenita used to be very big, but in the space of less than a year, she has dropped all the weight. She's looking like a baddie. I'm going to put videos or a picture of before and after, and you can see what I'm talking about, okay? So now that Fenita has gotten a goal body, the girl is feeling fine and all that. That was when she came on last week, even though she has been talking. I know that she's a comedian on TikTok, okay? So she came on last week to call out the pay discrepancies between the black.
And then notice how the people who are usually hurting the most always want to be comedians. Notice how the people who are always hurting the most internally always want to act like they're funny, they're comedians, they're here to make people laugh, when honestly, they need a good cry. Like, just go off and cry real quick, okay? Stop trying to be funny. Stop trying to entertain people. Stop trying to make light of everything, right? If you're hurting on the inside, be vulnerable enough to admit that you're hurting on the inside, okay? And get to work. Always trying to be somebody's comedians. You just stop trying to be funny. Yeah. But I'm like, there's something that made her eat this food, right? And I'm like, and that's what you have to deal with. And that's why I feel like when you go through weight loss, through fitness, like through exercise and changing your diet, it allows you to see, it allows you to realize, okay, like, why was I eating so much? Like, what was my problem, right? And it could be like a self-esteem. Maybe you have an abusive family. Maybe your people told you all kinds of evil things, right? So it's like, wow, like you start to see it. When you go with the quicker routes for weight loss, I don't think you ever get to, quote unquote, like the shadow work to know, okay, why did I put on this weight? Right? What made me eat so much? Like, why did I find so much comfort in food? Okay, you have to answer these questions, right? But a lot of people don't want to ask these questions because it's hurtful. It's very dark. You know what I mean? You might have to bring about some things that you try to forget. So you're like, no, I'll just be skinny, and then I won't have to really deal with it. But it's like you can never overcome what you ignore, right? So you have to deal with what made you eat this food. Something happened to you, right? So if you don't deal with that, I don't know what to tell you, but it's like you're always going to be hunted by the stuff that happened to you in your past. But you have to be honest with yourself. There is something in your life. Things have happened, things were said that have made you turn to food as like a comfort thing, right? So might want to address that. Yeah. Because otherwise you're not gonna be okay. And it could be that Fenita had a very abusive childhood. Maybe her people were very abusive. They said some very mean things to her. Black people can be mean sometimes, right? And she never properly dealt with that. So she's thinking like, all I have to do is be rich, be skinny, be famous. And the people growing up, my family, they'll treat me better or they'll respect me. But the whole time you're still hurting because that's for them. But the healing is for you. Right? You're losing weight, you're making money, you're becoming famous because you want them to see value in you. But that's for them. What are you doing for you? Right? And what you do for yourself is you have to heal from that stuff. You got to know what the root was and you got to work on your healing process. Like, you know what? It wasn't nice that my people said that to me, right? But I'm so much better than that, right? But like you really, like you have to understand why you ate. Like even me, I had to ask myself that, like, how did I get so big? You know what I'm saying? How did I get so big? Right? How do you find yourself in a in this like toxic cycle where you practice self-neglect. Because to me, I do feel like it's a form of self-neglect, right? If you're not exercising, if you don't care what you eat, when you eat, how you eat, you know what I'm saying? You don't care what puts in your mouth. Like, you know, if we're being honest, don't be upset now. Don't be upset. But it's like when a person doesn't care when they eat, how much they eat, how frequently they eat, it says a lot about you, right? You don't care anymore. You know, and something must have happened, because most people are not just going to open their mouth all day, every day, just ready to eat all the time. Like, you know, you got to have some type of self-control. But when you stop caring about how you eat, how often you eat, what you eat, you know what I mean? Something is wrong. Something is wrong. You know, even when you can't even practice moderation, you know, something is wrong. Oh, those two, yeah. Okay. So it's like something is wrong. So you got to ask yourself, like, why do I eat so much? Like, what is going on? You know what I mean? But it's a form of self-neglect, because you don't have to eat all the time. You know, like there was a season I used to get like, what's it called? Fried rice with like you know, I used to eat fried rice every day because I didn't care. But it's a form of like, you know, it's self-neglect. It's probably depression because you're giving up, right? Because if you're still in the game, you're going to care about your body. You know what I'm saying? You're going to care about your body. And when you stop caring about your body, something is going on, you know, and the quicker you address it, the better it's going to be for you, right? Because something is happening. And so you're using food as comfort, and your food should never be your comfort. Okay. Food is sustenance, and we need to learn to treat it accordingly. Like, okay, you're not my comfort. You know, food should never be your comfort zone, because if you're not careful, you just keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger, you know? So that's the thing, you know? And I do feel like also, I think sometimes what also makes some people really angry is the fact that nobody said anything, you know? And that's why I feel like parents, especially parents, when you notice that your child is getting really big and your child is getting bigger, you know, you should say something to your child. You know, they might not like that you said it, but at least you said it, because you know, it's a lot easier to say something at 200 pounds, 250, 300 than to wait for a person to get to 600 pounds. Because now it feels like, how do you win the fight against obesity? Right? I was watching this one thing. Hold on, let me show you. Hold on. I was on Instagram and I saw this post. Cheesy is so funny. Cheesy cracks me up. Let me show y'all.
Be careful. So you don't go in there. Whatever I'm telling you, I mean, you're good, baby. Be careful. So you don't go in there. Whatever I'm telling you, I mean, you're still.
So Cheesy, she posted this video of her dad telling her that, you know, she needs to be mindful of her weight, you know what I mean? So she looks at him with a nasty side eye. So the daddy says, well, you know, whatever I'm telling you out of love. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I respect it. I respect it. Like, I was like, Uncle, I side with you, because listen, my daughter, if I don't tell you, somebody else gonna tell you, so better come from me than somebody else. Okay. But I'm like, if you're a parent and you see your child is like gaining a whole lot of weight, you should say something, because God forbid, you know, God forbid it goes left. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, maybe like her family also should have said something about her weight. They should have inquired, like, Fenita, are you okay? Like, you know, why are you putting on so much weight? Is something happening to you? Because something is happening to a person. You know, and people just, oh, no, she's always been big. She's always been big bone. She's big bone my butt. Okay? No, something is happening with your child. So you should like let the kid know, like, hey, are you okay? Let's be mindful, you know, be careful, you know, because we just don't want you to blow up. But I just feel like it's a lot easier to tell someone when they're like the 200s, then you don't say anything. Then it's 300, then it's 400, then it's 600. Because every time I watch my 600-pound life, I'm like, why didn't y'all tell your family they were getting too big? How do you let a family member get to 600 pounds? That is ridiculous. You know what I mean? That's your family. Something is happening to this person. No, you watch the person go to 200, 300, 400, now they're stuck in a bed. 500, you're still bringing them food. 600, you're still bringing them Chick-fil-A and Popeyes, and like you're freaking evil. Yeah. So it's like, I like, you know, me, honestly, I respect it. People might be upset, but it's real though, because somebody got to tell you. Because if this thing goes too far, you're not going to have a life. You know, people don't want to say this, but it's the truth though. Obesity can have you trapped. For me, I mean, it happens every day. So I don't know if you're asking other people. Okay. But when it comes to me, this is my life. I don't know how to lie to people. I just don't. When my little sister, like, I feel like my little sister had put too much weight. And I told her. She's like, what? She's like 26, 27, 28. She's like 27 or something like that. Right? And I told her, I was like, yeah. You know, because listen, you guys, listen. Please don't come for me. Okay? Open your heart and be mature. Okay? Don't be upset. All right? But it's like obesity can have you trapped. And it's not a joke. See, me, even now, I'm like 2 something, right? Maybe 230 because I had the baby, right? But it's like, at least I'm married. So, like, you know, I'll get be obese, right? But you think about young ladies who are still you are in your prime, in your 20s, like your 20s, you really are in your prime, right? You're trying to date, you're trying to be out there. You know, why would you not be in your best shape? Right? Like these are the prime years of your life. I mean, hey, if you're able to be sexy at 50 and sexy in your 60s, more power to you. But my thing is, like, a young woman in her 20s, like these are the prime years of your life. Why would you give those years to obesity? Right? Like, would you not want to be able to date, like, be like in the best dating pool possible, be around the best people possible? Human beings are very shallow. So it's like, if you're in your 20s and you're obese, like, you're missing out on so much. You're missing out on so much stuff because of your weight. Like, why are, and I'm like, I'm not trying to be funny, I'm not trying to be mean, but I'm like, some people, I just feel like they have this weird romantic relationship with their weight. Like, you're in love with this fat. Get rid of it. It does nothing for you. It does not serve you. Okay? It doesn't serve you. It's keeping you inside the house. It's making you extremely self-aware. You always have to put your hands around your tummy every time you stand. You're always pulling on your clothes. You always have to pull your underwear out your butt. Like, child. No, the T. Even your 30s, it's still a good age, right? It's still a good age. You know what I mean? Any age, I'm serious. I feel like any decade could be a great decade, right? But it's like you just can't let yourself go. You know what I'm like, there are ladies out there like 60s and they're 50, like they're like snatched, like dang, right? But it's like it keeps you from doing so much. You know, and we have to be honest. Like, why would you not want to be like in the best dating pool possible, in the best networking group possible, in the best this possible? So it's like, if losing weight is what it takes to have access to those things, then lose the damn weight. It's never that deep to me. Like, I'm like, it's not that deep, right? Like, even now they have these whole like running clubs. I don't know if you guys heard about the running clubs, right? Let me show y'all. Y'all so lucky, baby's being good, okay? But like running clubs now are becoming a thing because, oh, hold on. Is it? I lost my connection. Let me see. But running clubs are becoming a thing now. I don't know if you guys knew this, right? But a lot of people are joining these running clubs to meet people. And did I not tell y'all this a long time ago? That you start exercising, start being outside, start running. That this is what these white girls be doing. They're out here running and running and running. Okay. I told y'all this like 2-3 years ago. Okay. But now it's materializing. You see me? I think I'm a prophet. All right. So running clubs are becoming a thing. So I was watching my girl, because sometimes I do be watching her sometimes. Stephanie, she gets on my nerves though. Because she's always making excuses. It drives me a little crazy. Okay. Okay, so this is Stephanie, right? And she said one thing in here. Why do they get on my nerves? Like, she really gets on my nerves. And she's older than me, but she really, I'm like, girl, you be grinding my gears. Hold on.
Potentially high reward. And when I say low effort, if I want to meet someone in person, I gotta put on makeup. I gotta put on the right outfit. I gotta find the right place to go. However, with the dating app, I can be at home. I can be at home on my phone with a glass of wine, watching a rerun of my comfort show and swiping and starting conversations. Also, I noticed that the youths have decided, because they're really the ones leading the revolution.
Stephanie gets on my nerves. She really gets on my nerves. She really gets on my nerves. I watch her content so she can get on my nerve, okay? I didn't like this video. This video really triggered me. She's 40, I'm 39, right? She wants love. She wants to be in a relationship, right? That's even how she went viral, like talking about all these horrible dates she used to go on. Stephanie wants love. She wants to be in a relationship. You listen to this video, it's like she wants to do the least amount of work to find her person. And I'm like, Steph, are you kidding me? Where have you ever seen this? Right? You guys, the things that are easy to get are usually the least worthy things. That's why water out here, nobody cares about water because water's all over the place. Okay? People care about things that have cost them something. Right? So like in this video, she talks about how she wants to date, but she wants to find a person. She wants to be in this relationship with a person, but she wants to do the least amount of stuff. Oh, I want to be at home on my phone, use an app. And I'm like, girl, getting a man is competitive. Okay. And I know it sounds crazy to say, oh, Marlene, you should decenter men. And no, girl, back. Okay. On a global scale, first and foremost, you have more women than you have men. So a lot of women will not have a man. That's why some have to be side chicks and some are just gonna have to be alone. Okay. So it's like you have less men than you have women in terms of like birth rates, right? Then take out the ones who are gay, the ones who want to become trans women and the one who want to be priest and celibate, whatever, right? Then think about the pool of men who actually want to be in a heterosexual relationship with the woman, right? Then from those men, take out the ones who are actually going to find you attractive. What you left with? Okay, so the more you take out these things and you look at the dating pool of men that are suitable for you, it becomes really small. Okay, and there are way more women who want the same men that you want. So it's like it is competitive. But a lot of girls, I guess because of feminism and whatever this is, they don't want to admit that in order to have a man, you do have to compete to some extent. Right? You cannot be casual about finding your person and think that somehow an app is going to just bring the person to you miraculously. That's not what these apps are for, right? Whatever you really want, you're going to have to be intentional about getting that thing, okay? You're going to have to be intentional because it's not just going to happen, all right? Like it's not going to happen. You're going to have to compete. Because it's less men. This is the reality of it. It is less men. You have less men than you have women. And then take out all the gay men, the bisexual men, the men who want to be trans women, the one who want to be priest, and the one who want to be celibate. Okay. Then take out the ones who don't share your religion, who don't share your culture. Girl, by the time you siphon all them people out, what are you left with? Okay, so it's like you're going to have to compete to some extent, and your attractiveness is a huge part of your competitive edge. But oh no, I just want to focus on my intelligence. I want to focus on my spirituality. I want to focus on all the stuff that involves not competing. Right? There's this one girl too. This one girl I watched, she's from Kenya, and she was like, "Oh, I'm a sapiosexual." I said, "You're a what?" She said she is sapiosexual. That she only wants to be with a man who's intelligent and who likes to read books. I said, that's it, because she didn't want to compete. So she meets this white man from Denmark, right, who's a sapiosexual, right? The man marries her. He brings her to Denmark, puts all these babies in her, only for her to recognize that he has a corn addiction. He is a pedo. He watches children corn. I mean, all kinds of stuff, right? Talk about, oh, I'm a sapiosexual. Girl, shut the hell up, okay? Can you pay a bill sexual? How about that part? Okay, a sapiosexual. Like, what the what? I'm like, what? Child, I was so triggered. Okay, I was so triggered. Like, what is wrong with you people? A sapiosexual? Do you think part of having a successful relationship, a successful marriage, is a man being able to read books? Like, seriously? Can he get a job? Can he keep a job? Can he have a career? Can he make some money? Can he raise children? Can he be a leader? Sapiosexual, my black behind. Okay, and then guess what? They got divorced. Okay, you seriously? I'm gonna pay a bill sexual, a sapiosexual. You should have seen my face when she said sapios. I said sapio what? Oh gosh, oh Jesus! I looked at her dumb ass. Like, why are you so damn stupid? A sapiosexual. This is the kind of stuff you say when you're 16, 17. Like, you know, when you don't have to worry about bills and what life really is about. You can be a sapiosexual as a teenager. Okay, because that stuff is kind of cute. Okay. But when you're older, like a grown person, you need to be bill-sexual. That needs to turn you on. Can you pay a bill? Okay, pay a bill sexual. Okay, so she allowed herself to be bamboozled because the men read a lot of books. So she was impressed because he read lots of books. only for her to go to Denmark. The stuff she went through in Denmark, you guys, it was so sad. I told y'all to watch the vlog. It was so sad because I'm like, of course you went through all this stuff because all you cared about it was to what's it called? I sent my husband to prison. Some of you guys watched it, right? But I'm like, well, duh. Of course you went through all this mess because all you cared about was how many books he read and how he could quote things from books and stuff like that instead of actually looking for a husband, not a person who's a sapiosexual book file, however you call them, people who like to read the books. Okay? Pure madness. You guys, the man is a pedo. Okay? So then she broke his computer. They put hands on each other. But because he's white, when the police came, he was really red. And because she's dark-skinned, they barely saw anything on her. So they locked her up because they felt like she was the aggressor because she was dark-skinned and they couldn't see any bruises on her because she's darker. Okay, I mean, she went through hell. She had to go live in a shelter in Denmark. And mind you, Denmark is cold. It's not like you're living in the south of France somewhere, right? But I'm like, girl, what? But that's the thing, though. All you cared about was that he was a sapio person. Like, he was a book reader. A sapiosexual. I was like, sapio what? I was like, what is this? Child. I was like, you know what? My head hurts. The man was a whole predator. A pedo. He sits there all day and he watches children. I don't even know how he has access to that kind of stuff, but he sits there all day. He consumes corn, and she found all that on his computer and she lost her mind, right? And he's an older man too. And she was like, oh, when she first got to Denmark and her family saw her, they were so happy. Like, oh, yes. She was like, is something wrong with this man? Like, why is his family so happy like that? Right? Because no other woman in his country would put up with him. So he had to go all the way to Africa and impress this little black girl, this little African girl, with how well he reads books and how many books he reads because he's a sicko. He is sick. Like, child, people are crazy. So we're Stephanie again, right? So Steph was like, yeah, I'm like, you want to do the least amount of work. Hold on. There's a part she talks about the running clubs. Hold on. Where is
the anti-dating app revolution? The youths have decided that they want to do other things. They want to do more social clubs. And some of these social clubs are physical activity clubs.
You see? So like, you see this? So this is a woman. So she wants a man, but with the least amount of work. And she doesn't like, so she said, oh, now they want to do physical activity. Like, so it involves running. She's not willing to run. I'm like, you can't be serious. Hold on.
Also, I noticed that the youths have decided, because they're really the ones leading the revolution, the anti-dating app revolution. The youths have decided that they want to do other things. They want to do more social clubs. And some of these social clubs are physical activity clubs, such as running clubs. The youths have rebranded running as like something that they're doing for fun. When I was a child, and we would have to run the mile in class, there would be kids who could do it in 7 minutes, 6 minutes, 8 minutes. My mile time when I was a child was 17 minutes and 2 seconds. I hate to run. I hate it. And it wasn't because I couldn't do it. I just hate it. I hate it. I would be out there walking around, singing songs, picking flowers. I was the kid everybody had to wait on at the end. I don't want to do this. I want to do this. And then as I got older in life, I remember when I was like when I was still wanting to reproduce, I was like, God, send me a man who says things like, I'm just going to go on a quick run. I'll be right back. People who say, I'm just going to go on a quick run, our brains are made differently. Our bodies are definitely made differently. Anytime I'm out running, it's not going to be quick. I'm going to be suffering, and I'm going to be suffering slowly. But then you have those people who are just able to just bust out 2 miles.
You see, and I'm like, I'm not trying to be offensive, right? Because I think Steph is a nice person, right? She's just lazy as fuck. She's lazy as fuck. She's unmotivated as fuck. She's not competitive. It's like me. I ain't even trying to be funny, y'all. But if I was a man, right, and I was trying to be somebody and go places, why would I want someone who's always saying like, oh, I can't do this. I hate doing this. I don't want to try this. This is out of my comfort zone. Girl, you are dragging me down. Okay? People want to be with people who challenge themselves. People want to be with people who are open to trying new experiences. People want to be with people who can move themselves, okay? Like me, just like Steph. I used to hate running. Woo, child, like what? I was like, this is not meant for black people, okay? I used to hate running. I really did. I'm just like her. In high school, it would take me 17 minutes to run a mile. I've even told y'all this. When I started my weight loss journey back in like 2020, before the panini, right? I told you I went to Orange Theory. Girl. I had to walk a mile. I said, Lord Jesus. I told you it took me 24 minutes to walk a mile. And I was like, what is going on? Yo, I was struggling. The coaches they have in there, they looked at me like, what is wrong with this chick? You guys, I was really struggling, right? And you will see these white girls, they be running like speed 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm like, what the freak, right? And I was like, yo, I want to run like that too. So let me show you, right? So I went from being someone who could not run, right? Oh, look at the little Stairmaster Queen. Okay, these are my runs. Let me see if I have them all over here. Hold on. Here are some of my runs, right? Hold on. Wait a minute. Here are some of my runs. That's Fumi. Oh, that's Fumi right here. Look at Fumi, child. Is it gonna pull up? No, it's not pulling up. Hold on. Is it pulling up? Oh, look at Fumi, child. Hey, Fumi, go ahead, girl. Child, Fumi's a real warrior, child. Okay, hold on. Where are some of my... Okay, here are my runs. You'll see. This is somebody who used to not run. You guys, it got real. Because I like the way these white girls used to run. I'm like, no, I got to run like this too. I'll be damned. So this one... Let me go back a bit. Hold on. So this one was what? I did a mile in like 11 minutes. Okay, cool. All right. I showed up again. I did 2 miles. Because I used to run 6 miles a day. Okay. I used to see, so 25 minutes to do 2 miles, but that's outside though. Outside's a little different. I was running like 4 miles. Yo, I used to be outside 10:29. So I went from, and running outside is a lot harder. So I went from running like a mile, walking a mile in 24 minutes. I was able to run a mile in like 10 minutes or so, right? That's just from being outside. So it's like my time just gets better and better and better. Like I get faster and faster, right? Because I challenge myself to do that. Because I'm like, why not me? Why have limits in your head though? Right? So that was like during the whole thing, like during the whole lockdown. So I would run outside. Man, it got to a point I started feeling like I could fly. It got to a point it started to be like so liberating because I was like, y'all, I couldn't believe I was running like this, y'all. I used to be outside. So look, so when I went back, I did 1.7 miles in like 25 minutes, right? Because I would run in the morning outside, then I would go see Jasper, and I would actually run on the treadmill. So let me see if I can find it. See, I 7 miles, 5.77, y'all, 90, almost 90 minutes. Yo, I was outside. You guys, your girl was running. 2020, 2021, child, hold up. So that day I did 5 miles, 5.6. Yeah. So see this one, see, I ran them out like 9 and 5-ish, 9 minutes-ish. Because I had so much practice from running outside. Hold on. You guys, I was outside. Hold on. Let me see. I had lost my speed then. Hold on. I'm going to find this video for y'all. Because it got to a point I ran a mile in like 7 minutes and 30 seconds. I couldn't believe it. Because it was like speed 9. Was it speed 9? No, this one I was slow. I was a little slow. Hold on. Let me show you at my prime. Because y'all got to see this. Hold on. Let me show off a little bit. Oh, and also, you know, like another part I motivated myself also, okay? I would like every day, like for like, so a whole week, I would have a black female track star. She's a runner, she's a track star, right? Because growing up, like when I was growing up in Ivory Coast, my mom would buy me these notebooks. And you would have like FloJo, you had Gail Devers. Like I grew up loving track stars, from Black American track stars to Jamaican track stars. Ooh, child, them people. There was one named Marlene Otey. That was like my auntie. Okay. Because I'm like, these black girls, they can run. I'm like, you know what? So every day I'm like, okay, even though running is hard for me, but if she was able to do it, I could do it too. Okay. So I would have like FloJo. So that's FloJo right here. Then I would have Auntie Gail. Oh, okay, Auntie Gail. I said, okay, I'm gonna do it. And it was just like, it would put me in a frame of mind to start running. Then I had Beyonce for a little bit, but it was like I had Gail Devers, then I had FloJo. Hold up. Naomi also, I had Naomi up there because like look at her thighs though. They look so good. Hold on. Let me find it for you, y'all. Hold on. You'll see it. But for me, I'll tell you, I got to a point I could run a mile in like 7 minutes and 30 seconds. I was like, girl, what is this? This one, it says 10 minutes. No, it's not that one. Hold on. Yo, you see my little abs coming out? You see this? Girl, your girl was dead again. I'm like, hold up, wait a minute. And that's why sometimes being around some white women is gonna be good for you, child. It's gonna be good for you because I was like, no, the way these girls, this was 10 minutes. No. How long was this one? Oh yeah, so this, you see, so I did a mile in 7 minutes and 40 seconds. Okay, what I say? I said Speedy Gonzalez in the house. 7 minutes and 40 seconds is crazy. I ran on speed 8 for 6 minutes, speed 8.1, and then 8.2 to get this time. All right, girl, I was like, I became fast. What's this one? This one was also 7:42. Okay, ooh, Speedy Gonzalez. Okay, look at this, right? In the house. My time getting better. When I started at NOLA, Orange Theory NOLA, it took me 22 minutes and 30 seconds to walk a mile. I was so heavy and without strength. But now you would think she's auditioning for the USA track team. All this in 7 months. Start your weight loss journey. You'll go places. I'm telling you. Okay. No, I was like, no, I need to run. Because I'm like, how are these girls running so fast like this? This one was 7:58. It was getting better. But because I ran so much outside, so this one was 8 minutes, right? I was like, okay, I got to get to 7:30. Yeah. 8:37. Yeah. But this is for someone who started off at I started off at 24 minutes, to walk a mile and stuff like that. But I didn't give up, though. I said, these girls can do it. I can do it, too. Yeah, I lost weight. I gained weight. See, here's more Flojo. This is me. I had lost so much weight. I wish I had known how to post on TikTok at that time because I used to be afraid of TikTok. You guys, I was big. This is even this. So this is Jasper's gym, right? I'm like, why would you ever be scared though? Because that's the whole purpose of life. It's you got challenges. You see how small I was? You guys, ask Fumi. I was outside every day. It was crazy. I was running every day. I became a runner. I started running so much. I would recognize people outside. We started becoming friends. We started becoming friends. Because I started knowing all the runners in the neighborhood. But you'll see people are really out there running like that. So I'm like, why would you not run and challenge yourself, right? You got to be outside. Okay. So trust me, I'm a person, I used to hate running because it really hurts. Ooh, child, it hurts. And I'm the type, if I haven't exercised in a long time, my skin itches. It itches really bad. The itching, I had to overcome all the itching. It was just bad. Your heart really burns. It burns in there. It burns bad. Your ankles, everything hurts. You're like, what the heck is this, right? But it gets better. It really does get better. And after a while, when you keep running also, you start having what they call a runner's high. It's I don't know, it feels like you're flying. And at that time too, I used to watch a lot of Nick Bayer also, because Nick is always running. So I used to watch Nick a whole lot. Nick also runs. He runs like crazy. So I would watch him every day, and it would just make me want to run. So I was like, okay, let me go run. Okay. Because I was always watching Nick. So I'm like, okay, he's running, so let me run too. So I kept surrounding myself with a bunch of runners. I was following a bunch of runners, bunch of track stars. I was watching Nick every day, right? So it made me want to run, but it was not easy. And I'm telling you, running on concrete is so much harder than running on the treadmill, because when you run on the thread, it has bounce to it. The thread bounces on itself. So it props you up. When you run against concrete, you got to bounce yourself up. Okay. So you might be slower outside, but you'll just be faster on the inside. Okay. Cause it's real. It's the veins, it's the blood vessels. So the itching is caused because when you start running, when you start moving after you haven't moved in so long, your blood starts to go places that it didn't used to go. So that causes all the itching. You know what I'm saying? You see? Look at Mark. Mark lost weight too. You guys, I'm telling you, don't ever let anything, especially physical activity, don't ever let a physical activity scare you. When you start off, you might be a bum, but you got to start somewhere. And that's why I said earlier, when you lose weight through actual exercise, fitness and exercise, strength training, I think once you do drop the weight, you'll have a healthier relationship with yourself because you had to earn it, because it's hard and it's very humbling. Okay, running is humbling. Lifting weights is very humbling. Being on the Stairmaster is very humbling. Exercise will humble you, because you really have to want it. You really have to earn it. When you get the VSG or you go through like chemically induced weight loss, you pay for it. So not having to go through that humility process and having to like earn that thing, I do feel like it causes you to not be okay. Yeah. But there's something to be said about exercise. Like it's really like it's challenging, but it's good for you and it builds your character. Right? I never thought I could like do a sumo squat with a 100-pound dumbbell. Now I'm like, if it's not heavy, I don't feel comfortable. Right? I don't lift stuff that's light. I like lifting stuff that's heavy. Right? And it's a good analogy for life because life is heavy. Life is a bunch of heavy stuff being thrown at you every single day. So I feel like the more you get into like weightlifting, strength training and stuff like that, it's going to help you have a tougher mindset. Right? And I feel like that's why so many women are emotionally weak because they don't exercise. And a lot of women don't lift weights. You know what I mean? They don't lift weights. But I feel like if more women were to get into weightlifting, they will have a whole mindset shift. You know what I mean? Because it's like, yo, get gangster, like lift the stuff, right? Because you got to lift the stuff because it's hard. You know? But I'm like, that's just like, I think, is it this one? I don't know. But I think this one, it goes from like, I think I started at like 50 or something. 50. No, this is 75. Yeah, I don't lift light. Especially for my legs. Like I like stuff to be heavy on my legs. So this was like 75. Okay. The goblet squats I did like 75, 10 times, right? And it's heavy. But I got big thighs though. You know what I'm saying? So I got it. But you have to go heavy. Because and the thing about the goblet squat, going down is easy. Coming back up is where it gets real. When you go down, it's very easy to go down. When the weight is heavier and you got to bring yourself back up, you're like, oh yeah, this is real. Okay. So this was like 75. I think we went to 65 and then 55. Okay. The light stuff, right? And then when I'm on the Stairmaster too, I use weights on the Stairmaster. Like it just works your legs out a bit more, right? But my thing is, you should not be afraid of stuff that hurts. That's what I've learned. Like the time I spent with Jasper and stuff like that, it was really learning that if it don't, like it needs to hurt. Don't be afraid of things that hurt because the only thing you can do is just get better from that, right? So we'll go back in the gym soon. Like, look how big I was. I lost weight just to gain weight. Oh, Lord Jesus. Right? This one I walked like 28,000 steps. It was like 7 miles. It was a lot. You know, but go heavy. You gotta really go heavy. Right? So let's go back to our girl Stephanie here. I'm like, Steph, you are crazy. You are really, really crazy.
Where have you been? I've been running 2 miles. What's for breakfast? Like they can just go and do it. I said, bring me that man because I did not want my children to be the last people to cross the line when it came to running in PE. I also wanted somebody who had a lot of upper body strength because when I was a kid, I couldn't climb the rope either.
And notice, and that's the thing I've noticed with so many girls too, right? They want a man who's physically fit, but they don't want to be fit themselves. How does that work? I'm like, the same way you want a man, because you want a man that's fit because it looks good, right? So don't you also think that your man should take pride in how you look? You know, that's where integrity comes in, huh? But I'm like, if I say I want my man to be muscular and I want my man to have abs and my man to have like upper body strength, that's fine. Ask for what you ask for. But my thing in return, what does he get? A woman who doesn't want to run, who doesn't want to swim, who doesn't want to try any new experiences, who want to be in bed, who wants to do everything from her phone. Like, you sound like you don't like to do anything, right? So he should be the one that's like very out there. He's outside, he's exercising, he takes care of himself. But you in bed eating food and playing on your phone. And that sounds like a fair trade to you. You know what I'm saying? Like, make it make sense. If you say, if I say, oh, I want my man to look good AF and I want him to be fit, no problem. But then you should also say, you know what? That means I should also work on my health. Now, you might not be as fit as him, but I'm sure he would appreciate that you also prioritize your fitness, right? Like someone like Nick Baer, his wife doesn't run the way he runs. Like Stephanie, she exercises. His wife also named Stephanie. She exercises, but she can't do what Nick does. Like Nick is on a whole different thing, right? But she tries to keep up with him also. Like her pregnancy, she didn't get fat. Okay, being honest. Let me see if I can find her over here. Her pregnancy, she didn't. Where is she? She has her channel. Let me see if he didn't put her up here somewhere. You also know you like channels that you recommend. Okay, he didn't put her here. But her name is Stephanie. Hold on. Let me see if I can find her. Okay, here's his wife, right? But it's like her pregnancy, she didn't get big. She stayed small. You know what I mean? Like, you see, this is her. I guess this is her during the pregnancy. Let me see.
When a rainy forecast.
The shortest, longest.
Yeah, see, she didn't get too big during her pregnancy because she was exercising too. Like, they would exercise together, whatever. But it's like when you look at Stephanie, you can tell that, yeah, her husband is like somebody who's into fitness, right? She looked like her husband. Like, she matches his lifestyle. Let me see if I can find
his name. You know.
You see? Oh, she had video. Oh, here she is. Okay, you see? You see? She's out. She works out with her man. Okay, here she is. She's over here working out with the weight vest on.
So I naturally just feel like it was just really badass. Even though Nick just dropped me. How kind of you. You dropped me.
Okay, so we just got home from the warehouse. I'm working out. And I've been loving these things.
He matches his lifestyle. Like, she works out with him. They have a gym inside the house and everything. She'll run with him sometimes. But it's like she matches his lifestyle. So, okay, you could tell that her man is into like fitness and stuff, but she keeps herself together, right? So I'm like, how are you going to ask for something, but you're not willing to give the same thing to somebody else? How does that even make sense? Yeah, no, but I'm serious. Because if you date somebody who's into fitness, right, most likely he's going to want you to work out because that's a part of his life. That's something that means a lot to him, right? How are you going to be his significant other and you don't share that part of him with him? You know what I mean? Like, make it like that's what he does. That's how he finds himself. He meditates. That's how he centers himself. Like, exercise and fitness is a big part of his lifestyle, right? So how are you going to be his girlfriend or his wife and you don't partake in that? You want to take it? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, you got to be involved in what he does, right? But it's like, oh, your husband knows like, oh yeah, I'm out here running for 2 hours. Like, I'm doing a 2 mile or 3 mile run. And his wife is just in bed playing and watching Netflix and watching TikTok all day. You're not equally yoked. You're not equally yoked. Yeah, exactly. So it's like, you're not equally yoked, you know? Like, even when I talked about, what's your girl's name? When I talk about Fit Girl Mel and her crazy ex-husband, you know, if we look at Melissa too, her and her husband, used to be ex-husband, right? But Melissa, she's fit. Her husband was fit. They were all fit people. Because I'm like, if you don't share this, if you don't have fitness, I don't know how that's going to work. But if one person loves to exercise and the other person just wants to eat and stay in bed all day, like, I don't see how that's going to work, right? But Mel, her now ex-husband, because they used to work out together, right? Where is he? Now he's dating the girl Chrissy Silla, right? Or I guess he's engaged to Chrissy. I'm sure, whatever. Let me see if I can find it for y'all. He's here somewhere, right? But the same way you want a man who's hot, I'm sure that man also wants a woman who's hot because he's worked really hard to have that type of body. Why should he have a woman who wants to stay in bed and eat food all day? That's not a reward. No, I don't think so. Let me tell you something. No, I don't think so. We gotta be equally yoked. Because why would I want that? No, I'm so sorry. Like, no, I'm not doing that. Child, where is that man? I gotta find her man for y'all. Her ex-man. I guess I have to keep looking. Oh, let me just show you Chrissy. So, okay, so this is Mel, right? Here's her ex-husband. It's so much easier. Okay. So now he's engaged to this girl right here. So let me see where he is. Okay, here he is, right? I don't care about this girl too much. Okay, so here he is, but he's also fit. I wish I could I have pictures of him without his clothes on. But he's a fit dude though. Like he's really fit, right? So I'm like, people usually want to be with people who mirror what they do and what they're into, right? But I don't see how you just, oh yeah, I want my husband to run, but I don't run. Like I don't see how that makes sense. You know, I don't get that.
Just wanted someone who was a natural athlete because I was like, I'm not having my child have to sit out, you know, the ways I had to until I found something I love to do. And then you're like, okay, I'll do it. But I wanted somebody who had that innate within them. So now they have these clubs. The young people are coming together. I would say people in their 20s, and they're saying that running clubs are the new dating apps. Like this guy jumped on TikTok the other day. He was like, I'm telling y'all, running clubs are the new dating apps.
I'm trying to tell y'all, man, the run clubs are taking over fast. Like mad fast. It's almost equivalent to the Forex epidemic back in 2019 and 2020. Just like back in the day when people was meeting up for generational wealth, now we're chasing generational health. And if you're tired of online dating, just join a run club. Find somebody that wants to be fit just like you. You know what I'm saying? You already got something in common.
And I saw in the comment section, this woman was like, actually, this started out in 2020. The first round of running club babies are going to preschool. I said, wow, y'all been meeting up and running in front of each other and getting...
You see, I'm not even trying to be funny, but do you see how this is why a lot of people have a very negative impression of dating Black women, that it's the type of people who don't like physical exercise. They don't like to exercise. They don't like to run. They don't like to get their hair wet. They don't like to swim. They don't like to lift weights. They don't like to go outside, right? Everything is makeup, lashes, fancy restaurants. You spend all kinds of money on me. Because the thing about exercise or even running, right? Especially if you're not good at running, you will be very vulnerable because you're going to be huffing and puffing because it's hard. You know, you have to lift your weight. You got to learn to have endurance. Like it really shows character, right? Can you make it to the end? Can you, even if you have to crawl to the finish line, can you do it, right? And so, hey, Ken, so it's like you can't hide behind, oh, I have a degree, I got a PhD, because degrees have nothing to do with physical endurance, right? You're going to have to earn that. And it's a different arena. It's a different field. And I do feel like it makes you very vulnerable. Because I know when I first started running, it was not a pretty sight. Okay. I was like, this is crazy. Right. And so like, are you comfortable being vulnerable? Are you comfortable learning something new? Right. And can you trust this man to show you how to run? Can you lean on a man to show you how to run? You see what I'm trying to say? And it's like, I'm sure if you're not used to that, I can see why you would want to run. Right. I know he's right here, right? I can see why you wouldn't want to run. But my thing is, you got to ask yourself, why am I against exercise? Why are you against exercise? And if you notice, in this world too, especially here in America, the majority of CEOs of like top 100 companies, even Fortune 500 companies, right? Most of the CEOs, they wake up at 5:30 in the morning, they go out for a run, they go out for a jog, they do some type of meditation, then they come home, listen to a podcast, right? Because exercise, it shows your mental fitness, right? It shows if you're mentally fit, if you're mentally fit for life, if you're mentally fit for challenges, if you're mentally fit for competition, et cetera, right? But a lot of women don't want to do that because it's like, oh, I just want to put my makeup on, show up at night, wear nice outfits, and go to a nice restaurant. But if we're going to have a relationship, I need to know your character, right? I need to know, are you someone who's going to commit through and through? Let's find out, right? And so I do feel like showing that you can exercise, at least that you're open to exercising, that you're open to challenges, it says something, it says a lot about your character, you know? And it says that, and to me also, like if somebody says, I don't like to run, I don't enjoy running, but I'm open to it, it shows humility. Like you make a good student. And that right there is amazing. Okay. But someone's like, oh no, I'm closed-minded to this. I'm closed-minded to that. Child, she's not going to compromise in the relationship. She ain't going to compromise in the marriage. Let her go. Ooh, he just burped. Okay. No, we're not doing this.
Romantically involved? Couldn't be me. First of all, like I said, I'm slow. Secondly, I don't want to be there. My attitude would be bad. Thirdly, I sweat, and not in the sexy way. Not in like there's tiny beads of sweat all over her heaving bosom. No. I sweat so bad that when I was in college and I'd be dancing at a party.
The Tech Kit, for those who like to have everything in its place. This clever zip pad.
They started calling me Sweatney Houston. Because remember, Whitney Houston used to sweat. My name is Stephanie Sweatney. You see, one time I went to a bar or club and somebody comes up to me and they tap me on the shoulder and I thought they were going to be like, oh my God, girl, you are really getting it. Like, tell me all about your moves. Or they were maybe going to hit on me. And I was like, oh, what did I do? So I turned around and it was this girl and she was like, hey. And I was like, hey girl, you know, whatever. And she goes, I just wanted to tell you, you are sweating like a mother. I sweat. I am not about to be out running slow with a bad attitude and sweating and then sit up there and wonder, well, I didn't get no man today. Ugh, I could never. Running club is definitely is discrimination. Is what it is. I feel the same way about when people say, I'm looking for a gym partner. I want a swole mate. I used to see that on dating apps and I was like, oh, swipe left. We're not working out together. You're not seeing me do anything. Now, I do like going to workout classes, but the goal is not to be romantic there. And the lights are low, there's music, like we ain't no connections happening in there. But otherwise, working out in the sun, in the heat, in front of other people is not my idea of a sexy time. So dating apps are for people like me who are not excited about the new ways and ways to meet people. I also don't like the concept of I'm going to go to this place and I'm looking for a romantic partner there, even though that vibe might not meet me. Do you see what I'm saying? So for example, you show up to these running clubs, right? You show up to whatever these outdoor activities are. There's hiking clubs, there's running clubs, there's whatever. You show up and in your mind, you're like, okay, I put the apps away. So we'll see what happens today. I'm very hopeful. You get out there and absolutely nobody is thinking of you that way. Nobody is feeling you. Nobody is attracted to you. Nobody wants that from you. One of the things that used to get me or gets me about the concept of meeting people in person is whenever we show up anywhere, we're bringing our own tiny little universes with us. We're all in different places emotionally, mentally. We have different ideas and feelings about what is attractive. We have different ideas and feelings about what we might be looking for at a specific time. And so when you show up somewhere, the fact that you and another person might be in the same headspace about each other at the same time, like that's a miracle. But I don't know how many places I've gone to and I've had to check my expectations. Like, oh, they're not feeling it here. This is not, no. This is not a romantic place for me. So one of the things I don't like about doing things in person or showing up to one of these activity clubs is you don't want to bring the wrong energy to somebody and possibly get embarrassed or feel like you've overdone it. You know, this person might just be here to run.
You know, and I'm like, she suffers. Hold on. She suffers from what a lot of women suffer from, right? Oh, I don't want to sweat in front of people. I don't want to be vulnerable in front of people. What if nobody looks at me that way? What if? Girl, just go do it. Like all these fears you have in your head. Tell them, like, do you have low self-esteem? Like, do you have low confidence in yourself, right? Just show up. And my thing is, even with the running club, I'm not even saying like you want to do it just to find a man. That's crazy because what happens if the man breaks up with you? You gonna stop running? Okay, no. But I do like the notion of low pressure dates where people don't have to spend a whole lot of money. People don't have to pretend to be something they're not. You don't have to spend all kinds of money on makeup, an outfit, perfume, trying to say the right thing at the right time. He also don't have to come over here and pretend like he's a successful entrepreneur. Like, child, it's too much, right? People come with who they are and what they have, okay? Like, listen, it might take me 30 minutes to run them out because right now that's what I have. Somebody else might say, hey, it might take me 15. Some people might take them 7 minutes, right? But you come as you are, and the whole point is to try to get better. And hopefully maybe you'll make some friends. Maybe you'll be inspired, right? But ultimately, I'm like, if you join a running club and you stick to it, you'll discover something about yourself that you didn't even know you could do, right? You might meet the person at the running club. You might not meet them at the running club. Who cares, right? But that experience in itself is going to be transformative, and you'll be able to take the lessons that you've learned from that and apply that to other things. So you might still go back to a dating app. You might meet somebody outside of the running club, right? But the fact that you could say, you know what, I was somebody who couldn't run before, and by doing this running club, I've actually learned to enjoy running. I love it. It is now part of my life. Like, do you not see that that's a net benefit for you? And now you'll know, like, you know what? What else is it that I can't do, right? What are other things that I told myself I could not do, but because of this running club and how much I love running now, I want to try them, right? Because sometimes when we have a bad experience, not only do we stop doing those things, but we stop doing other things because we had a bad experience with one thing. But if you do this running club, even if you never become like a great runner, but let's say you become a better jogger, right? Like, you have no idea how much you'll change because of that. Because there's nothing like fighting for something and earning something on your own merit. Like, if you start the running and like it takes you 20 minutes, it takes you 30 minutes. And then within like 6-7 months, now you're running at like 15 or you're running in 10 minutes, like, wow, you've earned this. You've earned this. You know, you shaved 10 minutes or 15 minutes of your initial time, right? You did that for yourself. And that's freaking amazing, right? So like, what does that tell you about yourself, right? Don't say you can't do something. Be a student of life. Like, you know what? I'm probably not the best runner, but I'm willing to learn. So maybe nobody might look at you this way initially because like, girl, look at her. She's not serious. But if you keep showing up and showing up, you have no idea, men or women, who could be impressed by your determination. Like, you know what? When she first started, she was slow as hell. But we see her show up and show out. And she's consistent. And in the past 6 months to 7 months, even though she wasn't the fastest runner, and she probably still not the fastest runner, but her dedication alone speaks to your beauty. Okay? Let's talk about that part. So I'm like, girl, you keep making excuses not to do something. Hold on, you guys. Hold on.
And just make friends. That might just be what they want to do. And here you come with your desires and your needs and whatever else. And that just may not be what they want. And so dating apps, again, hypothetically, the good thing about them is when you are on there, you both know what you're there for. But now I say hypothetically because they could be there just to hook up, you looking for a relationship, but you can quickly weed that out and just move on to the next person. Whereas in person, you are taking a big risk that somebody will be there for the same reasons you are. You already got up, put your clothes on, went out here, sweated in front of these people. And now you're trying to figure out, is anybody interested? It's a lot. I'm good. The last reason dating apps are good for somebody like me, or they're meant for someone like me, is when you don't have a lot of organic experience, dating apps can take some of the pressure off. Now, I know I said when they first started out,
You don't want this bad enough. Hold on. Because give me a challenge, I'll show up. So here are these running clubs. What he get? Let's see what he says.
I'm pretty sure I just went to my very first and last run club of the year. First of all, y'all didn't tell me there was going to be very little breathing, very little walking, and if you're lucky, snacks with water. Y'all said this is the new place for meeting people. No more dating apps, right? Okay, let's socialize. Let's get to know each other. But why is everybody sprinting and why is everybody in the front? This is supposed to be like the club. Do you show up to the free before 11? No. You know, it's no fun up there, okay? The real people come late. So why is nobody in the back? Why is everybody sprinting and at the front? Guesses, VIP, fashionably late people, they at the back. How are we supposed to kiki stink and you in the front?
And you, I think you, young man, the running clubs are going to be good for you, because my other thing is, I don't know. That's why maybe that's why running is more of a white people thing, because culturally, the way we handle things sometimes might make things a bit more challenging. Because like when you're running things on color people time, it's respected, appreciated to show up late, right? When you do things like running, if you're late, you're going to be in the back, because they take that stuff seriously. You understand? They take it very, very, like if you show up if you have a marathon, the start time is the start time. You can't show up whenever you want to show up. You can't do stuff like that, right? That's why a lot of runners are very disciplined people. A lot of runners are very organized people. A lot of runners have a certain mindset, right? Because there's a culture that comes with running that, you know, sometimes, I don't know, some people do not have because of their own culture. But if you show up late, you will be in the back, right? Part of running too is that to become a better runner, you do have to pace how you breathe. Okay? Because if you spend all your time huffing and puffing, like you don't know how to breathe properly, right? You're going to increase your lactic acid. Because when you don't breathe right, you create more lactic acid in your body. When you have lactic acid in the body, you have to stop. Because if you don't stop, it's going to turn into a cramp. All right. So part of running or becoming a great runner, whether you run fast or you run slow, is knowing how to pace your breathing. Okay. The better you become at breathing, the longer you can go. The longer you can go, it means that you have increased your lactic acid threshold. So a lot of times too, if you struggle with lactic acid in your body, you want to start taking like potassium, magnesium, and zinc. Okay. Potassium, magnesium, and zinc You take all three together, you'll see that eventually, especially potassium. But if you take all three, potassium, magnesium, and zinc, you will see that the longer you keep taking those things, you can't take it for a day or a week. I'm like, take it for a very long time, over 30 days, you will see that you're going to increase your lactic acid threshold and you won't have as much muscle soreness. Like magnesium really helps you with like loosening up your muscles, and it helps you to not have too much muscle soreness, right? So zinc, potassium, magnesium. So you have to know how to breathe and how to pace yourself, right? You also got to have a certain mindset because it's hard and it's about endurance. So if you're not focused as you're running, thinking about how many more miles you have to go, you might quit. Okay, I've been there. You know what I mean? I've been there. Because if you have to run like a 5K, a 10K, if you don't pace yourself, you don't pace your breathing, if your supplements, if you don't take enough supplements, right? If you don't even feed your body the right way before a run, you know what I'm saying? If you're not well hydrated, if you, like, for example, if you know that you're going to go run tomorrow, you want to make sure that the night before, you drink plenty of water. Okay. You never want to go run when you're dehydrated. Yeah, he's right here. You never want to run dehydrated, right? Also, if you don't have mental focus, when you think about, I just ran 1 mile. I still have 4 miles to go. I still have 6 miles to go. Child, you're going to give up. Okay. So there are a lot of skills, leadership skills, self-accountability skills, motivational skills that come when you start to become a runner, right? That honestly, our culture, it don't match, right? So it's a new culture that you're learning. You have to show up on time, and you have to even show up ahead of time because you have to warm up, right? You never take your body dry and start running. Okay. You have to warm up the body before you start running. You don't warm up, you're more likely to have injuries, and you're more likely to increase your lactic acid. Okay. Because you didn't warm up right. So when you run, if you want to run at 8 o'clock, you might want to be there like 7:30 or even 7:15, so you can warm up your body, stretch your body, open up your hip flexors, and do all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And then relax yourself. You want to be very relaxed when you're running. Okay. And then you can start running at 8 o'clock. So these are things that you have to learn, you know, and I think a lot of our young men today too, many of y'all were to leave the clubs and actually start running, be in the running clubs, you will actually become better men. You actually would, because there's a lot of discipline that comes with fitness. You know what I mean? There's a lot of discipline that comes with fitness. There's a lot of discipline that comes with running. You know, most runners are very disciplined people because it's hard. It really is hard, right? So that's that. So listen, he needs it a lot. Yeah. So it's like, you know, but it's good for you because it teaches you things, you know, because for us, you show up late, people celebrate that. Over there, you have to be on time, and you got to be even early because you need to warm up. You know, like me, when I used to run, like in the neighborhood, I would walk from my house to where I used to run. So that would help to warm me up. And then I would get to that one place because I knew like from there to there makes a mile. So when I would get to the place I wanted to start running from, then I would start running there. But I would walk to the place because that's how I would warm my body up. But you never want to start running on a dry body like that. Like you just can't do that. It's just weird. I know he's so cute, huh? So you gotta be careful with that one. Hold on.
5 reasons to go to Run Club. 1. The scenery.
The scenery. What else they got going on? Yeah, people play too much music over here.
Right.
Yeah, but it's like, but people sweat though. I mean, it is running, so you're gonna be sweaty. I remember even Nick Bayer, when Nick did his the first time he ran a marathon, he was so slow. And then he got a lot better. Hold on. See if there's more music. Child, these people put too much music on. Hold on.
And a replacement for dating apps. Like, I'm very much married, and I get the sense that a lot of these running clubs are actually just for the purpose of finding a boyfriend or girl. I can't stand this new thing where running club.
What is going on with my stuff? I wish it would stop playing so much music. This one went viral. This video went viral about her joining the running club. Hold on. No, it's 7 a.m. on a Saturday morning, and you are in an Archer's Run Club. So I think you even have run clubs that are just made of just women also. You know. Yeah, I think you have there are some running clubs that just have ladies also. My thing is, running is good for you. What you saying?
Proxy and a replacement for dating apps. Like, I'm very much married, and I get the sense that a lot of these running clubs are actually just for the purpose of finding a boyfriend or girlfriend. Like, not everybody who likes running is there to find a boyfriend or girlfriend. Like, if the number one draw of your club is the fact that there are attractive people in it, I don't want to go. I want to work out because I want to get a good workout in. I want to like train hard, race, etc. And
that's my thing is it's easy for her to say that because she's already married. Okay, so girl, bye. It's easy for you to say that because you already have a husband. Okay, if you didn't have a husband, what would you be doing? So be quiet. Like stop. Okay, and my thing is, let's say somebody wants to go join a running club because she's looking for a boyfriend, or he wants to join a running club because he's looking for a girlfriend. Ultimately, listen, something got to motivate someone. Like I remember when I used to say on my TikTok, like, oh, I want to lose weight because I want to fit into a dress, right? Like, oh my gosh, your weight loss should be more than that. I'm like, no, it doesn't. Okay, people can do stuff for whatever reason. Like whatever jumpstarts your journey, it jumpstarts your journey. Like if you want to find a boyfriend and that's when you get into a running club and you end up loving the running club that you stick with it. Okay, and what's the big deal? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know why. I don't know why do you care what motivates a person? As long as it gets them outside the house, it gets them to stop being in the fridge and stop being in the pantry and eating all the time. You know? Oh, okay. Hold on, you guys.
Trying to eat your roll.
I think he's a little hot. Do you have his thingy as pacifier? It got snatched?
No.
Oh.
Did you give this one?
No, it's here. Yeah. Okay, you found one. Okay, good. You know what I mean? But I'm like, it's very easy. Like it's easy when you have a husband to tell other people, oh, well, you should just want to work out because you want to work out. Girl, shut up. Okay. You already have a husband. Be quiet. All right. If a young woman is looking for a husband and a running club gets her out the house, it makes her stop by Nike, the Nike store. It makes her go on Gymshark or Lululemon or Bad Bunny. No, what's it called? Bad Bunny. Whatever that clothing line is, right? Or Wonder Active, and she wants to buy herself a cute new set, buy herself some brand new running shoes, and be all cute and go outside. Go outside. More people need to go outside. And I think if more people spend time outside, we'll have less people who are depressed. Go outside. Walk, jog, whatever you want. Go outside. Go see new people. Who cares? They're like, oh. Yeah, they're like, oh, your weight loss should be more than wearing pretty dresses. I'm like, girl, whatever I can find to motivate me, y'all, I'm going to start there. You know, sometimes motivation doesn't have to be some deep epiphany, some deep, like, religious motivation. Sometimes you can be motivated by vanity. Okay? It's just that the only thing with vanity is that it's not sustainable. But it's a great starter. It's great for ignition, right? Makes sense? Now, my thing is, I hope that you love the process enough that it's not just about fitting into a dress, but it's like it becomes more than that, right? But if initially someone wants to lose weight just to fit into a dress or to look good at a wedding, yeah, go do it. Because if that's going to get you outside the house and care about your weight for at least 3 months, yeah, I'll take that, right? And then, like, in the process, I'm going to try to get you to see, like, there's a bigger picture here than just the dress. But sometimes you really have to meet people where they're at, though. Right? Because they're like, oh, I'm losing weight for me. And like I remember they used to leave me these goofy comments in that stupid app. Talk about, oh, you should lose weight for yourself. But I'm like, no, because sometimes yourself is not big enough. Right? If like you swear a person who's depressed, who has low self-esteem values self. Like, oh yeah, I'm fat, I'm obese, I have low self-esteem, but I'm going to lose weight for me. Someone who doesn't know how to love themselves, you think the me or the self is going to be a strong enough of a reason for them to lose weight? Girl, shut up. If they love themselves, they would never be obese in the first place. So shut the hell up. Okay? No. Sometimes you might want to lose weight for your children because you probably love your kids more than you love yourself. And that's okay too. Because if that gets you going, I'll take it. Okay? Like, a lot of people don't love themselves. So to say like, oh, you have to lose weight for yourself. What is self? What is self? What does it mean to love myself? Right? You have this person who's been abusing their bodies for how many years? They obviously don't love themselves. They obviously don't have any type of, like, they don't really have strong self-worth. So this whole thing about, oh, you should lose weight for yourself. You should lose weight because it's good for you. Girl, we do not care. Because right now, she don't even know how to love herself. If she wants to lose weight for her mom, lose weight for her dad, lose weight for her children, lose weight because, like, whatever can get her started, girl, I support you. Go do it. Okay? Because we got to get this person outside the house. Like, you have to get outside the house. You have to do something. You know what I mean? Now, once you get the person outside the house, right, you slowly encourage them to want to do it for other reasons, right? But me, it's like, listen, start. And if your start is a pretty dress, go for it. If your start is, hey, I don't want to die and leave my children behind, do it. If you say, oh, I want to lose weight for my husband, lose weight for your husband. Because it's so true, right? Attraction matters in a relationship. Okay? A person can love you but not be attracted to you. I said it. Damn. Okay? And vice versa, right? But it's like, attraction matters. If a woman says, I want my husband to be attracted to me, it's not just enough to be, oh yeah, I have a good mind, I have a beautiful mind. But if he met you looking good, you still want to somewhat look good, right? And that's okay too. A husband might be like, you know what? I want to lose weight for my wife because my belly getting too big and I'm snoring every night. So now I got to lose weight because it's not nice to snore in bed all the time. So it's like, if you want to lose weight for your wife also, so she don't have to see your big old gut, then do that. Okay? It's okay. It's perfectly okay. But then as you do it, I would hope that you be okay. It started because I was trying to lose weight for my spouse, but now I really enjoy it. I want to keep up with it. Cool. That's what's up. You know what I'm saying? But Marlene, I'm not picky. Whatever can get you started, please start. So if it's a dress, if it's a baby shower, if it's a bachelor party, if it's you going to college, I don't know, and I do not care. Start something. Okay? Start something. Yo, this girl was so mad on TikTok. I'm like, y'all think I care? I do not care. Because this is real. Y'all treat life like it's like we live in a movie or no, we are real people, right? And sometimes you don't know, like you're not in a healthy place with yourself to say, oh, I'm going to do this for me. Because you don't even value the you. That's why you're overweight. That's why you haven't taken action. So if your kids can motivate you, if this can motivate you, please, by all means, do it. Do it. Do it again.
And in my opinion, if you're creating the club as a way to meet girls, you're probably a creep. I can't stand this new thing where running clubs are like a proxy and a replacement for dating apps.
Yeah, but I'm like, to me, it's really good. Because running, it'll make you a better person. And you can make friends. And I'm like, and maybe like for me, when I was running with Orange Theory, for example.
I'm about to share a little secret with you. Running clubs are the new dating apps. It's a simple pipeline of run, riz, relationship. You also wake up.
Because like for me, when I ran, when I started running at Orange Theory, you know, I ain't gonna lie though, seeing these white girls and how fast they were running, it triggered me. Like it triggered something in me because I didn't appreciate that I was so slow. I was like, man, I want to be faster. So they really motivated me. I was like, I want to be able to run like that. So sometimes you might even go there because you're looking for a boyfriend, whatever. But when you see that there are other girls your age who are so physically fit and who can run these long distances, you're like, damn, how should do that? Then you want to do it. You know what I'm saying? You want to do it. You might go there looking for a man and then come out like having all these girl crushes because you're like, how is it that these girls are able to run so fast? Like, what are they doing? So that's what happened to me. Where I was like, I want to run like this. I was like, I want to be this fast too. So, and they really motivated me. And then I was like, wow, like when I was able to run really fast, yeah, I loved it. Yeah, it will trigger you. Cause you're like, what the freak? Because like some of them, you're like the same age. Some are older. You even have, and let me tell you something. Don't you ever go across an older white woman. Like I'm talking like 50s and 60s. Some of these white women, They are so strong. Like they be like 40, 50, 60. They will outrun you. They will lift heavier than you. You're like, what the freak? How is she even doing this? You know what I mean? So you might go in there thinking like you want a man, but when you see like another woman that's the same age as you, same build as you, and she can do all of this and you can't, yeah, you're going to be triggered. And that's the kind of triggering you need. You need somebody to make you feel like, okay, like I'm wasting my potential. You need that. Sometimes it's good. Like it's really good for you. It's good for you to get disrespected like that. You're like, you know what? What the freak? Y'all. Child. There is this one guy over here. Hold on. He's on Instagram. If you see the way his mom works out, oh my gosh, what's his name? Hold on. Let me go find Hugo. Army? Yeah, that's their thing. They're called Army on Instagram. Okay. Let me find their trainer. Aniko. Okay. You guys, this guy, Aniko right here, if you see his mom, I mean, his mom is the star of the show. Where is she? Here's his mom. Hold on. Let me see if I can show you his mom. Hold on. Give me a second. Wow. This lady is something. She can keep up with her son. I will find her. I will find her. Here she is. Why are you not tagging her? Here she is. You see, that's his mom. Look at his mom, y'all. Look at his mom. Like, the lady is just phenomenal. You're like, what the freak? How can you do stuff like this? Hold on. Let's start over. She's right here, right? You see this? I'm sure he has her tagged. Here she is. Here she is. Y'all look at this lady. I think she's like 60 something, right? It's like, you're like, what the freak? What the freak? What the freak? What the freak? Okay? So that's why I feel like sometimes it's good for you to go outside and see what other people your age are doing to better their bodies, better their mindset, you know what I mean? Live a healthier life, a more fulfilled life, a well-balanced life, you know? We all need this. But his mom is like, she is just phenomenal. I was like, how can this woman work out like this? Right? But this could be us in our 60s, you know? And all this staying in bed, watching TV, playing with apps, it's not gonna get this, it's not gonna get you this type of body. She's like 60 something. Unbelievable. And look at her. She's running with her dog. Look at her body. My Lord. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Oh my God. You see this? Y'all, sorry, I have to eat. I work out every day, 3 to 4 hours. Girl, you are dedicated. Okay. But she's always working out. I mean, she's just phenomenal. So this is her page, if you want to follow her. Okay. So let me go back here again.
On Saturday morning once and you feel like you've got your... I'm about to share a little secret with you. Running clubs are the new dating apps. It's a simple pipeline of run, riz, relationship. You also wake up early on a Saturday morning once and you feel like you've got your life together. Start chatting to someone and you don't like them. Up your pace a bit. Days of asking for someone's Snapchat are over. It's now. What's your Strava? I'm about to share a little secret with you. Running clubs are the new dating apps. It's a simple pipeline of...
Mm-mm-mm.
The truth is, run clubs are not just... The truth is, run clubs are not just about running.
Oh my God, I hate all this music. My goodness, there's music everywhere, child.
If my body was a boat, could you steer?
Here's the Black Girls Running Club. So just girls over here. Good for them. Yeah. See, this is an all Black girl running club. Good for them. Good for them. Yeah, more people need to go outside. And I'm telling you, when you go outside too, it helps with depression. Stop being inside the house and being on these apps all the time. Go outside, work on your social skills, learn to make friends. I'm like, good for you, y'all. because I need to get back to running.
Perfect way to work out, and I'm kind of mad
Hold on.
I'm pretty sure I found the perfect way to work out, and I'm kind of mad I didn't find out about it before my 26th birthday. That's what these people are doing.
One thing I can't stand about these people is they really think that they own the streets of Toronto. And the craziest part,
Girl. I don't know. It's just, my thing sucks. Good for y'all, ladies. Run. Get your best life. Get your endorphins going. Get outside the house. Get you a nice outfit. Get you some nice running shoes. You know, like even me now, I have 3 different shoes. I have weightlifting shoes. I have running shoes, and I have like walking shoes. I have so many different shoes, y'all. Like, you become a fitness girl. Like, it's real. Oh my gosh, it's liberating. Like, I pray that you get into fitness. I really do. Whatever reason you have to get into it, I pray you do, though. Okay. So hold on. Let me show you this. She's just so funny. She read my question. I need to I was gonna play this for y'all, but I didn't. She read one of my thingies. Hold on.
Savings is the name of the game for us when we shop.
I thought we were playing charades.
So we use Rakuten to get your chain.
Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. Long time. Okay, so I wanted to kind of just have a chit chat today about a topic that I think is really important. It's also kind of personal to me too, because it's something I've been experiencing. And that is just this phenomenon of how people treat you differently when you lose weight, and also just the unsolicited comments that come with our bodies. Like, I feel like people just constantly comment on bodies, and I really just wanted to talk about it. I understand that multiple things can exist at once, okay? If weight gain or weight loss is something that you desire and are working actively towards, that's absolutely fine. I don't think there's any issue with that. I don't know if you guys have noticed or if you've experienced this yourself, and please comment below if you have, but it's almost like when people lose weight, compliments start flooding in. You look great. Oh wow, you look skinnier. Oh my God, you've lost some weight. And it's almost like people start to see you in a way that they didn't see you necessarily before. I kind of just want to explore the concept of people giving unsolicited positive compliments on bodies when people lose weight versus not as much when they have gained weight, which I think just kind of portrays an underlying.
And when you listen to Cheesy, because I was like, when I was listening to her, I heard Kevin's voice in the back of my head. So as you listen to her, try to guess her sign. Try to guess what her sign is as you listen to her. But my thing is, okay, but once again, you're dealing with a woman, so it's not going to be easy. But I need to say this in a polite way, right? Being fat is not an achievement. Take your time to listen to her. Okay. Hey, Sylvia. Okay. Being obese, being fat is not an achievement. Anybody can be fat. Anybody can be overweight. Okay. Thank you, babe. It is not an achievement. Being skinny or being fit, now that's hard. Okay, that is hard. So I understand why when people see that you've lost weight, they would give you compliments, because most people know that weight loss is not easy, right? It's not easy to lose weight. So if you used to be a bigger and then you lose weight, yeah, people will congratulate you, because most of us have tried a weight loss journey at one point or another. We failed or we were successful and then we gained the weight right back. Right? So it makes a lot of sense. Like, it takes work to lose weight. It doesn't take work to gain weight. You know what I mean? You never look at somebody who's overweight and be like, wow, I see the dedication. Okay. Wow. They had to work so hard to be this big. Damn. Like, yo, your commitment is unreal. Dang, like, you 400 pounds now. Dang, you did your big one. Like, girl, no. Okay. But when you've lost weight, especially when you've lost a significant amount of weight, most people be like, wow, that's because it's hard. And the older you get, the harder it is to lose the weight. So I'm like, I can understand why people would compliment you, because most people are struggling with weight loss themselves. You know, most people try to lose weight, but sometimes it works. You gain it back. Sometimes it just doesn't work. So I can see why. Like, come on now, you know, and I like when you post a brand new car on Instagram, people are like, wow, that's amazing, because it's not given. You can't just get a new car. If you're doing a lease or not, you still got to have the credit. You still got to have the money for the car, the deposit, and you got to be able to make your monthly payment, right? So there's a reason why. So I'm like, why are we pretending that we don't understand why people give compliments to people who've lost weight? Because they're like, damn, like, it's hard. It's hard. You know, you have to eat right. You have to change your diet. You got to work out. It's a lot of things you have to do to lose weight, right? But like I said, most women don't like to compete. So when you're dealing with people who don't want to compete, they feel like everybody should get a compliment. No. You know what I mean? It is not a testament of hard work and of a solid mind to be overweight, myself included. Yeah, it hurts. It really does hurt. So I'm like, why are we doing this? So I said, listen to her. And the more she talks, try to guess what her sign is. Because I kept hearing Kevin's I kept hearing Kevin's voice in the back of my head. So I had to go look it up. I was like, yeah, it makes sense. You know? But I'm like, geez, stop. You're doing too much. Like, girl, stop acting aloof. Like, stop acting like you don't know what's like, stop.
Blind message of we believe smaller bodies are better. I don't think that's a crazy conclusion to come to, because as a society in America specifically, we definitely prefer smaller bodies. I just want to talk about it. So if you guys are excited for, you know, this topic.
But for life, G, you need to stop being fake. You're too intelligent for this, G. For life, smaller bodies are better. Yes. Okay? Now, smaller bodies does not mean be a size 0. No. It does not mean be a size 2. No. But a smaller, healthier body is better. Okay? Against high blood pressure, yes. Against high cholesterol, yes. Against diabetes, yes. Your ability to move. If you want to get on a plane, you can fit. You can fit in the small aisles. You can fit in your seat, right? You want to get into a car, a train. You have more mobility, right? The less weight you have to carry, you make it easier for your bones. You make it easier for your cartilage. You know how when you eat they call it collagen. You know how when you eat like bones, like chicken bones, you'll see like that white part is very chewy. Like the more you cook the chicken, the more it becomes like very chewy, like the cartilage. We all have the cartilage, right? The heavier you are, you keep rubbing your bones like this, you start using up your cartilage. That's why a lot of people who are overweight, when they get to a certain age, they got to start using a cane. They have to start using a walker, or they might have to get surgery. Okay? When it comes to your skin also, if the more you become insulin resistant, you can have acne in your back. Your neck can start to get darker. The circle of your eyes can start to get darker because there's too much sugar in the blood. Okay? So yes. Before this society became what it became, with like the food manufacturing, playing with our food and having food everywhere, having food accessible to us 24/7, being able to use an app, human beings were not this big. Even American people were not this big, right? Obesity, the way we see it today, it's a modern day phenomenon because we have companies who play with our food and put chemicals in our food. Right? But overall, in any country, in any continent, smaller bodies are better. Even in African culture, she knows this. If you're African and you gain weight, everybody will let you know. They don't care. They'll walk up to you and they'll laugh at you. Oh, she big. She real big. She big. She big boo-boo. Okay, so it's not just in America. Even in her culture, in her country, in my country, any country, people don't like to see big people. Okay, so stop. Yeah, heart attack, heart disease, all that stuff, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, do you want to have like fat going through your vein and going in your heart? Are you crazy? So yes, usually, traditionally, healthier body are a sign of a healthier person. But it's a lot better to be less heavy than to be heavy. Girl, come on now. Like, you know better. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Just because you don't do that. Don't do that. I'm like, you are being very, very intellectually dishonest right now, girl. What is we doing? Yeah, because it's not sustainable. It's not sustainable. You guys, when I was in New Orleans, you should see that, like, when I was in, there's a hospital called Oshner Baptist. You guys, every time I would go there, the number of Black people there, like, I'm talking like our elders. They were so sick, you guys. They were so sick. One time the elevator stopped working. Nobody could move. Because they all have a cane, a walker, a wheelchair. They're all overweight, big bellies, right? Because we don't eat right. We do not eat right. There's this one lady on TikTok. Every time she makes, like, no, she's on Instagram. Hey, Jen, every time she makes sweet potato pie, this Black woman, you guys, she takes the entire bag of Domino sugar and then she just pours the sugar all up in the sweet potato pie. I'm like, but damn, are you trying to kill people? You know what I'm saying? Like, every time you go on Instagram and you see these Black chefs cooking, it's giving heart attack, it's giving high blood pressure, it's giving high cholesterol, it's giving, they want you to have diabetes. Okay, we have a very unhealthy relationship with sugar, with butter, and with carbs. We need to stop. Like, we need to be stopped. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Like, even Asian people, like, Asian people eat a lot of rice, like African people, like, we eat lots of rice too, right? But my thing is, if you compare Asian people, how they eat rice to how African people eat rice, Asian people, they put everything in a bowl. You know what I mean? Like, they really count their portion. Africans, we'll take the entire plate, y'all. We'll take the entire plate. We'll just create a mountain of rice on the plate. And then we'll add the stew and then the oxtail, the meat. I mean, we're just ignorant. And I'm like, do you not realize that rice is nothing but sugar? You know what I'm saying? And also, like, the Asian people, I think, like, when you eat with sticks, you have to take less grain at a time. So I guess it's so much work that you just end up being full anyways, right? So eating with sticks, you take less in. We eat with a fork, a spoon, and sometimes we go straight with our hands. Like, they just palm the rice like this and like, oh, it's just ridiculous. Like, it's like portion control means nothing to us. What is wrong with this? I'm like, this is just bizarre. You don't think I'm anti-black, but it's okay. Okay. But I'm like, and then Asian people too, every time they have rice, they have a small soup on the side. They have vegetables on the side. So they're not just eating the rice. We'll just eat rice. And I think because we put like tomatoes and onions in the stew, we think, oh, we get a portion of vegetables. Like, you are crazy. You are really crazy. We are really, really crazy. Okay, just because you make your stew with fresh tomato, and fresh onions does not mean that you've met your daily vegetable requirements for the day. I'm like, what the heck is this? Pure madness. We are insane.
Make sure to give this video a thumbs up. And if you have any contributions, please leave them in the comments below, because I kind of just want this to be an open forum where we can talk. Also, if you are not subscribed, make sure you subscribe.
At least you're honest. Peggy said, yeah, my portions are insane. It's ridiculous. We do not have the notion of portion control. Like, we don't know what that thing is. Like, we have to stop. I'm like, no, we need to stop. We need to stop, and we need to stop ourselves. Like, it's crazy.
And yeah, let's get into it. So if you've been following me for a while, then you know that I've been on like a wellness fitness journey for the last 3 or 4 years at this point, because I started in 2020. My body has gone through a number of changes in the last 4 years. I have gained weight, lost weight, gained weight. So in 2022, 2023, I lost a significant amount of weight, which kind of gave me access, or made me notice how differently people treated me, or just like the amount of compliments that I started getting because I look smaller, versus I gained a significant amount of weight after that in 2023, leading into 2024, and just seeing the difference there versus now getting back down. I definitely feel like personally, this is something that I've experienced, and based off of like what I've also seen on social media, and even just like talking to you.
You see? You are dealing with a modern woman. They don't want to compete. They don't want to compete. She lost weight. She was getting mad compliments. It made her feel good. It made her feel amazing. Okay? Now, only God knows what happened though, but she gained the weight back. Then the compliments dried out. Got her feeling some type of way. Right? Instead of saying to herself, you know what? I love the compliments. I want to see these compliments. I want them back. I need to go back and lose the weight. No, she's going to sit here and make this video about, well, I don't know why girl, bow. You better go compete though. Right? You know what you want. You know what you like. And you know how what you like made you feel. Go back and get that shit. Go back and get it. I don't understand. Like, you get knocked down, you get right back up, you go fight again. You don't try to paint a new fantasy about, I don't know why we do these. Girl, this is what we do. And people are not changing. Humanity is not changing for you. Okay? If you want things from human beings, you're going to have to give them what they like. And they like a skinnier you. Compete. If you know that being a skinny heifer, if you know that being a skinny girl is going to give you the things that you want, get you in the places that you want, get you to try things that you want, then that's something you're gonna have to take it seriously. And if you lose the weight and gain the weight, well, guess what? Get your ass back up and lose that shit again. Okay? Lose it again. And you keep trying until you get it right. That's it. But the world, you ain't gonna change it. It is what it is. The world is already like, it is what it is, right? It is what it is. You either gonna fit into it, or you gonna stand on the sideline and cry about it. But crying ain't gonna change shit. What's that? Okay? Crying ain't gonna change nothing. Sitting here making these videos for what purpose? Okay? You should make a video telling us how you plan to get your snapback back. Okay? Yeah, they don't, because they don't want to do it. They don't want to do it. They don't want to suffer. Y'all crazy. Okay?
You guys about it on Instagram. I know that this is like a thing. This is not just something that's in your head. Like, no, this is a thing. As somebody that's a public figure, I definitely have maybe a little bit more access to people's unsolicited comments more frequently. So I know how people respond or responded to me when I was smaller versus not. And it's kind of frustrating because it really does make you feel like, one, okay, y'all didn't think I'd look that great when I was a little bit chubbier, but also it just like makes you realize that, wow, people really do treat you differently based off of your size. So it's a little frustrating. And also it can do a number on your mental health. That's the thing. That thing can really mess with your mind if you're not careful. And if there's one thing about it, like, you people are not going to kill me in this life, okay? It's something that I always even have to talk about in therapy because I have to make sure I'm like processing things that people are projecting onto me and making sure I'm not internalizing it. And speaking of therapy, this video is sponsored by BetterHelp. If you don't know, BetterHelp connects you with a licensed therapist who is trained to listen and give you helpful. We see it everywhere on social media, magazines, media, movies, all the things. There is this underlying message that being thin, being slim, equates to being happy and successful. But the truth is that's not always the case. People are gonna people. And I feel like the
Hold up, sorry. Being skinnier does not guarantee forever happiness, right? You're not going to always be happy because you're skinny. Listen, life happens to us all, okay? Just because you're skinny don't mean you're not going to get your heart broken. But overall, right? Overall, when you are smaller, right? When you are smaller overall, you will definitely know the joy of being smaller, especially as it pertains to your health, right? So that's a fact. Ooh, Lord, hold on, you guys, hold on. Ooh, my boss is.
The only way to know someone's true beliefs is to look at their actions. When somebody loses weight, why do we as a people automatically feel obligated to comment on their physical appearance? Again, I'm not saying that you should not say anything. Like, I had posed this question to my Instagram audience. So if you guys don't follow me on Instagram or TikTok, make sure you follow me. One person had said, if somebody knows that they are on a weight loss journey and they've been putting in the work, they would actually like the compliment because it makes them feel good about the work that they put in. And I absolutely agree with that. Multiple things can exist at once. So I'm not saying, don't say anything. I'm more so saying, why do we feel so comfortable commenting on people's physical appearance when we don't even know their situation? Sometimes weight loss isn't always a good sign. Somebody can be losing weight because they're sick, they're stressed, they are going through mental health problems. Like, there are so many other reasons as to why somebody will be losing weight, and with weight gain as well, vice versa. Weight gain doesn't always have to be a bad thing either. It could be a sign that they're just happy and they're not thinking about counting calories. In our world, it's like we glorify weight loss like it is this amazing thing, and we do it not by just saying, oh my God, you lost.
Yeah, my little person. But he's hold on. And this is what most liberal will do, right? They'll give you the most extreme case, like, oh, weight loss can mean that somebody is sick. Girls, shut up. Okay. When somebody loses weight due to sickness, most of the time it looks like it. Like, losing weight due to a sickness, the person does not look healthy. Like, you can be like, oh, something happens. And especially when somebody loses weight due to sickness, the weight loss happens so fast, right, that you can tell like something is off. Okay, something is off. So I do feel like in most cases, even somebody's making a mistake, like, oh, I thought you wanted to lose weight because you were trying to lose weight versus the person is sick. It's like you're still giving them a compliment. You're not talking bad about that. You're like, wow, you look good with the weight loss. But I do feel like, for me, in my situation, the people that I have seen who have lost a lot of weight due to sickness, yeah, they look sick. Okay, they look sick. But it's like when it's someone that you know that has been going to the gym, that has been working out, or if you have a friend who told you that, hey, I'm on a weight loss journey, and after 3 months or 6 months, you start to see results, and so you compliment her. Yeah, of course. Okay, I think her real issue is, if you're not going to compliment bigger people, then you should not compliment fat people, skinny people, right? And the way you do that is by saying, well, sometimes somebody could be very sick. So just to be sure, just don't say nothing at all. Girl, bye. Okay, girl, bye. Okay? Because that's the thing too, diversity, inclusion. Well, if you're not going to compliment me because I'm overweight, then you shouldn't compliment her too, because how do you know she's not sick? I don't know she's not sick. But I'll take a chance though. Girl, you look good, girl. Okay? So stop doing that. Stop with that. It's intellectually dishonest. Okay. And honestly, sometimes I do feel like it's giving envy. Okay. It's like, if I can get something, I don't want somebody else to get it. Why? That's not how life works. What's next? Because you don't have a certain amount of money, other people should not have money. Okay. Like, what's next? Because you can afford something, other people should not be able to afford something. Right? Like, what? No. Like, no. Mm-mm. Yeah. She really is. She really is, Lonnie. I'm like, usually people who lose weight due to a sickness, they look it. Their eyes are sucking in. Like, they just don't, their complexion is flushed. Like, you're like, yeah, something is slightly off. You know, or even like the fast weight loss, it concerns people. Like, why'd you lose weight so fast, right? But I'm like, if it's a friend or someone you know, and they told you that they were doing a weight loss journey, or like they were working on eating better and stuff, and it starts to show, yeah, you should compliment people. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, yeah, but the booty workout is like they gave weight in the right places in the booty, right? But it's like, no, life is not fair. And that's my issue. Is like, so many women are concerned with like, oh, things have to be fair. Like, whatever you do for her, you have to do for me. No, it's not that type of equation. Okay? No. And you have to be okay with that. You know, if you want to have those type of compliments, get to work. Lose the weight.
Wait, you are incredible. We do it by these subtle compliments of when somebody now loses weight for whatever reason that you don't know. It's, oh my God, you look so great. And then they.
And my thing is also, this is what I'm gonna call you out. When you lost the weight and people were giving you compliments, did you ever make a video to say, don't give me compliments? I'm gonna say it again. When you lost the weight and all these people were giving you all these great compliments and that you just loved and you were basking in, right? Did you ever make a video to tell people to stop giving you compliments because they don't know how you lost the weight or why you lost the weight? No, I'm sure you didn't say anything. I'm sure when you would get all these compliments because you lost the weight, you reveled in that stuff, and you never sat here and made a single video to tell people, stop giving me compliments, right? But now that you gained the weight back, nobody's complimenting you anymore. Now you want to make a video to say, oh, but why are y'all giving compliments when somebody loses weight? Girl, don't be a hypocrite. Don't you be a hypocrite, okay? Because I would respect it more if when you were losing the weight, that's exactly what it is. Okay, because I would respect her energy more, right? I would respect her energy more if when she had lost the weight, she had made a video telling people, you know what? I don't want the compliments because either way, I love myself and I feel good about myself. And when you guys give me all these compliments, it's making me feel like y'all was trying to say I was like really fat, right? It would make more sense. And now she's gaining weight. She's also making a video that makes more sense. But when you lost the weight, you took all these compliments, you basked in the compliments, you reveled in the compliments. You found confidence in the compliments, right? You ain't say nothing, right? Now that you gained the weight and you're not getting the compliments you used to get, now you want to sit over here and be like, oh, I don't even know why. Exactly. People say they don't look for validation, then get mad when they don't get validation. Exactly. It's giving those celebrities or people on TikTok or like these influencers like, oh, nobody cares what y'all have to say. I'm out here living my life. I ain't worried about y'all. But it's like, then why are you here making a video about that then? Right? If you don't care what people have to say, if you're out there living your best life, why are you making this video? Live your best life. Okay? But you care. You care. And why don't you just say, you guys, I wish you guys would give me compliments. Be honest with that. Like, stop with this fake, like, nobility bullshit. You know, sorry, my baby. Okay? Stop with, like, no. Okay? You're not a social justice warrior. You're in your feelings because you don't get the compliments you used to get. But the same thing is, it's like, for you to get those compliments, you put in a lot of work. So get back to the work. And the compliments will abound. In the meantime, why are we here? Like, make it make sense.
Look you up and down to let you know that it's because you've lost weight. You know, I think a great solution towards this is to not compliment people based off of their physical appearance. And this is for the Nigerians, because I'm Nigerian. One thing about it, anytime I go to Nigeria, the first thing they will greet me with is, whoa, you're looking fat. If you could.
It's not just Nigerians, it's all of us. We're all involved, right? So that's why I said earlier, it's not just America, it's all over the place, right? But that's human nature. They're not going to stop. You're not going to change people. People are going to do what they do. They want Naomi Campbell attention without Naomi Campbell discipline. Exactly. It's like, girl, no. We're not going to stop. African people will never stop commenting on your body. Like, that's part of the culture. Okay? This is what we do. We just comment on stuff. Okay? Yes. It's like telling African people they have to call you before they show up at your house. Like, who does that? Like, no. Yes, baby. We don't do that. Exactly. We don't do that. Okay? Part of being African is being all up in your business. That's just the culture. That's the culture that you're born in. Asians have diabetes epidemic. I think what's happening with a lot of Asians now is the fact that fast food has made it to Asia. Okay, but the older Asian people, they're not eating all this fast food business. The younger Asian people are into McDonald's now, KFC, Burger King, because those fast food places are now in Asia, just like in France, right? Like before, French people were not fat, they were not obese. But now that there's McDonald's in France, there's KFC in France, like, you know, a lot of them are overweight now because they're into the fast food. They've taken the American way of eating. So people are going to be overweight. But places like Japan, a lot of the elderly Japanese people are like 100 years old and plus because they don't eat a lot. They exercise a lot. They don't mess with stress, you know. But old Japanese people are like up to like 100. Their old people live very, very long. So, they don't care about being canceled for what? They don't care. You don't see Simon, the way Simon out here treating Portia. He don't care. He does not care. So I'm like, girl, the culture will never change. Either you accept it or you leave it alone.
Literally just say, hey, how are you? How are you doing? How's life? How are you feeling? How are you coping with school? You know, actually care about the person before you come and address how they, you know, look physically. And I just think it depends on who the relationship you have with people. I don't think it's appropriate to tell a stranger or somebody that's maybe like an acquaintance to you that you don't know what's going on in their personal life. I don't think it's appropriate to comment on their physical body.
To me, as it pertains to African culture, I don't see people changing. I just don't see people changing. When she says that somebody should care about what's happening in your personal life, like how are you, how you're doing, how school is, you have to matter to a person for them to care that much. Most people do not care that much. Okay, that's just the real world. Most people don't care that much. If you're famous, if you're very rich, and if you're very famous, then people will care because they want to be like you. Once again, self-interest, right? But if you're just a regular person, like they're a regular person, they're not going to care about your school, your health, your this. They don't care. They do not care. They don't care.
They just don't. I think it would just be wiser to not focus on things that are more internal, like you look so beautiful. How are you? How is life? Ask them questions like, what have you been up to? As they start divulging information to you, maybe they let you know, oh, I've been working out, I've been doing this. You'll be like, oh yeah, I didn't want to mention anything, but girl, good job. Like, shout out.
All that she's saying, a person has to care. Most people do not care. Most people don't care. Most people, even when you call most people, they're just trying to get off the phone. Even with your own family, like most people don't care. Okay, it's a very, very few people who's going to sit there and care about, oh, how's your day going? How's school? And even when you answer these questions, even be intentional enough to listen. Because most people, sometimes they'll just ask you questions just to be polite. And when you're talking to them and listening, like, okay, yeah, sure. Because they're trying to get off the phone, right? So most people do not care. They don't care. Okay, that's what the world works. Now, if you're Rihanna, if you're Beyonce, oh, now they care. Because they want your life. Okay? But if you're a regular person, like, what? They don't care. They're going to tell you what they want to say, and then they're done with you. That's it. And you have to know how to cope with that also, right? That's human nature.
To you for being dedicated enough to, you know, reach your goals, like proud of you. And I know it makes us feel good. I'm not going to sit here and act like it don't feel nice when somebody tells you, oh my God, you've lost weight. But that's only if you've actually been working towards losing weight for like a good and healthy reason. Like, again, you have to remember not everybody's losing weight because they're trying to lose weight. Some people are actually going through it. Some people are sick and you're like, oh girl, you dropping a few pounds. Do you know how insensitive that is? So yeah, like I said, I wanted to get you guys' kind of thoughts on this. So I had asked on my Instagram just what people's thoughts were. So I kind of wanted to go through a few of the comments. Somebody had said they lost weight because of health problems and the audacity of people to comment. Exactly. I literally know somebody right now that is like battling cancer. And I actually had no idea for a while, but they were losing weight. but they're young, you know what I mean? So I thankfully had never said anything to them about their bodies and losing weight. But like once I realized or found out that, you know, they had a sickness, I was just like, wow. And I know people were going up to her, you know, maybe mentioning like, oh girl, you getting slim, like da 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 da, you know? So that's why I'm like, if you just
But my thing also, I don't know. I think in everything, context matters. If you have cancer and you haven't told people that you have cancer and people come up to you saying that you've lost weight, you also can't like demonize their intention too, though, right? I think like intention to me is everything. If somebody's saying, oh, you lost weight to be nasty, that's one thing. If somebody honestly means a genuine compliment and you know that you haven't told them, you can't demonize the compliment they gave you because they're giving you a compliment based on what they see and not everything that they know. So, you know, like me, I don't know why you'd be offended by that because they don't mean you harm. But there are people who want to be victimized in everything, right? No matter how good your intentions are, they'll find a way to make it diabolical. But it's like context matters, intention matters, and the why matters. If somebody truly feels like you were trying to lose weight and they gave you a compliment thinking that you were trying to lose weight, but it so happens that you have cancer and they don't know that you have cancer, you cannot give this person bad intentions. Okay? Like, make it make sense. They don't know. Now, you can tell them, not tell them, that's fine. But you should also ask yourself before you allow yourself to be all type of offended, like, did this person mean me harm? She didn't mean you harm because she doesn't know. So from the looks of it, you've lost weight and it looks good on you. That's it. That's that. Boom, 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 boom. Nothing less, nothing more. Okay? That's it.
Instead of saying, oh, you're getting slim, you could have said, how are you? What's going on? It's like actually care.
So you can't compliment on her weight, but you're going to walk up to her and be like, girl, what's going on? Invasion of privacy. Make it make sense. That I feel like certain things she's embellishing for the sake of her argument, but whatever, right? But it's like, you can't tell me not to compliment on somebody's weight, but then I'm going to walk up to her and be like, girl, what's going on with you? That's excessive. Boundaries. You know what I mean? I'm not inviting myself into somebody's personal business. Because to me, now that's crossing the line, okay? Having good intentions, like, oh, she actually does look good, and you give her a compliment. It's not an invasion of privacy. It's not you doing more than you should. My eyes see it. I can comment on it. Now, when I'm asking you personal detail about your health, about your life, your private life, that's excessive. I don't know her like that. I'm not doing that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't doing that.
Genuine curiosity. I don't know. Another person said, hate it, lost a lot of weight after a breakup. It felt like praise for a sad and unhealthy time. Exactly. And that's my thing. Like, at some point, we have to just like look at ourselves as a society and question why does weight loss equate glory all the time? Like, without.
So what should we do? We should make obesity glorious. I'm trying to get, like, what does she want us to do? Say that obesity is the way to go. I'm like, girl, you didn't have this energy when you were getting the compliments. Now that you're not getting compliments, we need to be all philosophical about why as a society. Girl, because that's what we do as a society. We're shallow. Like, when you lost weight and the compliments got to you, you were not being philosophical also, were you? So that's what we do. That's what I would say. To me, cancer weight loss is totally different than healthy weight loss. You can see it, but if they say so, you know, but cancer, it does a number on you. A lot of people lose weight after a breakup. Revenge body is a thing. And if it gets the girls outside, more power to them. You know, sometimes this is me, but then again, I know I'm an asshole, but I do feel like in certain cases, if a man breaks up with you and it makes you want to go work out, I think he did you a favor. Because why were you not working out during the relationship? Okay? Why were you not working out during the relationship? Why it took this man to break up with your little tiny bitty bitty heart for you not to value your health and for you not to want to prioritize your health, right? So that's it. When you're dating him, you want to be your biggest version. But now that he breaks up with you, you want to be your smallest version. So can you, if we're being honest, you were not giving him your best self, right? Like seriously, like you were not giving this man your best self. So I understand why he left. So you had it in you, right? But you denied him that part of you. But now that he broke up with you, you want to start exercising. Girl, he did you a favor. And he did himself a favor. Because I'm not going to be with somebody who withholds the best part of themselves. And then when I break up with you, now you want to be on your fitness grind. You want to start drinking your greens. You want to start eating better. You want to start meditating. Why weren't you that version in the relationship? So obviously you didn't care to stay in the relationship. Like, child. She said, OMG, just take the compliment and go. It's draining. Like, I'm like, girl, he did you a favor. Okay. So, because some people, like, everybody's a little different. Some people, you can talk to them and they'll listen. Some people need some trauma to be about their best selves. So, life will bring you a teacher in different form. If you're the type of person to be an easy learner, you're not going to have to go through like these ups and downs to learn something. But if you're the type of person that has to be shocked, your system has to be shocked for you to prioritize taking care of yourself, then that's how your lessons in this life are going to come, But I just don't understand why, when you were in the relationship, you were not working out, you were not eating better, you were not meditating, you were not journaling. Now that this man don't broke up with you, now you care about your fitness. Now you care about how you look. Now you care to make your bed. Now you care to do X, Y, and Z. So when you were in the relationship with him, you were not your best self. So he has the right to break up with you. Why are you going to be in a relationship with someone and they're withholding a part of themselves from you? Deuces, I got to go. I ain't got time for this.
Knowledge of what is the reason for the weight loss, Okay, somebody said, I love when they compliment when I get smaller. I don't feel it, but I appreciate the notice. A couple of people said, like, if you know that I'm working towards working out and losing weight, then I would appreciate the compliment. Same here. I think it depends. Like, I feel like there are trusted people in my life that know what I'm experiencing, know the journey that I'm personally on. They're allowed to comment because they know what's going on, right? My trainer can comment and say, hey, your waist is starting to shrink, because I told her that I want my waist to shrink. You know what I'm saying? And my parents get a pass because they brought me into this world. And even then, there's some boundaries that we need to have. You know what I'm saying? Because one thing about my dad, he be wildin'. Okay, somebody said, I really don't think people mean it with.
So this is what she means about her dad. Okay, so here's where her dad.
I mean, you're good, baby. Be careful. So you don't go
Don't go stand on business. Just stand on your business. Okay, so that's what her dad said to her. But he, like he said, it's out of love. It's not. I don't think he means nothing negative by it.
Do you see it as fat phobia? Why can't you see that?
Okay, so this is me. This was me. Hold up. This is Marlene coming through, because I wrote that on her stuff. Hold up. Wait a minute. I wrote that to her. Hold on.
One thing about my dad, he be wildin'. Okay, somebody said, I really don't think people mean it with ill intent. I don't mind. Why do you see it as fat phobia? Why can't?
Okay, so this is what I wrote. I was like, oh, I recognize my comment. Okay, so I said, I really don't think people mean ill. People mean it with ill intent. I don't mind it. Why do you see it as fat phobia? She sure did read my comment. I knew she was going to. I can tell y'all, guess what sign she is? You gonna know. Hold on.
You see that people are recognizing the work put in. And somebody else had basically said, it's more of an internal feeling of shame that you have to address within yourself. I definitely don't feel like people do it with ill intent. It's that we need to have. You know what I'm saying? Because one thing about my dad, he be wildin'. Okay, somebody said, I really don't think people mean it with ill intent. I don't mind. Why do you see it as fat phobia? Why can't you see that people are recognizing the work put in? And somebody else had basically said, it's more of an internal feeling of shame that you have to address within yourself.
Exactly. And one thing I wish about I wish people would. That's why it's really hard for me, y'all. I'm not trying to be mean, huh? I ain't trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be an asshole, and I ain't trying to be like difficult, right? But I wish more women could be really bluntly honest with themselves, right? It's okay to say, you guys, I lost the weight, I gained it back. And because of that, I kind of feel crushed. I'm a bit disappointed in myself, right? The real problem here is her. I sound like I'm from St. Louis, her, okay? But the real problem here is her, okay? She's upset at herself. She's upset at herself because she gained the weight back. You know what I mean? Because maybe she felt like she had reached a certain level and then she put the weight back on and it just made her feel like, damn, like, am I a loser? And instead of sitting here and making such a video, this is what she's giving us, right? Because I watched this young lady. I've watched her content a little bit. She used to have some type of boyfriend. I think he broke up with her. And I'm not trying to be funny, but once again, here we go. But I think her breakup with that young man, I don't know who he is, but he really did something to her. You know what I'm saying? He really did something to her, because then she started talking about, like, she had an alcohol issue. She used to drink. I'm like, girl, what is going on? You know? But one thing about she has a hard time with rejection. I don't know her personally, but I know enough of her through her content. She has a hard time with rejection. You know what I mean? She has a hard time with feeling like she's not good. She takes rejection really, really hard, to the point that it's like almost like it's giving like self-harm. Okay? Because I'm like, the young man, he broke up with her. Somehow she talked about she used to have like a alcohol problem. I said, alcohol problem? Girl, how old are you? What is wrong with you young people? Right? And then what else she say? Then she went crazy into religion. Like now she's like a little Bible freak. I'm like, oh gosh, here we go. You know what I mean? It's a lot. You know what I mean? Like the weight loss, like you lose the weight and you gain the weight. You know, maybe you still feel like the young man's out here looking at you and he saw you being skinny and now he sees you put the weight back on, you know, but it's like she got things personally that she needs to deal with. But one thing I have noticed from watching her content, she has a hard time with rejection. She really, she takes stuff too personally. Okay, you should guess what her sign is. She takes stuff way too personally. And because of that, she is she's too much in her head. You know how sometimes you can be in your head a little too much, but that's what happens when you're a water sign, right? When you're so much in your head that you don't prioritize taking actions because you live for what's in your head. And sometimes what's in your head is just like being a water sign. It's full of water. It's full of wave. It's full of confusion. No, she's a Scorpio. Okay, but close enough though if you say Pisces. Okay, it's like she really is a water sign. And it's like y'all just way too into your emotions. And there comes a time you have to prioritize being about action. You know, like emotions, I think like they're somewhat good because they remind you that you're human, but you gotta be very careful too though, because your emotions can really corrupt you. They can seriously corrupt you. They can make you never take action. You're like, oh, should I do it? Should I not? Should I do it? Should I not? Girl, it's too much. You know what I mean? And sometimes if you get rejected, if things don't work out for you, tell yourself it's actually a blessing. But don't ever let anybody walk out your life, cause you to spiral out of control where you feel like now you got to start drinking. Like, girl, what? Do you not know who you are? Do you not have character? He came, he left. When you came out your mama's vagina, were you holding hand with that boy? No, you met him in this lifetime and you're going to leave him in this lifetime. He came for a reason and he left for a reason. But that does not mean that you start to be like, oh my gosh, what's so wrong with me? I'm going to start drinking. You drinking for what? Why are you drinking? And then you go from these extremes, like you live secularly, like you're super extreme with your secular life. Then you want to be super extreme with your religion. Now you want a man who prays all the time, who prays as much as you, prays as long as you, because you're trying to control the outcome. Right? And I'm like, that's why she's so obsessed with religion and finding a man who prays, who reads the Bible, who prays as much as her, prays as long as her, because you think if you find a man who can quote the Bible forward and backward, like Jamal Bryant, you're going to be safe. There are many evil people who know the Bible. There are many people who are well-versed in the Bible and they will kill you without hesitation, right? They're like, love is risky business. The only thing you can hope for is that as you live enough experiences, right, you get better discernment, right? But a man being a Christian, knowing the Bible, reciting the Bible, does not mean he's going to protect your heart. He could be really dangerous. He could seriously be dangerous, right? That's why I said a man does not need to pray as long as you. He needs to go work. Go get you a damn job. Okay? Exactly. There's so many con artists. There are so many con artists. Yesterday we were watching this thing. Me and Jimmy watching this whole documentary about, remember that website, Ashley Madison, where people were signing up to have affairs on their spouses, right? There was a man, he was a YouTuber, he was a whole Christian, et cetera, et cetera. He was on Ashley Madison looking to have an affair, right? So the true character of a man is not measured by how many hours he spends in prayer. Just because you spend 3 hours in prayer, 4 hours in prayer, what that mean? It means nothing. Okay? It means nothing if you don't want to be a good person. Just because you go to church every single day of the week does not mean that you're a good person. If anything, it's actually quite questionable. Why aren't you working? Why aren't you working? Why aren't you being productive? Do not do Bible study with them people. Okay? You understand me? But it's like, I think I can see if your heart was broken by what you call an unbeliever or a heathen, you tell yourself that if you fall in love with a quote unquote Christian, a super Christian, he reads the Bible every day Christian, that somehow he's not going to be as damaging to you because you think he's Jesus. He's not Jesus. No man will ever be Jesus. Jesus is Jesus. We are people. We are flawed. Love is risky business for all people. There's a chance that you're going to get hurt. And sometimes you can't always think about, I mean, you should think about that, right? How much you could get hurt, because you don't want to just go date reckless people, right? But if you've done all your best to make sure that you pick the right person, right? If he does hurt you, that's on him. But just know, God, he watches after his own, and you will be okay. No matter what, you're going to be okay, right? But nobody can ever guarantee you like a pain-free love, a drama-free love. It does not exist. People are flawed. Even me, I'm flawed. Okay, we're all flawed. And that's why you never, and I told y'all this before. I know it might sound weird because I am married, but I have told y'all this. That's why you never love anybody with 100%, right? The only time you can say I love my husband with all my heart is when he's dead. When you stand there and he's in the casket, okay? Because dead people can't hurt you. Dead people can't cheat on you, okay? In the meantime, in between time, you have to gradually love a person. You cannot love a person with all your heart. Absolutely not. Okay, absolutely not. Because you love somebody 100%, 200%. If they hurt you, it's gonna hurt you. And the thing is, the more you love a person, that's exactly who the devil is gonna use to destroy you. So that's why you have to calibrate your love. Okay, but your husband, your wife, the only time you can say I love you 100% is when they're right there in the casket, dead. You're like, oh, I love my husband with all my heart. Because anybody can, even Jimmy can hurt me tomorrow if he wants to. He can hurt me 5 years from now. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because some people allow themselves to be tempted by Satan. Some people allow themselves to be seduced by the enemy. Okay, it is real. It's very real. But me, as a child of God, I know that I always make it out. I'm a survivor, so it is what it is, right? But either way, I'm gonna be okay. You know, that's it, you guys. But there's the Jesus, he's Jesus. God, he's God. But the people that you're dating, people that you're going to be married to, it's a fellow human being. They bleed like you. They pee like you. They poo-poo like you. Okay? They can be corrupted like you. They have anger like you. They have resentment like you. They have jealousy in them. They have envy in them. We're all human beings. Like, we feel those emotions. It's just that some people have learned to overcome those emotions, and some people still give in to those emotions, right? You understand? But this notion of I'm going to turn a human being into a Jesus Christ, no. It is not possible. He is a human being and he's flawed, right? Now pick the kind of flaws you can put up with, right? But you will never find somebody where you can be, oh, my heart is completely safe with this person. Girl, that sounds like God, okay? But you can never say your heart is safe with nobody, even your own children. Child, please, okay? So, you know what I'm saying? But it's like if you love the feeling that you have when you lost the weight, commit to it. It will come back to you. You did it once, you can do it again, right? You did it once, you can do it 2 more times. You did it once, you can do it 3 more times, right? You know what I'm saying? Focus on like that side of you, not the side of you that's like philosophical, emotional, rambling, blah, 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 because it's going to get you nowhere. It's going to get you nowhere. And that's why I say a lot of people need to learn to practice stoicism. You know, because when you're stoic, you focus on what truly matters, the outcome of a thing, right? Not the way I feel, the way I think. I don't understand. Why isn't, girl, the world, it's already written. Like, it is what it is. You want to win? Go ahead and win. That's it.
I definitely don't feel like people do it with ill intent. I probably should have prefaced with that. But just because we don't have intentions of it being negative doesn't mean it doesn't come off negatively.
The only reason why it comes off negatively, because you feel a way about it already. That's it, right? Somebody can give you a gift. If you decide that the gift is not big enough, it's not fancy enough, it's not expensive enough, you can be mad at the person who gave you a gift, right? A compliment is a gift. You can take it or you can leave it. If you want to sit here and diagnose it, cut it apart, pull it apart, do this, do that, that's on you. That's not for me to internalize this, because I gave you a compliment. You can either take it or you can leave it. If you decide to perform a surgery on my compliment, that is on you. It's not for me to take it, right? Because even if, and that's the thing, somebody could give you a compliment. It might trigger something in you, but then you should also ask yourself, why am I receiving it this way? You see, right? Because you're capable of having all types of emotions. The ones that remain and that sting the most are your personal choice. That is your choice, right? Because if I give you a compliment, you can feel good about it. You can feel bad about it. If you choose to feel bad about a compliment that I gave you, you got to ask yourself why. Why is it that somebody says something nice to me and my response to it is something that makes me feel bad? It's on you, but it's not on the person who gave you a compliment, right? And it's the same thing that goes with the gift. Somebody can buy you a gift. Now, if it's not fancy enough for you, if it's not luxury enough for you, if it's not expensive enough for you, if it's not boom, 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 boom enough for you, then it's on you, right? You got to ask yourself, why is it that somebody goes out their way, buys you a gift, they wrap the gift, they present the gift to you, and all you have to say is everything that is wrong with the gift. That's from within. That's from within. From your soul, like the depth of your soul, that's where that comes from. Okay? Amen. Practice gratitude. It's gonna help you a whole lot. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's from you. So I don't know if BetterHelp has good people, but I don't know. Maybe we'll try something else. But it's like, it is from you, right? A person saw something nice, they gave a compliment. If days later you're still chewing on this, you're still performing a surgery on it, you're still picking it apart, that says a lot about you. And like, you got to work on your mental fitness. Yeah, you really got to work on your mental fitness, because that's crazy to me. Like, that's really crazy to me.
Also have to realize, like, weight and body image is something that is very sensitive to, like, everyone for the most part. And if somebody has lost weight, they probably have had some type of like journey, challenge when it comes to weight gain, weight loss, body image. If you are a woman, you can agree to that. Unless you've been small your whole life, and even then, people are going to pick on you for being skinny. You know what I'm saying? So we all know that this is a sensitive topic for people. So the fact that like we can be almost kind of ignorant in this area.
I think it's a sensitive topic for women. I don't think it's so much for men, you know, but I'm like, what? It's a lot of emotional stuff for her. She's very emotional. It's a sensitive topic. Everything is sensitive to y'all. And I think a lot of women, that's what they do. When they don't want to have a conversation about things that are difficult, they'll say, "Oh, it's sensitive." It's like the feds. It's like the CIA. You know how they make like all these documents like top secret, secret, sensitive. You know what I mean? Like they label everything sensitive and secret and top secret, right? I think that's what a lot of women do when they don't want to have conversations about very difficult conversations or things that they're not successful at doing currently. They'll tell you, "Oh, it's very sensitive. I don't want to talk about it." But it's like, if you never talk about these things, if you never learn to have harsh conversation about these things, when are they not going to be sensitive? Right? You can overcome how sensitive a conversation is by having harsh conversations about it. Right? And I'm even going to say this, like, if you go into a relationship and everything is so sensitive to you, and this is sensitive and this is sensitive, it's going to be hard to be able to communicate with you, because everything is sensitive. This is sensitive. This is sensitive. And this is sensitive. And that's sensitive. And this is like, okay, so why are you in a relationship? Right? You have to learn to have conversation about things that are difficult for you to talk about, because that's when you're going to have power over those things. Right? You got to learn to get to a place where you can have conversations about things that make you uncomfortable. And that's the same thing I feel about America. I feel like if a long time ago they had hard conversation about race issues in this country, it wouldn't be what it is today. But when you keep trying to avoid the elephant in the room, it just keeps getting bigger and pinker. So ultimately, it's a hot mess, right? It's a hot mess. But if you don't talk about things, how you going to evolve from those things? I don't know. I know, but
at the same time, just shows like, I don't know, that's like kind of like, how do you not see that this is an issue? How do you not see that this is an issue? And again, it's because you don't know what I'm doing. You don't know what's going on in my life. You don't know what's going on in my life. It's also like, you got to watch, why are you saying certain things? Like, why is that the first thing that you need to say? And it's not to say that people genuinely don't look good sometimes when they've lost weight. Some people really do look healthier. Some people really are glowing more. Some people do have more confidence. So you're just like complimenting that. And that's not my issue, really. It's just like, I don't know. I just feel like it's the overall thing of it. Like, I want us to all be a little bit more mindful, just more mindful. Okay, and then a bunch of other people agreed. It doesn't feel like a compliment most times. I'm either too slim or too big. That's a real thing. Because it's actually like, you can't win either way. When I lost weight, my dad was like, don't lose too much weight. When I gained weight, he said, oh, you better watch it. You better watch it. Which one? Somebody said, I agree. Compliments make me feel uncomfortable. And like, was I ugly when I was bigger? That's the thing that I'm saying about the mental thing. When you start hearing more compliments, like way more, you have to be so careful because you really start to go like, was I ugly before? You can start to believe when you're heavier, I'm not as beautiful. I'm not as beautiful. Now you start noticing that people aren't complimenting you as much as they used to when you were smaller. Like, you got to be so mindful of that.
When you do gain weight, you stretch. That is a fact. That's why we usually say when you lose weight, it snatches you up. You know what I'm saying? But when you gain weight, you start to stretch. It's not that you're ugly, but it's not the best you could be because you're stretched. When you lose the weight, right? When you lose the weight, it's like it sucks you in a little bit. You know what I mean? So like certain things come out more like, oh, okay, sure. Like, for example, like if you have a lot of weight sometimes, like me, like when you have like a big belly and a big butt, you know, when you have both a big belly and a big butt, it messes up your silhouette, right? When your belly goes in and your butt comes out more, like, yeah, it's a nicer silhouette. You know, it looks nicer, you know, it looks nicer. Proportions matter. Like, proportions do matter. But losing weight, you will be snatched and it looks good.
And I think that's a good point to say, like, even with, you know, me and just like all of us wanting people to be more mindful about giving unsolicited comments on people's bodies, like, we can all make a change within ourselves, but you're still going to meet people that are going to do it regardless, right? So I think it's very important to focus on yourself and how you can kind of navigate this world, because the truth is, you're going to get treated differently if you lose weight versus if you gain weight. You just need to have an anchor, right? A truth about yourself that is unchanging and unwavering, no matter what you look like and no matter what people say. So basically, you need to work on your internal thoughts surrounding your body image and self-love. That's something that I am actively working on all the time because my body be changing. My mind and what I feel about myself cannot change with my body fluctuating, you know? I think as women, you have to get to a point where you act like genuinely believe that you are beautiful, that you are worthy, that you are deserving, no matter what size you are in. The size that you're in right now, whatever size you are, that is your reality right now. We can hope for the best tomorrow. We can put the work in, amen, but you only have today. You only have right now. So it's like, what do you genuinely feel about yourself? So I want us as a community, as women, just to be honest with ourselves. And no matter where you are, like, honor that and work towards really not developing a truth, but believing the truth about who you are. So the truth about who I am is that I am wonderfully and fearfully made in the image of God. I have to believe that. That's my anchor. That's my foundation. That never changes. I'm going to have to get with it, essentially. And anytime that I start feeling like, you know, not feeling as confident.
Okay, let me say this too, because people love to do this. Oh, you're beautiful. You're wonderfully made. I'm not going to argue on that. Okay. You are beautiful. You are wonderfully made. However, being beautiful requires upkeep. Let's just be so for real, okay? Just because God made you beautiful does not mean that you're not going to have to put in no work to upkeep it, okay? If anything is beautiful, but if you don't take care of it, it will lose its beauty, right? And one thing we have to be honest with ourselves as women, right, is that because of our hormone, especially the thing called estrogen, we are more prone to gain weight. Okay, especially with like pregnancy, PCOS, you know, child, it's a lot. It's a lot. But the estrogen does make us gain weight and keep the weight. All right. So we have to understand that even though God has made us beautiful, because God has made us beautiful, we have to take care of ourselves, right? We have to maintain this beauty. And if you notice that you're getting to a place in life, you're getting to an age in life where it's becoming a lot easier to put on weight and to keep up the weight, that's why you got to have a routine, okay? This is why it's very important to have a routine, right? If you decide to work out 3 times a week, if you decide to work out 4 times a week, or if you decide to work out 2 times a week, right? You got to have a routine. Number 2, this is why you got to have friends in different circles. You might have your friends that you kiki with, But because you know, like, listen, I really want to lose weight, I want to work out, or I want to have a healthy routine overall, but I'm not always motivated, you need to have friends in the fitness world. So they might not be your best Judies, they might not be the girls that you call all the time, but you know, these are the girlies who gonna be like, hey, come outside, let's go for a run, let's go lift some weights, you know, they'll call you, talk about supplements, etc., etc., etc. Right? You got to have different friends in different arenas, okay, in different fields. But being beautiful, being born beautiful, God has made you beautiful, you're wonderfully made. I will not disagree with any of those statements. But what I will say, because God has made you beautiful, because you are beautiful, you have to understand that it requires maintenance, right? And the best way for you to keep up with your maintenance is by having a routine and making friends who also enjoy, maybe even more so than you do, right? So that those fitness girlies can call you, come outside, they'll tell you about the latest running shoes, they'll tell you about the latest supplement. You know, you need friends in your life who care a bit more about health and fitness than you. You know, sometimes it's just like you got to be influenced, right? You need those types of people to influence you, right? Because right now you might not be that person. Okay, you might be like, Marlene, I don't like to work out. It hurts. It sucks. I just don't like it. I get it. But if you make more friends who really enjoy the stuff, they're like really passionate, they're like obsessed with it, you're like, you know what? Maybe I could try to be a bit more open-minded. So by hanging out with those people, I do believe that these girls are going to they're going to rub off on you. Now, you might never be as obsessed with fitness as they are, but you'll be a whole lot better than you used to be. Okay, so beauty does require maintenance. And as T said, if people really follow the Bible, no one will be fat. That's true. Because gluttony and sloth, and not just that, the Bible even says, like, present your body as a living sacrifice unto the Lord, right? So, you know, but if you're a Christian, you do have to be mindful of how you eat. Like, I think even like 7 day, no. Is it 7 Day Adventist? Right? Is one of them. They don't even eat shrimp because they say they're bottom dwellers. Okay. So, but you know, so I'm like, I would say make more friends who are really into health and fitness. And I do believe that those girls are going to influence you positively. And even if you never become as obsessed with them as fitness as they are, you are definitely going to be a whole lot better than you used to be. Okay. So don't just have friends that you gossip with, that you shop with, that you do all kinds of, you know, go to restaurants with, but you also need to have friends that have like that truly prioritize health and fitness, you know, and those girls will motivate you and they'll get you to be outside. So when you sign up for classes, if it's Pilates, Megaformer, F45, Orange Theory, whatever, try to make friends when you go to those classes too, right? Because they'll probably call you, hey, are you coming? Or I'm going to this class. Are you coming to this class? You know, because sometimes when you take group classes, if you make friends at your group classes, you're more likely to stick to it because you look forward to meeting those people, right? So your beauty does require maintenance. And also as women, especially if you had children, but as women, as we age, we lose a lot of our bone density, okay? We lose a lot of our bone density. That's why you see a lot of women as they get older, they start to arch like this. They arch their back like that because they're losing their bone density, right? So one way to prevent bone loss, okay, is weightlifting. The more you lift weights, the less likely you are to lose your bone density as you get older, right? So maintenance and everything, it matters. All right. So it's not enough to say, well, I know I'm beautiful. I know God has made me beautiful. But then if God was to ask you, okay, I made you beautiful. I gave you all this beauty. But what did you do with it? Nothing. You were just sitting in the house just eating. So, you know, if you feel like God made you beautiful, you have to honor God with what he gave you and create something even more beautiful out of what he gave you. But definitely you have to maintain what the Lord has given you. So be mindful of how you eat. Be mindful of, you know, how often you stay in bed. You know, be mindful of like your number of steps in a day. If you can try to walk 5,000 steps, 10,000 steps a day, you should do it. If you can drink more water than you can drink soda, you should do it. If you can reduce the sweets that you're taking, you should do it. Right? So that's how I feel. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Because I done gained all this weight and like I erased all my progress and I have to remember and remind myself that like I am still Shizzy Drew. I am still a child of God. Like, I am still the apple of God's eyes. I am still loved, and I'm still beautiful, gorgeous, and not even from a selfish, self-centered point of view. Because I feel like that is a huge thing in the self-love and body positivity movement. Like, it's a lot of this like fake confidence that almost comes off as arrogance, because you're trying to lie to yourself. No, literally, like, you're trying to lie to yourself that you're beautiful when you don't really believe it. So it's like you have to like overcompensate and be extra confident, but really deep down you're insecure. It's okay to honor that you are insecure. It's okay. If you're insecure, it's okay. Understand where that insecurity is coming from. Obviously, society, your family, something has told you that you are not beautiful. And that's why I'm saying it's important to have a foundational, unshakable, unchangeable truth about yourself that you start to journey to get towards believing. Because that's the truth about you. You are wonderfully and fearfully made in the image of God. You actually are, period. You are actually perfect. So you need to get to that point. I don't know what.
No, nobody is perfect, girl. Nobody, don't do that. Nobody's perfect. Only God is perfect. We're very imperfect people. And my thing is, like she said, if you say I'm beautiful, I'm wonderfully made, but you're always in the pantry, does it align? Because you see, it's not what you say, it's what you do. If you say, oh, I'm beautiful, I'm wonderfully made, you don't even exercise. The last time you even walked for 10 minutes was like 6 years ago. Does it match? Right? If you say you're wonderfully made, God has made me so beautiful and I'm wonderfully made, you haven't weighed yourself in the past 5 years. You don't even know how much you weigh. Do you really believe what you're saying? Okay. Do you really believe what you're saying? When you truly believe, like, I'm not trying to be funny, huh? I'm being really, really serious. But if you truly believe that you are wonderfully made by God and that God made you so beautiful, how would you treat yourself? Would people have to drag you to go work out? People have to force you to eat better? Would people have to convince you that you need this, this, and that? Would people have to tell you to take your vitamins and take your supplements? Would people have to, tell you that you need to cut down your social media time and prioritize your rest, et cetera, et cetera? I don't think so. Because we see for a lot of people, when they buy a designer bag or they buy a brand new car, you see how much love and care they put into that thing because it's expensive, because it's brand new, right? So if somebody really felt like I am made by God, the one and only God, if you truly felt like he made you, your behavior would be so different, right? Because you would be like, wow, like that's crazy, right? So you would handle yourself differently. You would treat yourself differently, right? You will make sure that you fed your body the very best of the best. You would make sure that if you were to consume content, it was the type of content that would elevate you to be the best to be the best of the best, right? But you can't say, oh, God has made me. I know I'm made in God's image, but you stay in the pantry. You can never keep your mouth shut. You're always eating. Or you say, oh, God has made me. I'm wonderfully made. But every time you schedule a group class, you cancel the class. Okay. Oh, God has made me. I'm wonderfully made. When you finally make it to a group class, you do the very least. Okay. You try to do the stuff that doesn't hurt. You want to walk as much as possible. You want to lift the lightest weight possible. Like, you just go in there just to say you went in there. You're not really committed to what you're doing. So do you truly believe that you're wonderfully made? I don't think so. Okay. I don't think so. Right? Like, I think some people need to take a proper inventory. If you go along where she says, like, oh, I know I'm beautiful, I know I'm wonderfully made, I think people like that should take a proper inventory of, like, okay, track how you eat in a day, track how you eat over a week, right? See how much sugar you consume, right? See how you feel, see how many hours you spend on social media consuming foolishness. Okay, how many of your fitness classes have you gone to this week? Right? See how you follow through on the promises that you've made to take better care of yourself. And then see if that aligns with someone who truly believes that God has made them and that they're wonderfully made and that you're made in God's image. I don't think so, because then you close a pantry. When you go and you buy groceries, right? Look at the stuff you put in your cart. Sorry, y'all. When you go and buy your groceries, right? Look at the stuff you put in your cart. Oh, sorry, y'all. Oh my gosh, my bad. Okay, look at the stuff you put in your cart and really ask yourself, does that cart look like somebody who's a child of God who was wonderfully made? If you have more processed food, more sodas, and all the sugary stuff in your cart, as opposed to vegetables, leafy vegetables, bunch of fish, bunch of great protein and things like that. Do you truly believe that you're wonderfully made? Now you decide. You tell me. Okay.
What you got to, maybe you need to develop a relationship with your creator. Do it. I know I had to, because I can't go based off of like this random thought that I've created for myself. Like, what? No, what is the truth? So that's for me. Whatever you got to do, hey, we're all on different journeys at the end of the day, but that's one way. And then I also think just like having other tools as well to help you on your self-love journey, tools like going to therapy, having a community, a positive community that is always just like encouraging you, giving you grace, but also pushing you to be better. So where do we go from here? What do we do about this? I think the first thing we need to do is change the conversation surrounding weight loss and fitness. Obviously, I know we cannot change them.
We ain't changing nothing. And my other thing is too, I want to say this too, because people be like, oh, go to therapy. I'm gonna say this. Just because you go to therapy, I think a lot of people like therapy because all you gotta do is just sit there on the couch and just answer questions, right? But therapy only gonna get you so far if you don't do the work. You have to do the work, right? Otherwise, you're just paying somebody to just hear you babble about your stuff, right? At some point, you gotta take action. Take more action than you book therapy sessions, right? I'm going to say it again. Take more action than you book therapy sessions. You're going to have to take action. And you're going to have to do the hard work. And discipline is part of that. It truly, truly is. That's one thing I said. Like when it came to, let's come back over here. You see, when it came to Nick Bear over here, I've always said, like for me, for example, like Nick, he always like reminded me of what a child of God should be like. Or like if somebody was if he had a church, I would go to his church. Okay. I will go to his church because one thing about Nick, where am I? One thing about Nick, right? If he says he gonna do something, he gonna do it. You guys, it don't matter if it's like waking up at 5 o'clock in the morning for 60 days, he gonna do it. If he has to run 100 miles, he gonna do it. If he wants to run a marathon under 3 hours, he's gonna do it. He's the type of guy. Well, I'm just saying, Janet, he's so disciplined. He is so disciplined. If this man told me he was a Christian, I'm like, oh, you see, this is exactly what a Christian looks like. He's very, very disciplined. Okay. Like he just does crazy stuff, you guys. It's unbelievable. Okay. But I'm like, he's a man of his word. And I feel like that's another thing too. Like that should be part of your legacy as a child of God. If you say you're going to do something, do it. Okay. But I'm like, you watch his videos, whatever he says he's going to do, I'm telling you, Nick is going to do it. And I'm like, child, T, you got to get into his content. But like it was by watching him, I started running. But whatever if he has to wake up at 5 o'clock and do an ice bath, like he'll do ice bath at 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, Nick, you are absolutely crazy. Okay. If he has to run 13 miles a day, he's going to do it. You don't understand. And I'm like, if you're married to him or if you work for him or if you have to work for him, you would have so much peace of mind because you know the way he is, what he says he's going to do, he's going to do it. He really is. You know, this guy went from being in the military, like starting his little fitness, like, cause he sells like supplements, right? Not have any money, like y'all, I'm telling you. And now he's like a multimillionaire. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, all of this through hard work. But I'm like, one thing about Nick Bear, if he tells you he gonna do something, he gonna do it. If he says he gonna show up at 5:15 on the dot, he will be outside at 5:15 on the dot. This boy is so disciplined, right? And he has, to me, like his family, marriage, whatever. But it's like, well, even without saying he's a Christian, I do feel like he embodies Christian values, right? How many times you gonna meet like, ooh, child, especially in the black church, how many times you gonna meet a black person, they gonna tell you, oh, I'm a Christian. And the person is like 400 pounds, 600 pounds. How are you a Christian? You know what I mean? How are you a Christian? Right? But they think, oh, I'm in the church. I recite the verses. I sing the gospel. Like, no. Because somebody has to be able to look at you and be like, wow, that right there is a Christian. But if you show up and you're 600 pounds, you're 400 pounds. How do you show the glory of God through your actions? Right? If every time you say you're going to do something that pertains to your health, you cancel, you quit, you don't show up, who's going to take you seriously? No, I'm being with yo, we really have to think about this. You know what I mean? You know, but I'm like, there's so many black Christians who are morbidly obese, but they be like, oh yeah, I'm a Christian. No, you're not. No, you're not. Because how are you okay? Like, how are you and so, you know what? I try and I fail, but I'm still trying. Right. But I'm like, it doesn't make any sense to me to be like, oh yeah, I'm wonderfully made. God has made me. And you're not resolute about going and winning the battle. Right. Go back and fight again. Like David asked God, shall I pursue? And the Lord said, not only shall you pursue, but you shall recover everything you've lost. You lost weight. You gained the weight back. You feel defeated. But okay, how long are you going to be sad for? There comes a time you got to get back up and start over. Right. And then journal. What could you have done better? Right. Because sometimes a problem with like regaining the weight is that when you lost the weight the first time, you didn't build enough muscle mass, because it takes a long time to build muscle mass. Right. So then you say to yourself, right, first of all, if I did it once, I can do it again. If you did it twice, you can do it again. It's hard to do it one time. But once you've lost weight once, you know you have it in you to lose weight again. So that's already a positive. It's a great positive. Right. Number two, maybe you didn't make enough friends the first time you did it. So this time, try to have more friends in the fitness space so they can keep you involved. Right. Maybe you want to change your Instagram and make sure that you follow more fitness people. Right. Maybe this time you want to make sure that you have a budget. I don't know. Go back, trace your steps and see where did you fail? Because during your weight loss journey, something triggered you that made you go back to your old ways. You want to find out what that trigger was. Right? What was the trigger when you were doing so well in your weight loss journey? What triggered you that made you give up and gain all this weight back and eat the way you used to eat and not care again? You got to go find what happened. And once you find out what happened, when you trace your step back, you say, okay, I'm going to do it again. But this time I know to watch out for this, and that. Because when those things happen, I do get triggered and I go back to my old ways. Right? That's to me, it's like, that's how you win in life. But you don't sit here like, well, if people should change and the world should be so much better. No, the world is not changing. You have to become more competitive. You have to become more resilient. You have to become more determined and understand that setback is a part of life. And the better and the better and the quicker you become at dealing with setbacks, you're going to become so much more powerful, right? Like, do not be deceived. Like, do not be like, how can I say this? Like, do not be crushed by a setback. It's okay. You've never done this before, right? Maybe it's your first time having to lose weight. Cool. You gained it back. It would have been nice if you kept it, but you didn't. It's okay. But if you did it once, you can do it again, right? But something triggered you and you got to go back and find out what that trigger was so that when it does happen again, you'll know how to overcome it. Become an overcomer, but don't be the type of person who just sits there and just makes excuses and just rambles on about things. Like, it is not attractive. It really is not an attractive trait. It really isn't. People in this life, people really appreciate people who are decisive, who make up their minds and who go full force for what they want. People respect that stuff. Okay. Be competitive. I tell y'all this all the time. Be competitive. Once you've made up your mind to do something, go through it. Like, be like a Black Panther, a cheetah, a lioness. Like, do not stop until you have what you want. Don't stop. Okay. And do not listen to your emotions. They cannot be trusted. Because, how can I say this without being offensive, right? If you're not a winner, you cannot trust your emotions, because so far your emotions have not made you a winner. So you can't really trust them, right? Once you become a winner in life, then you can start to trust your emotions. Because these are no longer the same emotions and they're not coming from the same source, right? So if you're like, take Michael Jordan, right? Before Michael Jordan becomes Michael Jordan, okay? Those emotions completely irrelevant because he doesn't know what it is to win. He's not a winner yet. When you become like transform the Michael Jordan that people are obsessed with, I want to be like Mike, I want to fly like Mike and be like Mike. That Michael Jordan who knows how to win, he wants to trust his emotions because now he's a winner. So you have the emotions of a winner. Make sense? But when you have not won yet, you cannot trust those emotions because those emotions is the reason why you still have not won in this life. I hope that makes sense, right? So think about what you want and remind yourself that the emotions I have currently, I can't trust them because I don't have my goals yet. Once you reach your goals, you will be transformed. And out of that transformation, those emotions can actually be trusted. In the meantime, trust your goals. Trust where you're trying to go and trust who you're trying to be. But do not trust your emotions. Make sense? Hold on. Let me see if I can go here. Yeah, but hold on. Where is she? Where is she again?
I can only change myself. and you can only change yourself. So if all 150,000 of you that are watching this video all become a bit more mindful, that's a great step in the right direction, right? I personally know, like, one of the kindest things people have done for me is ask me genuinely how I'm doing. If you see someone that maybe has lost some weight or, you know, maybe does look great, just ask them how they are. Get to know what's going on with them. Because also I think what is happening is it's a space filler. It's something to say because we low-key don't know how to socialize with people no more. And then also let's stop assuming that weight loss is automatically a good thing. You don't know what the person that you are speaking with, you don't know what they're actually going through. So be sensitive to that. That's why you should ask questions. Obviously, if they don't want to divulge, don't start trying to get in people's business. If people want to tell you, they'll tell you. And if they don't, they don't. It's not everything we think that you must say. So like, let's prioritize mental fitness, right? If you hear that they are doing things to take care of themselves, to put themselves first and all the things, celebrate that. I don't know who needs to hear this, but your worth isn't determined by a number on a scale. I feel like as we get older, you know, these are messages that we hear maybe as teenagers or even young adults, but as we're even getting older, I feel like we need to hear that again. Like, our adult selves need to be reminded of these very simple, what seems to be simple truths, but like, they're profound. Your worth is not determined by a number on a scale.
I think, like, in her philosophical way, sure, that sounds cute and everything, but I'll tell you this, right? When I was like during my pregnancy, my entire file, they had morbidly obese. Yo, I swear. I wish I could show y'all my results. Like, I'll find one of them and I'll post a screenshot in the community tab, right? Y'all, I was like, what the heck? But my entire file said morbidly obese. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's cute and all to say, oh, like, your worth is not determined by the number on the scale. Yeah, it kind of is. Okay. Yeah. And they tested me for gestational diabetes twice. Right? So it's like, I was like, I think when I go into labor, I'm like 247 pounds. So it's like, they had like morbidly obese on all. I wish I could show y'all. I gotta look for it. But that's what all my stuff said. I was like, what the heck? Right? Because it's like, because you're more at risk when you're obese like that and you're pregnant. Maybe that's why they wanted me to have probably wanted me to low-key have a C-section, right? And I was able to push the baby out. But when I think my weight also played a part, like how swollen I was, like my feet were swollen. They're still somewhat swollen. It's just not as bad. So, I mean, it sounds cute and all to say, oh, like you're not your number on the scale. But it's like a lot of things, especially when it pertains to like your medical health, is tied to your weight on the scale. Absolutely. But I'm like, my whole medical file during the pregnancy, they have me cataloged as morbidly obese. I was so salty. Like, what the heck? But it's a fact though, right? But thank God my blood pressure was good. My heart rate was good. My blood pressure was good. You know, gestational diabetes, you get tested at 20 weeks and then you do another one at 28 weeks. So both times they came up negative. You know, I didn't have diabetes in my pregnancy, but like, these are real things. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. These are real things, right? And then like I had to take low dose aspirin, the 80% one, take that every day to prevent preeclampsia. Okay. So like, these are real things. So like, it sounds cute to say, oh, I'm more than a number on the scale. Oh, think about, you know, it sounds really cute to say that, right? But the number on the scale can put you in a high risk zone or in a lower risk zone, right? Me, the way that I was, it was very risky. You know, but I wish I would have recorded my legs for y'all. My legs were really swollen. I couldn't even walk on the pads of my feet. I had to walk on the sides, like I had to walk on my side because the whole pad of my foot, like the pad of your feet, they were so swollen. You know what I mean? Yeah, I was like 247.5, right? And even coming out, she was like, oh, be careful because you could have blood clots. And I'm like, what the heck, blood clots, right? So like 5'9". So I took a lot of like, I still keep taking my low dose aspirin and things like that. Like I still take that stuff, right? So it's like, it's cute to say, oh, you're not just a number on a scale. Yeah, right. Okay. Do not minimize your health, you guys. And like, even though I don't want to say like, you know, you got to take the scale seriously. You know what I mean? Because it lets you know how well you're doing or that you need to get back into it. You know, it is what it is. Like, do not avoid the scale because it's real. But I had to be weighed. And my thing is, I made, even like with the stuff, I made sure not to get big because I don't want to be 300 pounds or 250. So I'm glad I didn't make it to 250, right? But he was almost like 10, he was like almost like 9 pounds, right? So I need to weigh myself and see how much I weigh right now, right? But like the number of the scale, it does matter, you know? So let's not be completely delulu and, you know, jettison good sense out the window because the number on the scale does matter. Given your height, based on your age, you need to be of a healthy weight. And if you're not, you know, it's not the end of the world, but you should consider working on it and fixing it, you know, because you don't want bad things to happen to you, you know. But it's like me, I had to take low dose aspirin. I had to do like gestational diabetes test. My blood pressure was checked, you know, but my whole file, they had like morbidly obese on all of it. I'll find it out and I'll post it on the community page. You know what I'm saying? So we got to be very careful. Got to be very, very careful. You know what I'm saying? You got to be careful because if you are too big or you have gestational diabetes during your pregnancy, not only can it affect you, but it could also affect the baby, you know? So it's real. It's really real. Child, I went through a lot.
It is not determined by your measurements, okay?
And once again, too cheesy, like, you know, I get what you're trying to do, but it ain't gonna work. Your measurements also matter, right? If you're 24, 25, 26, and your waist is 38, your waist is 42, it's concerning. It is very, we have to stop with this fake ass empowerment bullshit. Empowering people to live, empower people to be healthy, empower people to know how to deal with with the harsh facts of life, right? But you cannot be 24, 25, and especially be a woman and your waist, like, you know, it's like a 45 or a 50. That's not healthy. And it doesn't match somebody who's, oh, I'm wonderfully made. Then how we get here, right? You cannot be 25 years old, 26 years old, and you're like 250 pounds. You're 25. Like, what's the problem? You don't have kids. All you got to do is take care of yourself. You don't have children. So why aren't you prioritizing your health? Like, make it make sense. You're 25 years old. If you're already 25 and you're in the 200s, what's going to happen when you're 30? Then what happens when you're 40? You don't get smaller. You only going to get bigger. So if at 25 you're 250, by the time you get to being 35, what you going to be 350? You cannot be serious. Yeah, you know, you really have to take your health seriously. Like, it's not a joke, you guys. We're good, Anna. Somewhat. You know? Do that for you. You got to take your health seriously. You know? Like, one of my friends right now, she's in bed. She can't move because she has blood clots. And the blood clots are traveling through her body. So everybody's scared because I'm like, you know, that thing goes to your heart. You just drop dead. You know, like, but I'm like, your health is like, child, money can buy a whole lot of things, but being healthy, money can't buy that. Okay. So you got to take your health seriously, but like certain measurements, it does matter. Now, if it's like a few inches off, that's fine. Right. But if it's an extra 10 inches, an extra 20 inches, you got to take that seriously. You know what I mean? Because if you have to go to the hospital, you don't go by yourself. People are not coming. If you're stuck in bed somewhere, no one is coming to help you. People love to say these things because they sound nice, right? But if something bad happens to you, you think any of these influencers coming to check on you? Heck, they not. So it's your job to take care of yourself. And you have to know your numbers. You got to know how much you weigh. Now, I don't think you should weigh yourself every day. That's ridiculous. I don't think you should weigh yourself every week. But at least like once a year or maybe once every 6 months, you should weigh yourself just to make sure you are where you want to be, just to be safe, right? Your measurements also. You should be careful. If your belly is way too big, you are probably insulin resistant. So like there's too much sugar in your blood. Be careful because you might be pre-diabetic. You know what I mean? Like these are real things. It's real. And pretending that these things are not real just because we want people to feel good, to me, is very toxic. It is seriously toxic.
It's just not determined by your body type. You are deserving of all the things simply because you are a human being.
No.
You are a human being. You are also...
You're deserving. Yeah, right. all the people in Africa who are living in poverty, they're human beings too. But just because you're a human being does not mean you get what you deserve. Okay, I know a lot of shit. There's a lot of people in Africa who work really hard. They wake up at 4:30 in the morning and they work until 6 p.m. and they barely have enough to eat for the day. Okay, so if you think that because you're a human being, you're gonna get this and that, or I'm deserving, no, you have to compete, and you have to be in a society that welcomes competition, capitalism to some extent, right? But it's like, we don't live in a fairy tale. We live in the real world, right? And the day belongs to people who compete. You have to be competitive. Stop making excuses for yourself because nobody cares. You'll never see, like, even when you have a competition, people who win the gold, the bronze medal, the silver medal, nobody remembers those people, okay? And yet they're really good too. It takes a lot of work to come bronze or silver, okay? But people only remember the person who won the gold, okay? So that's how life goes. And you gotta get used to it. Child, it was 247.5.
Deserving of wanting more for yourself. You have permission to want more, to do more, to actively work towards whatever goal you have for yourself. I think there's room for that too. If weight loss and weight gain is important to you for a healthy and good reason, go for it. Surround yourself with people that are going to.
If weight loss matters to you also for vanity reason, it's valid. We are vain people, y'all. Okay? We are very vain. You think Bella Hadid is charging all this money to walk the catwalk because she has a beautiful personality? Heck no. You think Kylie Jenner is worth however hundreds of millions of dollars she worth because she has a good heart and she has a kind personality? Heck no. You think Taylor Swift has a nice heart and a kind personality? Heck no. Okay? These women, or J-Lo, you think J-Lo got a good heart? Okay? I think J-Lo worth like $400 million. Right? You think she bought all those things because she has a good heart and she has a nice personality? No, she looks good. Okay? So if you feel like you losing weight, you toning up your body will give you more opportunities. It might even get you a promotion. It might get you more this, more that. Like I said, compete. Okay? Because when we live out here, if we're being all the way honest, the majority of wealthy people, the majority of rich people are not rich. They're not successful because they're nice. Okay? They are rich. They are successful because they look good. They're competitive. They have high net worth friends, like all that kind of stuff. Very seldom does somebody build wealth or build an empire because they had a good heart and they were so nice and they were so friendly. You know what nice and friendly people do? They end up working for mean people. Okay? Nice, good people, nice people, they end up working at the church. Okay? Nobody remembers nice people. People remember people who won something, who got something, who defeated somebody, who da-da-da-da-da. Okay? That's the way the world goes. So if you feel like as a young woman, you want to lose weight so you can have better jobs, better opportunities, live in a better city, become a 10 in your city, do it. Compete and put everything on your side to make sure that you win. Do not be a loser. Yeah, nobody cares about, but my heart. How many people you know out here are rich because, this person is a billionaire because he's so nice. Oh, she's a multimillionaire because she cares about the poor. Oh, this person is worth $100 million because they feed the needy every Sunday. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. This is not realistic. It is not real. It is not real. So if you want to lose weight also for vanity reasons, do it. Okay, look at Kim Kardashian. She built a whole empire being vain AF. Okay, and now all these girls are running out there to buy skins. The girls are running out there to see what North is into. Blah 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 blah. The Kardashian empire is built off nothing but vanity. Okay, exactly. We all know this. They want to act brand new. I even saw Rihanna outside. I was like, ooh, Riri. Okay, looking good. All right. So it's like, no, they want, and that's the thing. And that's the thing. Like celebrities, they know they have to look good to keep the money, right? But then everyday people are told, it's okay. Don't worry about your weight. Don't worry about the scale. Don't worry about your measurement because they want to keep the poor poor. Okay, they want the poor to stay poor. They want poor people to be friends with other poor people. They want big people to be friends with other big people. They don't want you to elevate. They don't want you to prosper. They don't want you to change your social network. They don't want you to do better. So they want you to be okay with the gospel of obesity. You better rebuke that thing. Rebuke it. Because J-Lo, if she was obese and she didn't care about the scale, she will never be worth $400 million. Have you seen her house with Ben Affleck? That $67 million house? You don't buy a house like that because you have a good heart, okay? You buy it because you got money. Like, please. Do not, no. No.
To keep you grounded, and also, encourage you in a healthy way. If you're in a space where you genuinely want to enjoy where you are with your body, whatever that looks like, you are allowed to do that too, okay? And you are worthy of all the things. You are worthy of love. You're worthy of friendship. You're worthy of help right now, literally right now, because you are a human being. Human beings deserve good things.
Lies. People who are in prison are also human beings, okay? All them prisoners is human beings. But the problem is they are worthless POS, okay? These people are worthless, those who are actually convicted and rightfully convicted, because some people are in there innocent, but it's not that many of them. The vast majority of inmates are human beings. Are they worthy? Oh, you're so worthy. You're so worthy. No, they ain't worthy of nothing but what they got. Stay in that damn prison and rot in there, okay? All right. Makes sense. You are worthy of the value you add to society. Okay? Like, don't nobody owe you nothing. You're so damn stupid. Okay? All right? Makes sense. You are worthy of the value that you add to society. For example, right? Let's say somebody says like, oh, you are worthy of having friends and you're worthy of love and you are, no. For you to be worthy of friends, are you also friendly yourself? Okay, have you poured love and friendliness out there into the world? If you are a friendly person, you are a kind person, you look after people, you check in on your friends, and you sow the seeds of a good friend right into the ground, then I can be like, yeah, you're worthy of getting it back because you've put that out there in the universe. So you are worthy of getting it back. You know what I'm trying to say? Right? But if you're a selfish person, you only think about yourself, you don't call nobody, you don't check on nobody, but then when you go through some shit, you think everybody needs to stop what they're doing to check on you. No. You're not worthy of that. Okay? You are worthy of whatever value you have put into society. You understand me? If you're the type of person, you look out for your neighbors, you take care of your neighbors, I understand why you are worthy of neighbors who look out for you too, because you put that out there first. Okay, but let's not make it seem like selfish, greedy people, murderous people, criminal people are worthy simply because they're a human being. A lot of human beings are demons in the flesh. Okay, they're straight up demons. Okay, so you are worthy of whatever value you put out there in the world. If your value is zero, you don't get nothing back. That's why people don't care about homeless people, because homeless people, they don't add value, but they take value. They make a city look bad with their drugs, their little tent, their violence, you know what I mean? Their little stink, okay? They don't add value, so nobody wants to see them, okay? You cannot be a parasite. Yes, I repeat, you cannot be a parasite in the world. You cannot be a parasite in society and think that you're worthy. No, you are worthy of being sprayed, okay? Like a cockroach. That's what you're worthy of. Okay, so people have to be very clear. If you think because you're human, oh, I'm a human, so I'm deserving. No. That's not how it goes. Okay, because you'll even see that in this lifetime, there are dogs that have more money than you, and you're a whole human being. But how much you want to bet Oprah Winfrey's dog is a multimillionaire? Am I a multimillionaire? No, because I don't add value to a billionaire. Okay, Oprah's dog, it probably gives her companionship, friendship, loyalty, whatever. So she's gonna take care of that dog. Me, I do nothing for Oprah. Okay, I probably do cuss her out. Makes sense. You have a lot of dogs who are millionaires. You have a lot of dogs when their owners die, they leave these dogs with a fortune. Why? Because that dog added value. So don't just be a human being. Be a human being who adds value. Once you add value to other people, to society, then you can say, oh, I'm worthy. Like, okay, yeah, I can see how, right? Because you are a person who adds value. When you show up places, you add value. When people encounter you, you add value. When people spend time with you, you add value. When people work with you, you add value. So someone like that can definitely say, yeah, I am worthy. But if you say, oh, because I'm a human being, I'm worthy of this, I'm worthy of that. No, that's not how it goes. Don't lie to yourself. That's dangerous territory.
And please, for the love of God, if you do not know the context of somebody's life, you don't know what's going on personally with them, please refrain from commenting on their bodies. Please, let's just all try to do better. That's all I have. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please let me know your thoughts in the comment section, your experiences. And
I just find that weird from an influencer. Like, you guys are always posting. We can comment on your clothes, we can comment on your vacation, we can comment on everything else, but not your bodies. Like, it makes no sense. Like, so like influencers sometimes can be a little too much. Stephanie, I don't know. I just can't today. You girl, oh, Lord. What else is happening? Okay. So y'all need to you guys. What else was I gonna say? But yeah, so let me make myself a little bigger here. Fenita, you are crazy.
First things first, I want y'all to know something about the way that I'm talking to y'all and about how I'm speaking to y'all and my hostility and everything. Well, it's because y'all. What? You can't say that you hate us. I absolutely can, because when I was a fat, dark-skinned, loud, confident black woman, that's all y'all ever said to me.
Okay, so let me tell y'all why I came on here today. Okay, because this is worth talking about. But anyways, you guys, I forgot what I was gonna say. I made this video today for something quite specific, but then it became something completely different. But anyways, you know, I was thinking to myself a few days ago, you know, I felt very unmotivated. I don't know if I told you this, but I felt very, very unmotivated. I didn't know. I was like, I don't know what I want to do. I was just seriously unmotivated, you know. But recently, I don't know. I feel encouraged. I feel encouraged to try again. I really, really do. I feel encouraged to try again, and I feel encouraged to try harder, because I didn't know. I really didn't know what I wanted to do. I was like, God, I don't know. And when I don't know, I don't like to force it. I'm like, I'm not going to force it. I'm going to wait for God to or wait for myself. I don't know, but I'm just going to wait to have proper direction in what I want to do. And I kind of feel good that I feel like it's starting to happen. I really do feel like it's starting to happen. And it's encouraging. It really, really is encouraging, you guys. It really, really is encouraging, because sometimes you can allow your past experiences to carve out a map of how you think your future is going to be. But it's like, no, okay? Just because you've had bad experiences does not mean that your future cannot be way better than your past. So you have to learn to evolve. You really, really do. You have to learn to evolve. So very soon, I'll be starting a new channel. I want to start a new channel for my hair. I want to document my hair care journey. So I'll be doing that very soon. And I'm going to get back to my fitness thing. You know, I'm going to get back to my fitness journey once I get cleared. Because, I got to go back to the doctor. I have a 6-week appointment. It's in July. So once I get that appointment, I'm getting back on my little Stairmaster and committing to working really hard and being very consistent. Because I'm I need to challenge myself to be consistent. That is my biggest struggle. I need to be consistent. Consistency. That is I feel pretty good. Yesterday was kind of rough for us because he didn't want to sleep yesterday because he was having a hard time pooping. But besides that, I feel pretty good. I feel pretty energized because I told myself I don't want to have, I don't know that you can stop it, but I definitely told myself I don't want to have postpartum depression. Okay. I don't want to have postpartum depression. And I also do not want to have postpartum shedding. I don't want to lose my hair. So I've been very active, taking care of my hair, buying all these serums and everything. Hold on. Okay. So I bought this new one. I'm going to be starting this one very soon because I don't want to lose my hair. Because usually they say like your postpartum shedding starts at like 3 to 4 months. Yeah, I refuse. I refuse. I don't know that I can stop it, but I definitely refuse to have postpartum depression. I don't want that to be me. So they come like this. It's like you get these little vials. You get 12 of them, right? I guess you use a vial like every 2 or 3 days, whatever. But it's meant to help you reduce like hair thinning and hair shedding post-pregnancy. So you get 12 of those. So I'll be starting those soon. But I don't want to have postpartum depression, and I don't want to have postpartum shedding. And I feel like one of the ways to avoid depression too is exercise, right? Like being outside and stuff. If you're outside and you're exercising, you know, it's a serum for your hair. You put it directly on your scalp. You know, so I was like, okay, yeah, because I don't want to lose my hair. I don't want to lose my hair, and I also do not want to have postpartum depression. I rebuke that. So I try to keep myself upbeat. But I can see how postpartum depression can occur too, because if you're not sleeping enough and you're not eating well, you know, because babies, you know, when they cry and they don't sleep, all that can cause a lot of stress. So you can lose your hair and things like that. So the lack of sleep also that a lot of moms get, it plays a part into it. But, you know, and I'm going to eat better. I was like, I need to eat better. I ate something. We have this cassava couscous that we have, and I ate that. I completely forgot. Child. It made my breast milk funny, so the baby couldn't poop yesterday. So we had to do all this like prune juice business. But yeah, you know, you guys, so many things are possible. So many things are possible. Okay, listen to me. No, hold on. I'm here. Okay, so many things are possible. Okay, do not live in a bubble. Do not let people tell you, oh, you should just be okay with this. Oh, yeah, whatever. Okay. Preach. And, you know, and that's the thing for me too. You know, if I'm being honest with y'all, let me tell you something. Okay, babe? Let me tell you something. All right. Me, part of my weight loss journey involves vanity. I ain't gonna lie to you. Okay. When I see these women in their 50s, their 60s, their 70s, and I'm like, dang, I would love to look like that when I'm 60. I would love to look this good when I'm 50. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, it's up to you. You can decide if you age or not. You can decide if you're old or not. Like, it's really up to you, right? But I just feel like your routines, the way, like your mindset, the routines that you have, the beliefs that you have, or the people that you're friends with, they can definitely impact how you think and how you feel about yourself, right? But there's so many ladies like Black, white, Latina, Asian, you name it. They're like 50 years old, 60 years old, 70. I mean, they are freaking beautiful. And I'm like, I want that to be me. Oh, I used to love BB and I used to love BCBG. Oh my gosh, right? You understand? So I was like, but I'm like, you have the power to do that. You can transform yourself at any age. You know, you can transform yourself at any age. It is so possible. It is so possible. Like you can really transform yourself, right? It's just that you gotta commit to being consistent and you can't give up, right? But you can be 30 something, be odd. You know, you can be 40 and be super hot. You can be 50 and be super hot. You can be 60 and be super fit. You can be in your 70s and look like you're 20 something, you know, like it's just crazy. I don't know if you guys know about like Chef Babette. Where is she? Hold on. Let me see if I can find her. Right? Look. Look at Chef Babette, you guys. She's like 70 plus. 70 plus. Look at somebody's body at 70. And it's like, it makes you rethink everything like you ever thought. Like, it's like 70 years old. Unbelievable. Okay. She is 70. And mind you, she did crack. She did cocaine. Did all kinds of drugs. Right? But she don't look her age. I'm like, this is insane. And I'm like, I want to look like that too. Imagine looking like that at 70. Okay, that's the ultimate influencer. Yeah, she did crack. She did cocaine. She did all kinds of nasty drugs. She don't look like what she's been through. She really does not look like what she's been through. Look at her. Look at her arms. Unbelievable. Jeez. Wow. I mean, my goodness. Yep, she did crack. She did cocaine. All kinds of stuff. But you wouldn't know it if she didn't tell you. Just impressive. She's also vegan too, though. She's also vegan. I mean, the lady just looks good. My. I mean, you don't even have to do the 75 hard. Just have to have a little steady routine. If it's 3 times a day or 3 times a week or 4 times a week, just stick to it. You ain't got to do the 75 hard. You know, just be mindful of how you eat and just like be consistent. You know, but I'm like, Marlene, you can truly transform yourself. And I was like, in my 40s, I want to be hotter than I've ever been before. I really do. Like me, I ain't gonna lie, you guys. It's a lot of vanity in my weight loss goals. Okay. I want to be hot. I want to be beautiful, sexy. I just want to look like, I want to look even better than I did in my 20s, in my 40s. You know, people are like, oh my gosh, how old are you? Yes. Oh my God, are you like 25? Yes. Okay. So that's what I want. You know, I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna gift that to myself. I'm gonna gift that to myself. Like, yes, I have this like idea in my head of what I want. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, why would you not do it? You can. You know, you can take care. You can prioritize yourself. You can take care of yourself, and you can learn how to work out. You can learn how to eat. You can learn how to, you know. I wish I could show y'all my my thingy. Stefan. Yeah. Come here, baby.
What?
Come here, baby. Look at this. You see the little pink bag right there? Look on the floor.
This?
Yeah. Bring that to me.
What?
Bring it to me, please. Thank you. You see, like this is one of my bags. You see this? These are like all my supplements. And I was like, I need to get back on my supplement train. I was taking some when I was pregnant, but I wasn't taking all of them because I know how they're going to affect the baby, right? But I have a whole bag of supplements, you guys. I am obsessed with supplements. Love you, Stefan. Love you more, right? Hold on. Here's the bag. You see the bag? I love them. I absolutely love supplements. I have amino acids in there. I have vitamins in there. He's a hidden supplement boss. So many. What's up? Hold on. One day I'll do a video on all my supplements. You'll see. My thing. Just have a lot of hold on. I have a lot of amino acids too. Because I take amino acids as well. So like I'll take like I have this one, I have L-arginine. Forgot what it was for. Oh my gosh, I completely forgot. But it helps with some type of muscle thing. I forgot. But this one, my L-carnitine, like if you're on a weight loss, because that's the thing too. Sometimes people don't realize when you're trying to when you start to exercise, when you get into fitness, it's very draining. Okay, it takes a lot of energy out of you, so you need your supplements and you need your amino acids, right? And so yeah, I believe you're aging backwards. You're so beautiful. L-carnitine, it's an amino acid that's a fat burner. Okay, so when you hold on. Let me show you this. Okay. So you see it says like promote fat metabolism, helps increase performance and support cardiovascular function, right? So L-carnitine is going to make you burn fat. Okay, because you got to help yourself. Like your body, if you're overweight and you're working out, your body is not efficient at processing fat because it hasn't processed fat in a long time. That's why you're overweight. Okay, so you got to like help your body to know how to prioritize burning fat instead of burning sugar when you're working out. So L-carnitine is a supplement that you want to take. It's an amino acid. And so yeah, he was exposed to some, not all of them, because I stopped all my amino acid. I stopped creatine. I stopped a few of them because I didn't know, but L-carnitine is a one that you want to buy L-carnitine if you're into fat burn. Even if you're not working out, you want to use this. Okay, it will help you to burn fat. You'll see it. So always exercise with that. Then I have L-arginine. I also have like L-glutamine, but I use a lot of I have L-lysine also. I have a lot of amino acids because I used to take those. Okay. But you want to take he said you might become supplement supreme, but you want to take your supplements. You want to take your supplements, you want to take your vitamins, and you want to have some amino acids in there to just help your body become more efficient. Okay. But L-carnitine, try it. You'll let me know. I think you'll have positive results. But it definitely helped me. So I take this one. It's the 1,000 milligram, but I take 2. That's the serving size is 2. So yeah. So if you're pregnant, nursing, or taking any medication, you got to be careful. So I stopped taking this one. But it's a great one if you are trying to burn fat. If you find that you've reached a plateau or your body's not burning fat or you're not dropping enough weight, try L-carnitine. Okay. But my thing is, whatever you want to do, you can do it. All right. So vanity sometimes is a great motivator, but let's be so for real. The majority of women, I don't take it with citrulline. I think when I start back, I'm going to start walking because the Stairmaster is very, very challenging. So if your heart is just not where it's supposed to be, I wouldn't recommend getting the Stairmaster. And not just that too, like, I don't think my leg muscles are as strong like that anymore. So I'm probably going to walk for like a month or so, and then I'll try the Stairmaster. Like maybe I'll get back on it in September. But the month of August, I'm going to be like walking a bit more. And in September, I'll get back on the Stairmaster. Yeah, you should try it. It's an amino acid. It doesn't hurt. Yeah, you don't want to shock your body into exercise because then bad things can happen. But walking is good. Like walking is like, it's low intensity, it's low impact. Yeah, you don't have to traumatize your body. Like you just got to be consistent, right? You got to be consistent. You don't have to do too much. Even working out like 30 minutes a day, 45 minutes a day, it works for a lot of people. I don't know if Fumi's still here, but I don't think Fumi like does like crazy long workouts, but she uses lots of weights though. So I think like 30 minutes, 45 minutes exercise, but make sure you use some type of weights. Even if it's like 15 minutes or 20 minutes, like if you do cardio a little bit, but try to use weights also, like get into weight, because the more muscle you have, the harder it is for you to gain the fat back. When you lose weight and you don't prioritize building muscle, you will gain it back because you don't have enough muscle. The more muscle you have, the faster your metabolism. The less muscle you have, the slower your metabolism. So if you have a slow metabolism and you go back to eating the way that you used to eat, you're going to have the weight and you're going to store the weight. Okay. That's just how it goes. If you have more muscle, if you increase your muscle mass, right, you have a faster metabolism. So when you have a faster metabolism, it becomes a lot harder for you to store the fat, right? So you need to have muscle, okay? But muscle mass matters. Yeah, so maybe like September or so. Then I want to try like Pilates or like Megaformer. I want to try that and just be consistent. But I'm like my 40s, like I want to focus on that. Yeah, you got to build muscle. The more muscle you have, the better. Your posture is better. Your metabolism is better. Your moods are better. Your calcium levels are higher. So yeah, it's better. I'm breastfeeding. I don't know. I haven't weighed myself yet. But I'll weigh myself though. But I haven't weighed myself yet. I've been so busy. But yeah. I was like, yeah, that's the way I want my 40s to go. I want my hair to be super long. I want my hair to be super long. I want my body to be super snatched. I was like, yeah. Because I'm like, child, please. The majority of women out here who are hella successful, hella rich, they look good. That's how they made all this money, by looking good. And plus, I feel like the older you are, if you get older and you keep looking good, more people are likely to listen to you. No, I don't do sweet drinks. I do more water stuff and coconut water. Because it has like electrolytes since I'm breastfeeding. I think Pilates, it tones you. Oh, I think, was I 28? No, I think I was like, oh, really? 20 or something? Yeah. That's the thing, is like, because with life is going to fly by anyways. Like, time will go by. Whether you decide to do something or not, the time will go by. So just make up your mind and stick to it. You know what I'm saying? Just make up your mind and stick to it, because the time will come and the time will fly by. So what you going to do? Right? So it's like, gotta think about that. Like, okay, next year I'll be 40. So I'm like, well, how do I want my 40s to go? Like, what do I want to do with my 40s? Because I can't believe my oldest is like 14. I'm like, this is crazy. 14 years. Like, where do they go? I don't even know. Right? But I'm like, Marlene, make up your mind and just stick to it. And I'm like, losing weight is a priority for me. Building muscle is a priority for me. Toning my body is a priority for me. Showing people how to live a healthier lifestyle, like through exercise and fitness, not just soliloquies and philosophies. Okay, that's important to me too. Like teaching people how to eat better, how to take supplements, like understanding supplements, like reading ingredients. It matters to me. Growing my hair also matters to me. Having longer hair, healthier hair, it matters to me. Trying to be as natural as possible. It matters to me. So if I could have the hair and the body and the skin, I think I won. Like, right? So that's that. And a thing I do find because, there was a point. Oh, of course, boo-boo. There was a point in my life I really felt like, oh, maybe it's too late. Yeah, see, Fumi does 30 to 40 minutes a day. She don't do a lot. But she's very consistent. So here's her page. Hold on. So this is Fumi's page, right? Hold on. I swear, being South African, like there's something. I even was asking James, like, Jimmy, why do you think South African women are built this way? We were really asking ourselves a question. Like, this is crazy. Look at this. The behind. It just won't let her be. Child, this is crazy. So here's Fumi, y'all. But yeah, she works out in the garage though. But she always has weights. She was like, you lost so much. That's crazy. Right? But if you follow her too, child, she could never lose that ass. Like, it just won't let her be. I promise you. I'm like, just looking at her behind. If they ever had to deport her, they would know exactly where she's from. They would like, yeah, this behind right here is giving South Africa. Like, yeah, that's where she's from. Absolutely. Okay. But if you look at Fumi's page, if you follow her, she does everything with weights. She always has weights. As long as like weights, they do matter. Like, you can't just do cardio. Okay. And then she also bought these cups, like they help you with your portion control type of stuff. Right? So, but one thing about Fumi though, she's very consistent. She needs to be a coach. She needs to be a coach. Fumi should be a coach. She chose to go to esthetician school, but she needs to be a coach because she's very committed. People like, I think a lot of people will gain if she had like fitness, like weight loss clients. I think they'll be very successful because she is very consistent. I started the challenge. I dropped off the challenge. She kept going. So I was her coach and then the student outperformed me. Okay. So keep that in mind for a second. All right. So, but if you follow Fumi though, you can see like she always has some type of weights. because weights will mold your body. Cardio will just have you lose the fat, but the skin will still be like a little flabby, you know what I'm saying? But you want weights, like, because resistance makes you firm. It makes you really firm. So don't be afraid of weights. You're not going to be like muscular or like crazy. It takes like that. A lot of the girls who are very muscular, they've taken steroids. So that's not going to happen to you. You know, but Fumi lost a lot of weight though. And her belly is really flat. She doesn't have saggy skin on her belly. Like her belly is like snatched. Fumi have like 2 or 3 kids. Like she don't have like, her belly is really flat. I even had to ask her like, Fumi, did you have loose skin? She's like, no. See, 32 years old. She was, look at this. And that's what I'm saying. People swear like when you lose weight, you don't look snatched like you do. Like right here, she's 32 years old, but she looks like an auntie. I don't care what anybody says. This is giving auntie face. Like, you know, like that's somebody's auntie. Right here, it's like, oh, she could be my big sis. This is auntie energy. This is big sis energy. So she was 32 over here, and she's 38 in this one. Yeah, Fumi's really good. She is very consistent. Like, it's not a joke. But you see, like, see, look. Because I had to ask her, like, Fumi, did you get any saggy skin? You see her tummy? I don't know if you guys can see her tummy. But if you go on her page, you'll see it. But she didn't get, like, a lot of saggy skin on her tummy. I was like, that is pretty cool. But that's what happens when you go slow. See, when you go slow, you're less likely to have excess skin like that. You know? And she always wears that thing. The sweat belt thingy, she always wears that. Because you see her, you see her belly? Look. You see that? Because I was like, Fumi, you didn't get excess skin. I kept looking at her belly like, hold up, wait a minute, sis. Hold up, wait a minute. Right? But that's what happens when you go slow. Because looking at this picture, I would have thought you would have had loose skin, though. But she didn't. Come through, body. Body, yaddy, body. Yeah, the belly snatched. It really is snatched. You know what I mean? So that's why, to me, I'm like, when people do compliment someone for a weight loss journey, because they know it's hard work. Like, for me, I'm like, yeah, it takes a lot of work to do this. But anybody can be overweight. Shoot. But to lose weight and then to do it like in a way that you're actually toned and you're firm like that, like that's a lot of work and it's dedication, you know. But no belly. I love that. So y'all might want to wrap your tummies too. So here's this one. Look at the abs. Abs coming through. She said eating ice cream is more fun. Yeah. Like, it's crazy. So I guess you got to wrap your tummy too, because she wraps her tummy. Yeah. And she's never, I mean, she was like, I don't think she did, but she never went to the gym though. Maybe now, because she told me she's trying to start with the Stairmaster. So I don't know. But you see the size of her belly in this one? I would have expected her to have like saggy skin, like a looser belly, but she didn't. Yeah, Marlene, yeah, I sure did start, and then I fell off. You see me, I'm so inconsistent. So she's the student that outperformed the master. More power to her. But Fumi, I think you should be a coach. I think you should be a coach. Yeah. And she posts every day. So I'm like, so this is why. See, this belly, I would have expected you to have loose skin. I really would have. Like, I'm like, damn, your belly was kind of big, right? But nope. And that's why you have to go slow. Like, you don't want to lose more than like 2 pounds a week. You want to go slow. Because if you go slow, that loose skin thing, you're not going to have it. You want to go slow and you want to lift weights. Yeah, y'all, follow for me. Ask her what she did. She'll tell you. You see? Yeah. Like, child, people can say what they want. And I remember when we started this one in 2020 and then she beat me. Okay, she kept going and I stopped, right? We had these dresses. Like, I think we found like a dress. I found a dress on J-Lux label. And I was like, you guys, like, let's make this a challenge. Like, if we lose weight, we have to fit into the dress. She went and bought the dress and she actually fit into the dress. I was like, girl. But it's like, it's hard. It's really hard to lose weight. And to do it with like health and fitness and like weightlifting and being consistent, it is very hard. So that's why people give you compliments like, damn, you did that, you did your big one. Okay, go ahead, Fumi. Go ahead, Gemini. Do your thing. Do your thing. Do your thing, Gemini. Yeah. All my Gemini people. So do not be afraid. Yeah. Andre's really fit. Lacey's husband, he's really fit. Andre wakes up at 5 o'clock in the morning. Lacey's husband, he wakes up at 5. Like, he's at the gym at 5. Andre's at the gym at 5. He works out. He comes home, gets ready, get his daughter ready, drops his daughter to school, come home and work. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, oh, I want a man who reads the Bible, Child, do you work out? Do you exercise? Okay. Do you have a fitness routine? Do you work hard? Like, please. I'm like, reading the Bible. Imagine a man who wants to read the Bible for 2 hours. I'm like, that is not attractive to me. You better go work out. You better go work out. You better go work out. Yeah. I need to be really consistent. It's for real, Yeah, but Lacey's husband, he does not play. He's outside every day. For like 5 o'clock, he's at the gym. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like, to me, I need to be consistent, but I do feel like people who prioritize their health and fitness too, I think it shows a trait of character that's really good. You know what I'm saying? Because anybody can sit in the house and read the Bible. Like, can you act as a man? Do you work out? Because I'm like, you're going to have a family. You're going to have lots of stress. You're going to have lots of pressure, right? And it's like, you need to have an outlet, and it can't just be reading the Bible. You know what I mean? Go exercise, go lift some weights, like go release some energy somewhere. I don't know. Yeah. You have to get into lifting weights, you guys. I'm telling you, like it helps you a lot. But I'm like, yeah, reading the Bible for 2 hours. I'm not reading the Bible with you. You're crazy. You have to exercise. You know what I'm saying? You got to exercise. And I even feel like, even when it comes to like Cheesy, I feel like Cheesy too, because like most of her friends are like thin. The girls that she hangs out with, they're very thin. So they don't really have to, little baby, hold on. They're very thin. So they don't really have to prioritize exercising. Ooh, what are you trying? He's trying to go to the bathroom. Okay. Ooh, good job. Okay. So I feel like most of her friends, they're very thin, and when you don't have the same body type as your friend, sometimes that could be a problem, because when your friends are skinnier, they don't have to work out because they're skinny for now. But when you have a different body type than your friends, you got to do stuff that they don't want to do. So you might want to have a little bit of like change your friends a little bit. We're trying to poo-poo yet. There's a baby. Yeah, you should be a coach for me. I think you'll do very well. And plus, you have the testimony. Like, you can be like, yeah, I was obese and I did it by myself. So I'm like, that's a great testimonial for me. You know what I'm saying? That's a great testimonial for me. Because it's like, there's proof in the pudding. It's like, she really did this. So I think like your Instagram page is like a business card. Like people can see like, oh yeah, this is real, And it didn't happen overnight. So I feel like if you were to coach people, they're going to believe it because you really have results. So that's why I love Any Given Sunday. She's so disciplined. Oh, yeah. But she did lots of Ivy League schools too, though. So I guess maybe that's why she went to like a prep school for these Ivies. So I guess you have to learn to be disciplined to be successful, but also being a lawyer also, I guess like you got to be extra disciplined for that kind of stuff. Right. But sometimes you gotta be mindful too, because if you're the type, because we all have different body types, some people, they can eat, and we all have different metabolism, not just the body type, but we all have different metabolism. You have some people, they can eat all kinds of crap. They don't gain weight. Okay. Eat all kinds of crap, don't exercise, and they're still thin. Then you have some other people, it seems like just breathing, they just gain 10 pounds, So sometimes too, like maybe if all your friends are very thin and they don't really have to work to keep their bodies or to keep their weight, they're not really into fitness like that. So sometimes you might have to have different type of friends, who understand the struggles of like, some people do gain weight a lot easier than other people, like their body type, their genetic metabolism, their age, hormonal imbalance, etc., etc. But all those things you can overcome if you have discipline and you have the right friend circle, But it really matters, because some people can eat. Even in one family, you can have siblings like same mom and same dad. Some people will be very skinny, and then the other siblings is like they just gain weight so easily, So when you know that you kind of have to you kind of have to prioritize that, because knowing is everything. Right? Once you have the information, you have to take care of it, because it doesn't get better. It kind of sucks, but at least so you got to do something about it. You know what I'm saying? So that's that. Because you can't feel sorry for yourself. If your cortisol is high, you can bring it down. It doesn't have to stay high. But you got to do the things that you have to do. Cortisol is linked to stress. So if you sleep more, like get off the social media apps, and make sure you get like proper rest, avoid stress, change your food, and like, don't do like very stressful exercise, like get more into walking, like zone 2 exercises, your cortisol will come down. And changing your diet, changing your sleep, making sure you sleep more, stay away from stress, you can bring down your cortisol level. You absolutely can, and like I said, lifting weights always helps. You know what I'm saying? Lifting weight always helps. But it definitely, I think like once you know what you have to do, it really helps to make new friends who have the same interests as you. So that way they can keep you going. But if you are the thicker friend and all your friends are very thin, they can't relate to your struggle. And I feel like always being around them, it might make you very self-aware that you are the bigger friend. You know what I mean? And then you see how much they eat versus how much you eat. You're like, what the heck? How is this fair? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But you got to take care of it. You really have to take care of it. So whatever you find, if it's swimming, if it's the Stairmaster, if it's walking, if it's, I don't know, whatever you want to do, child, do something. But just make sure that for like 15 to 20 minutes, you pick up some type of weights. If you want to work out from your home, in your house, in your apartment, and you want to turn out some YouTube videos, like even here, you have Juice and Toya. Is that what their name is? Yes, little man. What's up? Yeah. Like Juice and Toya too. They have a lot of I said I lost my thingy to share. Hold on. Okay. So like Juice and Toya too, they have a lot of exercise, like with fitness stuff. Like if you want to lift weights and stuff, you'll just have to buy the dumbbells. But you can do it from the house. But that's their page. Even the guy that used to do the boot camp. Oh, he looks like Will Smith. What's his name? He had that boot camp that so many people did. What was it called? For me, I think you did it. What was it called again? That little boot camp. You bought the CDs and you worked out at home. He's black. He looks just like Will Smith. He has the big ears. Oh my goodness. Inferno? No. Oh, what was that thing called? Oh my gosh, what was that thing called? Inferno? No. Oh my gosh. It was like you worked out. It had like some dancing to it, like hip hop dancing to it. Sean. Yeah, Sean Fit. Child. What's his name? What's his name? What's his name? Yes. Insanity. What was his name again? This guy.
Come on, y'all.
What was his name? Oh, here he is. Because now he has a channel now. He has a channel now on YouTube too, huh? So he also, Sean T. There you go. Yeah, Sean T. He looks just like Will Smith. He reminds me of Will Smith. He also does workouts over here with the with weights and stuff. So if you don't want to go to the gym, but you buy the dumbbells, you can do it from the house, right? Because I tried this one. It was pretty good. Because look at his quads. I'm like, dang, that's beautiful. That's crazy. Insanity workout. Yes. She said Insanity was truly insane. I think he's like 50 something. Look how good he looks. So that's why I'm like, it's kind of fugazi to act confused as to why we give people who have a nice body compliments. Like, look at Sean T's body. He looks like a Ninja Turtle. Okay. But I'm like, yeah, to me, that's beautiful. Like, he's almost 50 or he's in his 50s and he looks this good. Yeah, if I see him, I'm giving a compliment. I love his quads. Like, I wish my legs were built like that. Okay. But I'm like, it's impressive. I don't know. I don't know. It's impressive. To me, it's impressive. To see people take care of themselves like that, it's like, it's crazy. So Sean T, so that's his thing, body. That's the channel. And he has lots of workouts over here. I think he has his own channel too. Yeah, he has his own channel. So if you struggle with, like, you don't know what kind of weight training exercise to do, he's in LA though, but I get what you mean. But he's very, very fit. So if you don't know what strength training exercise to do, you can always come to his channel. But he has, oh yeah, he's in shape. My goodness. Like I'm like, damn, I want to be fit. I want to be built, body.
Now I'm gonna give you another tip that you may have never heard before. I want you to push your arms down and out. When you push down and out, that's when you really isolate that part of the shoulder, okay? We're going lateral raise. That means we're taking it to the side. Another cue that's very important is for you to exhale during the work. Come on, push down. Now here's something else. If you've done this many and you don't have 1 ounce of struggle or 1 ounce of burn, that's how you know you need to up the weight. Safety is extremely important, but what's most important also is that you get the result. Give me one more right here and lift. Yes. Now we're working some mid rows. You're gonna take it back here. We're doing an incline chest press. You're gonna do 6 on the right, then you're gonna do 6 on the left, then you're gonna do 6 together, okay? But I'm gonna give you some safety cues before we start this. First of all, your bench is at an incline, okay? That means 45-degree incline. Make sure it's stable. Make sure it's good. You have 2 sets of dumbbells because after we hit those incline chest press, we're gonna do a hex press. 2 dumbbells together, you're gonna squeeze. And with this exercise and with this particular chest superset, we are working the top of the muscle, okay? We're working the top of the chest here. All right, gather yourself. Go get the weight that you need. We're gonna push through. We're gonna work through, and then I got a surprise for you at the end that you're definitely gonna work. Are you ready to build with Sean T? Let's go. Here we go. I got 50s today. We're gonna push through. Incline. Here we go. Remember, dropping the elbow right at that underarm. 6 on the right, 6 on the left. Core tight. Let's go. Firm grip. We're going 6, 5. Come on, push through. Make sure you extend. Squeeze it in.
What Fumi is saying here, when it came to remember I showed you Fit Girl Mel earlier. That's a lot of R's. Where is she? Right? But this is how she lost weight too. She lost weight by doing the insanity workout with Shaun T. And she just kept going because she used to look a hot mess. Okay. She used to look a hot mess herself. Let me see if I can show y'all. But she used to look a hot mess. So she was depressed. I guess she said she was like a bartender or something in NYC. She ain't had no money. Okay. And you see, even Mel also doesn't have loose skin. Okay. But that's how she got started, was like insanity workout with Shaun T. And then she just kept going. She didn't stop. So you can really mold your body. Like you can really transform your body. You can give yourself like 4 years, 5 years, 10 years, and be like, you know, like this is like my decade goal, like to just focus on taking care of myself, but take it like a year at a time, I guess, right? But now your girl Mel, she's a Pisces. She's a Pisces, this one. So good for her. Because now it's like Mel looks good. She looks good. Okay. Shoot. So it's like for me, how do I not compliment someone like that? I don't get it. If I see you used to be so obese and so fat, and then now you're just snatched and you wearing all these bikinis and things like that. Like if I see somebody go from this to this, yeah, I'm giving you a compliment. That's crazy. How did you do it? You know? This is like, it's impressive. I'm like, yeah, I'm giving you a compliment because I'm like, I'm blown away. Like to the point that at one point she was Kim Kardashian's trainer. What happened? You know, anything is possible, you guys. And we have to make it happen, ladies. We have to commit to that. Okay. We need to commit to ourselves. So this is going to be a decade of transformation. All right. But I'm like, anything is possible. Like really, anything really is possible. You don't have to win the lottery. You don't have to make a bunch of money. You just got to say like, you know, I'm going to prioritize myself. But it's really impressive. She started working at 28 years old. Never played a sport. Just woke up one day and started doing a thing. So she gained 70 pounds during her pregnancy. I'm just trying to show people that even after having a baby, you can get your body back and sometimes even better. For all the effing trolls who are going to give me ish about my pregnancy pic. Okay, I'm not saying that. So whatever your body looks like today, you can take a picture and be like 5 years from now, I'm going to look freaking amazing. So trust yourself, believe in yourself. Anything is possible. My goodness. Yeah. So one day it was like 2 o'clock or like 3 o'clock in the morning. Kim Kardashian saw her page and Kim Kardashian asked her to be her trainer. Just like that. So believe in yourself, you guys. We can do it. So this is what we'll be focusing on. Like my fitness and my hair. And then this channel, because, you know, I got to talk to y'all. We got to be a little bit messy over here. That's what we do. But anything is possible. So be encouraged. Do not give up. And don't be afraid of exercise.
And give me one more. And take it to the other side. There you go. Come on. Exhale doing the work. There you go. Keep pushing, keep pushing, keep pushing. Stay with me, stay with me. Last 2 here. This is where it gets tough. This is where it gets tough. We do 6 together. 6, press right up.
Yeah, I
5.
need to wait.
Come on, squeeze. Exhale. 4, 3. Come on, 2 more.
Yeah.
Last one right here. Woo! One thing I don't want you to do, especially when we have heavy dumbbells.
No, I will be outside. No, I'm not going to disappear on y'all. I'll be here. I've changed my mindset. Because I'm like, the world has changed, Marlene. It's not the world you left when you first left YouTube. Like nowadays, anything is possible. Because every day I'll see people like have 1 million subscribers on YouTube out of nowhere, have like 2 million people out of nowhere, have. I'm like, how y'all get all these subscribers? And I'm like, YouTube is. I feel like today, I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I do feel like today YouTube is so much easier than before. I really do. I think YouTube is so much easier than before. I think TikTok is a lot easier also. So we just have to be consistent. Okay, gotta be consistent. But I'll be back tomorrow, you guys, with another video. And baby Maverick in the mix. Look at him. He is sleeping, making all these noises. Ooh. Look at him. He's always asleep. Yeah, it really is. Oh, it's okay, baby. It's okay. No, that's okay. No, don't cry. It's okay. He'll cry. He cries in his sleep. But he'll be my co-host. You know, he was born like 22 inches. I don't even know how he fit all that in my belly. He must have been miserable in there. You must have been miserable in there, huh? So he'll be my co-host. So, don't cry, boo-boo, don't cry. So we'll be back tomorrow. All right. But my people, I hope you've enjoyed this video. I hope you learned something new. I hope you were entertained. Okay. But if I leave you with something, please take care of yourself. Okay. Take care of yourself. Take care of your health. You don't want to be sick. You don't want to be sick. You don't want to carry more weight than you have to. You don't have to worry about taking your blood exam, your heart rate. You don't want to be sick. You do not want to be sick. You don't want to be unhealthy. You really do not want to be unhealthy. Because it's a lot. You guys, even me, I was scared. My weight even scared me. Thank God I had lost some type of weight. So, because imagine if I hadn't lost any weight and got pregnant, yeah, I would probably have made it to like 300 pounds. Yeah, we're going to take care of our hair. We're going to eat better and we're going to exercise. Okay. Yeah, take care of yourself. You don't want to be sick. You don't want to be sick. You know, diabetes, that thing is nasty. That's a nasty disease. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, always having to take pills every day. Like, it is so bad. It's really, really bad. I'm like, well, you don't want to live like that. That's slavery. That's real slavery, you know? So, and you know, and the thing about weightlifting too, like it helps reduce the sugar in your blood as well. So I guess because of your metabolism, because it speeds up your metabolism when you have more muscle mass, right? But, you know, take care of yourself. Maybe tomorrow we'll talk about Rihanna and Ashanti. Because I got something to say about Ashanti and Nelly. Those two heifers. But I'll see y'all tomorrow. Thank you for being outside with me. Love you so much. Right, baby Maverick? Say hi to your aunties and your uncles. Tell them you love them. You'll see him tomorrow. He is so gone. He's so gone, you guys. So I love y'all. And I will see you hopefully tomorrow. Okay? Bisous. Gotta talk to y'all later. Bye. See you tomorrow, y'all. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Let me go finish my food. Baby Maverick and Mommy Marlene. Eminem. Maverick and Marlene. Maverick and Marlene. Okay? Love y'all. Bisous. Gotta go. Yeah.